Good morning and welcome. Innovations and Efficiencies in Generator Interconnection, convened by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission in docket number AD24-9. I'm Mike Henry with the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. With me to my left is Lewis Taylor from the Office of the General Counsel, and to my right, Maya Lohanika, Emily Chen, and Tristan Kessler, also from Commission staff. The purpose of the workshop is to provide a public forum for the presentation and discussion of opportunities for further innovation and increased efficiency in the generator interconnection process that build upon the reforms adopted in Order Number 2023. The workshop will be conducted over 2 days. Yesterday was day 1 that focused on innovations in generator interconnection. Today is day 2, and we'll focus on efficiencies in generator interconnection. Thank you to all of our panelists and attendees for joining us, whether online or here in the building. The workshop is being webcast and may be found on FERC's YouTube channel. A link to the webcast of this event and its recording will be available. If you're joining us remotely through FERC's YouTube channel, please take the opportunity to subscribe. It will make our AV people very, very happy. In addition, the workshop will be transcribed, and eventually the transcription will be made available on the Commission's e-library. Transcripts will be available for a fee from ACE Reporting. We also encourage comments on the issues discussed during the workshop. You may have seen the third supplemental notice issued last week. Although the caption to that notice included additional dockets in anticipation of overlapping issues that may be discussed at this workshop, comments on the workshop discussion should be filed in docket number AD24-9 using the Commission's e-filing system. Information about how to file a comment can be found on the Commission's website, at the OPP, the Office of Public Participation table outside the room, and I please also refer you to the excellent OPP resources that are available on the internet. There's a printed agenda available at the table in the hall and available on the Commission's website. As stated in the agenda, there will be 3 panels each day of the workshop organized around specific questions listed in the Commission-issued notices of the workshop. The panelists have submitted initial written answers to the questions to the agenda, and thank you very much for submitting those. The panels will proceed with an introduction of the panelists by staff. Staff will then ask questions of the panelists. Staff will not take questions from the audience. Thank you. Commissioners or senior staff may participate in questions and answers. We look forward to a wide-ranging discussion. There are some limits to that conversation, however, which Mr. Taylor will tell us about now.
Good morning. As stated in the Commission's notices announcing the workshop, discussions at the workshop will not address compliance with Commission Order Number 2023 or any pending Order Number 2023 compliance filings. Staff will remind parties not to discuss those proceedings. The workshop agenda identifies issues to be discussed during the workshop. Some of the issues overlap substantively with issues and proceedings currently pending before the Commission. While the intent of the workshop is not to focus on any specific matters before the Commission, because of the likelihood of discussion of these issues, those proceedings are included in the caption of the third supplemental notice to ensure proper notice to all parties to those proceedings. The third supplemental notice also includes a list of other proceedings currently pending before the Commission that may involve issues raised in the workshop discussions. As with the Order Number 2023 compliance filings, staff will remind parties not to discuss those proceedings. Finally, as a reminder, the views expressed by staff do not necessarily reflect those of the Commission.
Thank you, Lewis. Before we proceed any further, it being September 11th, I'd like to take this moment to observe a short moment of silence in remembrance of the lives lost on that day. Thank you. Before we hear some opening remarks from Commissioner Christie, I have some logistical issues for those joining us in person. Again, all the panels will be held here in this room, hearing room 1. Please keep those white badges you received this morning on you at all times during the day. You will need that badge anytime you leave the building and when you want to return, including from lunch. As for Wi-Fi, look for the signs around the room containing information on Wi-Fi access. Restrooms and a water fountain are around the corner, just past the elevator banks. Food is not allowed in the hearing room. We will take a 1-hour break, possibly longer, for lunch after our first panel ends. There are many options for lunch nearby. In any case, whatever your lunch plans are, we ask that you return promptly for the 12:45 panel, panel 2. We now next turn to Commissioner Christie, who has some opening remarks.
First of all, I want to thank you, Robert, for having that moment of remembrance for the September 11th events. I thought about that myself, that we should never forget what this day represents and remember those who lost their lives. 3,000 lost their lives. But also remember the incredible bravery that we saw from firefighters who ran into the buildings when they were burning, from police officers who did the same thing. So we should never forget that. And I'm so glad that you asked for a moment of remembrance. I think that was totally appropriate. So turn to the business at hand. Want to thank staff, first of all, for putting this on. You've done a lot of good work. I read the book, the briefing book. You've done a lot of good work on this, and it's certainly a timely topic. So thank you for the staff-led workshop for putting this on. Last year, we took a really important step forward with order number 2023. The most important aspect of that order was to change the basic principle of managing the interconnection queues from, quote, first come, first served, to the, quote, first ready, first served. And that was an important step. And now we need to build on that principle of first ready, first served by looking at the crucial issue of prioritization, which basically means identifying those generation resources waiting in the queue that need to move to the front of the queue and quickly. But as we consider the question of which interconnection applicants to prioritize, it's extremely important to remember the real purpose of interconnection and interconnection reform, and that is to ensure reliable power service to consumers. Ensuring reliable power at just and reasonable rates ought to drive everything we do on interconnection and interconnection reform. Reliability is the goal. Interconnection is the means to the goal. So with reliability as the overriding goal of interconnection, that means prioritizing those generation resources that can be built quickly and efficiently and that give us the most generation capacity as quickly as possible at the least cost burden to customers. Now, it's undeniable that we're heading towards a reliability crisis in the United States for three major reasons. First, the far too rapid loss of existing dispatchable resources. Second, rapidly rising demand, largely driven by data centers, especially those enabled by artificial intelligence and other hyperscale users. And the third reason, which is really the focus today, the inability to bring online those new generation resources that can give us a lot more capacity and quickly. So we need to identify and prioritize those generation resources for interconnection as quickly as possible. Now, to do that, we need to start considering some new ideas that over the past 20 years of my experience would have not necessarily been seriously considered. In those years, for most of the time, an RTO like PJM, those RTOs were what was called, quote, long on capacity, which was lingo, meaning they had excess capacity and a lot of it. Well, the RTOs, they no longer have excess capacity and they don't have a lot of it. We're actually reaching a point where we're scared about a shortage of capacity. So one idea in which I'm particularly interested is an idea that I've discussed on more than one occasion with Eric Blank, chairman of the Colorado Public Utility Commissions. You heard from him yesterday on the panel on prioritization. He did a fantastic job, I thought. And I highly recommend his written comments, by the way. Chairman Blank always has intellectually provocative and thoughtful comments, and I really recommend reading his comments. But one of the proposals he talked about, and he and I have had this conversation before on more than one occasion, is I think we ought to enable state utility regulators to designate those generation resources in their states awaiting interconnection that are critical to reliability. Such state designations would move those resources to the front of the queue. State regulators know which resources are needed to keep the lights on in their states, and that expertise should justify prioritization. I see no problem with this form of prioritization in terms of Order Number 888's open access requirements. But if necessary, we should be prepared to amend 888 to allow such prioritization, given its critical importance to reliable power service. And again, the goal here is reliability. That's the goal. I also agree with Chairman Blank's suggestion that when an existing generator retires, a generation resource locating at that same site where transmission facilities already exist and do not need to be planned and built should be prioritized. Given the threat to reliability that we're facing from disorderly and rapid retirements of existing resources, especially dispatchable, it just makes sense to prioritize generators which are locating at the same site as the retiring generator. And to promote reliability, we especially should prioritize generators that are giving us equal or more capacity. That's just common sense. Now, I look forward to hearing more ideas about how we can prioritize getting the generation resources we desperately need built and interconnected quickly. As we lawyers say when we draft legal documents occasionally, time is of the essence. There's no time to waste because the reliability crisis is coming soon. So with that, I want to thank everybody who's been participating. Thank you for your hard work. Again, thanks to staff for putting this on and all the hard work staff did. And with that, I look forward to hearing and also reading the, I'm sure there'll be a lot of interesting post-workshop comments, and I look forward to looking over those. Thank you all again for participating, and have a great day.
Thank you, Commissioner Christie. And thanks also to the other commissioners and their staff, as well as the many FERC staff that have contributed to this proceeding in some way. And also a special shout out to the facilities, IT, and AV staff that helped produce this event. Today's theme is efficiencies in generator interconnection. Today's Day 2 panels discuss incremental changes to current generator interconnection processes that may build upon the reforms in Order Number 2023, with a particular focus on measures to improve the efficiency of all phases of the generator interconnection process. Our first panel is on further efficiencies in the generator interconnection process. The goal for this panel is broad-ranging. Here we will discuss the potential for increased efficiency throughout the generator interconnection process, excluding the topics to be discussed in panels 2, which is automation, and panel 3, the post-GIA construction phase. Among the efficiencies to be discussed here are increased access to pre-application data beyond the heat maps required in Order Number 2023. Another topic is other opportunities for process efficiency with the existing within the existing Order Number 2023 process, such as a FastTrack process. Thank you to our panelists. I'll introduce them now. Starting on the left, Chris Barker, Managing Director of Transmission and Grid Integration at Clearway Energy Group. Donnie Belock, the Director of Interconnection Planning at PJM Interconnection. Jonathan Canis, General Counsel, Oceti Shakowee Power Authority. Brian Fitzsimmons, the founder and CEO of Grid Unity. Caitlin Marquis, the Managing Director at Advanced Energy United. Joe Rand, the energy policy researcher with the Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And finally, Martin Wyspiansky, Vice President of Electric Engineering, Electric Asset Management at Pacific Gas and Electric Company. We will proceed through this panel by asking the panelists questions. I remind panelists to please unmute their mic to speak and hold the mic close to you when you speak, and mute it again when you're finished. If you would like to make a particular comment in response to other commenters' comments, or when invited, please place your name card on its side, like so, and I will call on you. Unlike yesterday, for this panel, we will ask that panelists keep their responses to under 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Yesterday was 3. We're going to give panelists a little bit more time today. After 4 minutes, a staff member will hold up a yellow card to signal that it is time to move on to the next panelist or topic. So let's start with the first question, and we'll start from the left. And I will ask that the panel, I'm going to group all these questions, the one question and the 2 subparts together. So I'll read it now. And we'll start with Chris Barker. What specific types of additional pre-application data provided to interconnection customers would facilitate greater efficiencies in the application phase and the rest of the generator interconnection process? How would these types of data be helpful to interconnection customers? And are there inefficiencies or complications associated with providing these types of additional pre-application data? Chris, please start.
Good morning, and thank you to the Commission for giving me the opportunity to participate in this efficiency panel. I really appreciate it. My name is Chris Barker, and I'm the Managing Director of Transmission and Grid Integration for Clearway Energy Group. We are a leading national developer, owner, and operator of utility-scale solar, wind, and battery projects with nearly 10 gigawatts of operating assets and 30 gigawatts of development pipeline in nearly every region across the US. This broad experience across the wide range of markets, I believe, gives us a unique purview into the various market and regulatory frameworks, and particularly allows me to reflect upon different elements that I view as being effective at planning and integrating new transmission and generating resources. While this panel is primarily focused on improving the efficiency of the interconnection process, it gives me an opportunity to summarize and highlight much of what was discussed at length during yesterday's panel session, because the successful implementation of some of the big and innovative ideas will ultimately improve the efficiency of the interconnection process. Now, perhaps I can start to address this question by asking a simpler question. What makes today's process so inefficient? For generators that require new interconnection agreements, the answer is simple and hopefully by now obvious. It boils down to the upfront uncertainty on the time it takes to get through the interconnection study process, the costs and risks associated with remaining in the interconnection queue, the identification of interconnection costs, and last but not least, the time to obtain the requested level of interconnection service. The important point there is the upfront uncertainty. This is what drives inefficiency. If we could implement policies and rules that provide for upfront certainty, then those customers would no longer need to play interconnection cost roulette, just to get to the point where they are given some degree of certainty. In fact, there would be no need for customers to speculate in the queue. It is my view that each of these issues, with the possible exception of the queue study timeline, will not be addressed by Order 2023. In fact, Chairman Phillips noted in his remarks announcing this workshop, and as part of his concurrence to Order 2023, that the order is just the first step in the process of improving the efficiency of the interconnection planning process. As to the question, any pre-application data that is provided to the interconnection customers need to be actionable and at best certain. As highlighted in the previously mentioned Grid Strategies and Brattle report, Unlocking America's Energy, pre-entry heat maps that provide equivalent hosting capacities are not actionable, given they represent a snapshot of available capacity without consideration of new competing queue entries. With an integrated scenario-based planning, transmission planning and generation interconnection process, it would be now feasible to identify where incremental capacity for both energy and capacity resources will exist on the system to better inform the interconnection customers as to where transmission planners anticipate new resources to be built. That forward-looking view should not only include the available and allocable interconnection service capacity, but in order for it to be actionable and certain, it requires upfront cost allocation. This is similar to SPP's proposed entry fee framework. And again, importantly, it must include upgrade timelines associated with those interconnection requests. It is only then, with this certainty on upgrade costs and timelines, can interconnection customers bring ready projects to the transmission planners. For example, without certainty on costs and upgrade timelines, we could bring to the transmission planners a fully ready project that has secured 100% site control, is fully permitted, has an EPC contract, has equipment supply, and he even has a binding offtake agreement seeking interconnection at a point on the system that is shown to have available capacity in the heat map, only to be rendered not viable given the outcome of the cluster study process and the uncertainty that it introduces to the project. It's an extreme example to highlight that fully ready projects still require certain results from the planning process. This is why I believe certainty is a key component to improving efficiencies. Now, the question about complications for providing this additional data, I think, has been discussed a bit. If you were to be able to provide that actionable and contractable data up front, there would be a question of how you could allocate that on a just and reasonable basis. There would need to be some process for filtering, sorting, scoring, ranking, and perhaps even something along the lines of an auction to allocate that capacity. But I think with that higher degree of certainty, interconnection customers would be willing to take on that higher level of responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. Donnie Belock.
Hey, good morning. I'm Donnie Belock. I am the Director of Interconnection Planning at PJM, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with everybody here this morning, and I certainly appreciate all of the insights from the previous panelists yesterday and the ones that we still have remaining today, particularly those that brought some very interesting, new, novel ideas and very actionable, concrete suggestions. So a lot for us to think about moving forward. Historically, PJM interconnection queue has been a small amount of large megawatt projects. And while they were seeking to interconnect, the interconnection process was really designed around those, meeting the needs of those generators. That's really what the serial method was built around previously. And then as the queue started to change from more of a large megawatt, small amount of projects to a large amount of small megawatt projects, that caused particular stresses on the interconnection process at PJM. And it became evident that that existing process was no longer compatible with the change in the interconnection queue and its makeup. So in 2021, PJM and its stakeholders stood up what we call the IPRTF, or the Interconnection Process Reform Task Force. And the whole point of that was to fix the issues with the existing queue process. That task force moved very quickly in just over a year, and by 2022, the task force developed a new cluster-based study approach, a cycle approach, which garnered significant support not only at PJM, but its PJM stakeholders as well, and it was filed and accepted by FERC. This filing included a transition period, which started late in 2023 and continues now in 2024. And PJM is going to look to evaluate approximately 170,000 megawatts of queue projects that are almost exclusively renewables through this transition period. This includes about 26,000 megawatts of GIAs that are in our predetermined fast lane that are looked to be substantially completed by around the new year. Now, the IPRTF tariff excuse me, that we are currently transitioning to was specifically designed to meet the specific needs of PJM. We're a very unique RTO, 13 states and DC, a lot of competing interests within, and we're just honestly very, very large geographically and with load. And this process includes a lot of built-in efficiencies that are outlined further in my testimony, specifically about the data that's available as far as heat maps in our Q-Scope program, the public listing of all of the interconnection queue projects that are going to be evaluated, and we make the cases available so anybody after they sign a CEII agreement can pull that case down and run their own analysis. So they should be able to do a lot of that upfront work and not just have to speculate, but just simply submitting a project and having PJM figure it out. They can do a lot of upfront research themselves. I'm sure we'll get into a lot more of the details as we progress through the panel. So now I recognize that a filing that was made in 2022 may not meet the specific needs of 2024 system conditions, and the landscape has just rapidly changed. So we are recognizing unprecedented load growth, specific with load centers, with AI and data centers, and we are seeing pretty accelerated generator retirements. So with that in mind, the resource adequacy issues that we may potentially be seeing in the next few future years, that's already being reflected in our market prices and our market signals. So with that in mind, there was a lot of great discussion yesterday on panel number 3 specifically, and there was a comment made that PJM won't be making any new specific submission evaluations until 2026, which is true. But that is all part of the timeline that was submitted and filed with FERC, and we're currently sticking to our current timelines for this transition. But like I said, between now and 2026, where we're looking at the new submissions, we're evaluating 170,000 megawatts of new interconnection requests. So it's not like we're sitting here doing nothing. We're really going through a lot of evaluation. We're moving very quickly, very rapidly. So now if we want to prioritize new submissions earlier, we can certainly do that. But there will be a certain degree of queue jumping, and there will have to be discrimination. That's just a fact. It will require changes to our existing process and our tariff. So as I see it, PJM has already adopted a lot of these new efficiencies in our new process that we're currently transitioning to. And we've seen a lot of great success throughout 2024. We've been working through our fast lane and our transition cycle number 1, utilizing a lot of these efficiencies that are outlined in my testimony. PJM staff has been doing a great job in developing new processes, new technology, and really enabling this transition to happen and stick to our deadlines. So I look forward to the discussion further about any of our specific experiences with these efficiencies throughout the year, what has worked, what has not worked, what we want to change. And I think it's a good idea to have this discussion and see where we can make any type of tweaks to the existing process. So thank you for your time, and I look forward to discussing further.
Thank you, Donnie. Jonathan Canis.
Hi, everybody. My name is John Canis. I'm General Counsel for the Ochete-Shikoe Power Authority. It's an Indian developer. Our mandate is to develop wind and solar resources on the reservations of our member tribes. We are owned 100% by 7 Sioux tribes that share territory with South Dakota. And since 2017, we've been developing our first 2 wind farms, about 470 megawatts on 2 of the reservations. And we work with expert development partners. All our money so far has been privately raised. In 2017, we got on the SPPQ. On 2022, they completed their DICE's Phase 2 study and told us how much it would cost to interconnect to the national power grid. That cost was $250 million. And of course, that made our projects economically infeasible. To put it in perspective, our entire estimated budget for development and construction for 2 wind farms is $1.1 billion. So this increased our total project cost by 20 to 25%. We had to withdraw from the queue, and our projects are now on hold. We're focused 100% on how to get back in there and how to make it affordable. Why did this happen? This happened because all of western South Dakota, which is where our tribes are located, is an EHV transmission desert. 40,000 square miles, no EHV. All the, quote, backbone transmission lines across our tribe's reservations, 115 kV. We don't have the capacity to build wind farms. So what we're talking about, what we'll talk about later today, our Indian tribes are uniquely situated. They don't fit the regular interconnection format. We need special rules for the tribes, and we'll talk about how to do that. Some of the characteristics, we can't pick our locations. We got reservations. We have to build on those reservations. Now, the good part is that gives us certainty on location, interconnection points, resource quality, and the size of the projects. We know all of that. There are no speculative applications on tribal reservations. There's no NIMBY opposition. And for site control, 1 lease with the tribe can get us 40 to 100% control of all the site area we need for our projects. Bad news, our tribes are poor. We have the poorest tribes occupying some of the poorest counties in the United States. So any solutions that talk about competitive bidding, commercial readiness deposits, we can't afford those. Right? And processes that talk about money as a precondition to interconnection will necessarily exclude tribes. So we have to have different rules. Now, the good news, we know exactly what we need, and it's not hard. And we'll talk about those during the course of the discussion here, the Q&A session. It requires coordination between FERC, for waiver of certain rules, DOE for funding, and WAPA, with our PMA that serves our tribes. Now, to get to your question, Mike, about what specific data we need, let me give you, I'm focused on one thing. Let me give you a quick example of this. Once we got that $250 million bill, we started working with WAPA and Basin, the other big transmission owner that serves our tribes. And those guys are great. We've been working together last year, and since the beginning of this year, they designed a network upgrade that would solve all our problems. 700 miles, new transmission, all 345, going across our tribes. Carbon Core, they put it into the SPP ITP process, the Integrated Transmission Planning process, this year. What happened? SPP said, we like parts of this. So we're going to approve the parts that don't touch the tribe. They're dozens of miles away from the tribe, but we're approving that, and we're including that in our project portfolio. And that's great news. What about the stuff that goes through our tribes? All rejected. So in terms of data, Mike, that you're talking about, that has to be explained. Something that radical decision with that great an impact on some of the most disadvantaged communities in the country, that cannot be made in a black box, and it cannot be made in silence. That has to be explained. SPP has to defend that decision. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Brian.
Good morning, and thank you for allowing me to be here today and contribute. My name is Brian Fitzsimons, and I'm the CEO of Grid Unity. We're a software as a service provider that offers an interconnection lifecycle management solution that enables transmission providers, transmission owners, developers to be integrated through one platform for the first time in U.S. history. Our software is currently used by 3 of the 7 RTOs, ISOs. That's MISO, SPP, who launched our software last week, and the California ISO, who is launching next month. Besides those RTOs, other transmission owners use our software, and investor-owned utilities across North America use our software. We released the software originally in 2016, and it was originally targeted towards distribution utilities, and we have the largest volume of interconnection applications being processed through the software today. One of our customers does generation and load applications, 2,000 applications per day, and those have to go through the complete interconnection lifecycle. So on the transmission side, the volumes are much lower, but there can be a great deal of automation that can be brought to bear in the process. I believe it's important for the audience and stakeholders in this room and online to know that the interconnection process is critical to utilities worldwide. It is used to ensure the security and reliability of the grids and the electric supply that our societies rely upon. Now, we're grateful for the work and the focus the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission has brought to bear on the interconnection process through Order 2023. We're also very happy to see Order 1920 because there's intersectionality between interconnection and planning that's necessary. Because the order seeks, the key thing is Order 2023 seeks to drive what we consider the key stakeholder wants and needs, which is greater standardization in the process, transparency, accuracy, speed, and certainty in the end-to-end process. The interconnection process itself is complex. There are many stakeholders and subject matter experts who must engage and contribute their skills and be continuously kept up to date on it throughout the process. However, for the audience, we can break down the end-to-end process into 4 main stages. They are, number 1, the application intake and review process. This is when a developer submits an application, and that application has to be reviewed for its details, its accuracy, and fees have to be paid. The second stage in the process is the study cycle process. And under FERC Order 2023, we call what that's referred to as the cluster study process. However, this is where the power flow engineers and the power flow tools have to be invoked, and studies for both FastTrack and cluster must be conducted. Those are done manually, semi-automated, and automated depending upon where you are in the country. And of course, fees are collected at that stage. And then also during that stage, estimates are provided to the participants. The third stage is the generation interconnection agreement process. This is where the terms basically, of the agreement are hashed out by the business people and the lawyers. And the fourth stage of the process is the construction management process. This is where all the milestones, the fees, the execution, the building of the plant and the transmission system upgrades are conducted, tracked, and then reported upon. Now, we're here today because we all understand with our changing energy supply, we need to continue to innovate the process and drive efficiencies throughout it, and to also meet our country's load growth and generation supply needs. And I'm happy to be here and contribute whatever I may for these proceedings so we can ensure the nation's energy supply going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Caitlin.
Thank you to the Commission for convening this important conversation and for including me as a part of it. I'm Caitlin Marquis, Managing Director at Advanced Energy United. We are a multi-technology business association. Our member companies include developers of all shapes and sizes, different business models, different technologies making their way through the interconnection process, as well as providers of grid-enhancing technologies, competitive transmission developers, and large load customers that are impacted by the reliability and cost implications of an inefficient interconnection process. So all of those perspectives inform my remarks today and my thoughts on interconnection, as well as Advanced Energy United and the Solar and Storage Industries Institute recently commissioned the Grid Strategies and Brattle report that we've been discussing that Mike Haggerty talked about yesterday as one of the report authors, with the goal of identifying reforms to build upon the baseline of improvements that Order 2023 puts in place. So that also informs my remarks here. The question of information, I think first I want to say that additional transparency, information, and communication before, during, and after the interconnection process is important and valuable. In the pre-application phase, I think the real goal of additional information is to equip project developers to provide better informed applications so that we are getting a smaller number of more ready projects entering into interconnection queues. I think that's a good goal, but I think what is required there is greater certainty, and additional information does not necessarily translate directly into additional certainty. I think in the context that we are currently operating in today, where we see orders of magnitude cost shifts, even through the process and even after an interconnection agreement, just throwing additional information at the problem is not necessarily going to change the dynamic that we've been hearing about, where interconnection customers are relying on the interconnection process itself to test out project viability and to serve as a cost and schedule discovery tool. So I know the question was about incremental improvements, but I think this points back to, if we're going to address the goal of interconnection requests that go in with more information and that are more ready, we really need to be looking at some of the more fundamental reforms that were talked about yesterday: improved proactive transmission planning, paired with an entry fee approach that provides that upfront cost certainty, paired with a fast-track approach that I know we'll talk about further today that provides some schedule certainty to interconnection customers. And I think with those more comprehensive reforms, we would get toward closer to the sort of upfront certainty that we are looking for when we're talking about information available to interconnection customers. I do think just two or a couple of maybe more incremental opportunities for pre-application information that I highlighted in my comments include additional information about technical information about points of interconnection, as well as additional transparency and information about costs, including, for example, unit cost guides and historical network upgrade cost information and final cost information that would bring important transparency for interconnection customers, as well as additional access to modeling information, assumptions, base cases that would help interconnection customers to better inform their applications. So I look forward to the rest of the panel discussion and appreciate the opportunity to be a part of it.
Thank you. Joe?
Good morning, everyone, and thanks to the FERC staff for convening this meeting and for the invitation to participate. My name is Joe Rand, and I'm a researcher at Lawrence Berkeley National Laboratory. And I'm also here representing the Department of Energy's Interconnection Innovation Exchange, or I2X program. And of course, the question of interconnection data transparency is very near and dear to my heart as I spend the first few months of every year cleaning, standardizing, compiling, analyzing, and really wallowing in interconnection data to produce the annual queued up report, which provides this annual snapshot of interconnection volumes and trends. Now, of course, FERC already requires transmission providers to collect and publish basic interconnection data. And those are the data that enable the analytics and metrics that you see in queued up, such as the volumes, withdrawal rates, and timelines that we report on. But we think there's significant room to continue to improve on the currently available interconnection data. And in fact, I consider improvements to data transparency to be foundational and necessary to enable other innovations and solutions that are discussed here in this workshop, such as fast tracking and automation. Now, the Department of Energy's Transmission Interconnection Roadmap, which was published last April, identifies 3 key solutions on interconnection data transparency. And I've also outlined a number of other kind of key specific data needs in my submission to this docket. So I'm not going to spend time outlining each of those here now, except to state generally that there is a need to improve the scope, accessibility, quality, and standardization of data on interconnection requests, including on project attributes, interconnection costs, and milestone dates. Now, broadly, we think that these improvements to interconnection data transparency could assist interconnection customers' ability to screen and cite potential projects, but could also better enable third-party modeling, facilitate more process automation, increase competition, and potentially reduce the number of exploratory requests that ultimately withdraw. But I also want to draw a distinction maybe from some of my fellow colleagues here on this panel that we see value in these interconnection data, not just for citing and screening potential projects, but at a higher level, this improved data transparency is necessary to support the tracking and auditing of ongoing reforms like Order 2023, and for empirical comparisons of interconnection metrics and outcomes across balancing areas that are testing divergent solutions to this problem. So I want to be clear that continued progress and reforms aimed at interconnection efficiencies are not possible without a solid understanding of the current status and how key metrics have responded to prior interventions. Now, those metrics are only as good as the data underlying them. So let me give just a couple examples in the time I have remaining. One key metric that we track at Berkeley Lab is the duration from the submission of an interconnection request to the date of a signed interconnection agreement. And in fact, I heard a couple stakeholders reference that statistic in their remarks yesterday. But that date of the signed interconnection agreement is actually not accessible in quite a few balancing areas. For example, we only have that date for 5 non-ISO utilities. So that really limits the depth and value of this potentially policy-relevant analysis. And then similarly, my second example is on interconnection costs. Some of you may be familiar with our recent analysis on interconnection costs historically across 5 ISOs. We hired consultants to download and scrape individual study PDFs to extract those cost estimates. And those consultants spent over 1,750 labor hours to extract about 2,500 cost estimates from just the 5 ISOs. So as you can imagine, that was an extraordinary effort. And although those data may have been technically publicly available, that's different than being actually accessible. So I'll wrap up and just say that I view increased data transparency as a necessary and low-hanging fruit solution that can be implemented in the short term and can also facilitate other solutions and innovations. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Martin?
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank the FERC for providing the opportunity to join this panel and provide a bit of the California PTO perspective. For those of you not familiar with this, Pacific Gas and Electric is a Northern California participating transmission owner. distribution, gas, and other things. We serve about 5 million customers from kind of the southern end is Bakersfield, right at the base of the Grapevine, all the way up to close to the Oregon border, from the Pacific all the way through the Sierra. We've actually been working on a cluster process. We're actually on cluster 15. So for those of you new to the cluster process, welcome. We actually started implementing this all the way back in sort of on the 2009 timeframe. And back then, when we had the first California renewable rush, we were looking at on the order of about 100 gigawatts. And at that point, very much like what we're talking about today, the process broke down. You couldn't really do studies incrementally because every time you started a study, 5 more projects came in. So that's why we've been doing the cluster process now for on the order of 15 years. But the cluster process in and of itself is incredibly helpful, and it's actually helped us over the last decade, but it's not a panacea. And I just want to provide, I think Danielle from CAISO provided some context yesterday, but I want to build upon that a little bit. So where is California today? Through cluster 14, we have 188 gigawatts that have completed their phase 1 and phase 2. Cluster 15 would add another 350 gigawatts into the interconnection process. That's well over 500 gigawatts. I'd love to provide some context. That is 10 times the current California load. That is 3 times the entire WEC, and that volume of projects in the cluster would be able to serve about 2/3 of the entire continental US load, peak load. So that's where we are today. And so as we think about the challenges and the opportunities, absolutely supportive of heat maps. The other thing that we've actually done a lot of is over the last few years, we have transmission developer forums where we meet with developers, the CAISO, as well as the participant transmission owners meet with developers in an open forum to share updates on where different projects are, upgrades are, et cetera. So kind of a regular information sharing. And then, of course, CAISO provides access to their technical studies, which also allows folks to look at good opportunities to connect projects. But what are the challenges with all of this? I go back to 500 gigawatts of projects in the interconnection queue, right? The study process itself is incredibly difficult. How do you study something for deliverability that is 10 times your entire load? We've talked in this forum quite a bit about in that interconnection is at a premium. There's an interconnection shortage. At the scale we're talking about, there's a load shortage. There's not enough load. And so the studies themselves become incredibly difficult to even execute if you're looking at 10 times your load, which, by the way, is already being served. So as we talk about the challenges with some of the data sharing, again, until this process gets cleaned up, until the queues get back to a manageable size, we can provide heat maps, but those heat maps don't provide a lot of information. Frankly, to get through cluster 14, we actually had to take the PTOs with CAISO, actually had to delay results by a year because even at 188 gigawatts, it's incredibly difficult to come up with real study results. And more importantly, as we look at things like heat maps, study results, timelines, when you have approximately 1,000 projects in the queue, every time projects drop out or change their online dates, you're constantly having to effectively rerun everything. And so even the projects and the dates that we've given folks, it's really challenging to say how real are they. And so I think there's a lot of opportunities with data, with all of the discussion we're having on this panel, but I would just reiterate, the quality of the data is going to be very challenging for as long as we have an interconnection queue that is that large. So I see I'm getting my yellow card, so I'll stop.
Thank you. Before we move on to the next question, I do want to have a follow-up. I want to give Chris an opportunity to talk some more about the developer's perspective in the sort of in the present day. Assume no entry fee, assume no coordinated planning process that includes interconnection. Can you walk us through what some of the challenges and risks are for a developer that's deciding about whether or not to pursue a project in a particular area?
Sure. Thanks for the question, Mike. So as a developer, I'll have to agree with many of the panelists who do highlight that some of the models are made available where we can kind of take that information, review the previous study results, and understand kind of where current commercial interest is based on prior queue entries. And we can run as many scenarios and analyses as we want. I think the important point here is that that is only as good as our ability to project and forecast the future and determine who is going to enter maybe alongside us in other parts of the system, and for us to kind of put together kind of a stochastic sense of what is the likely outcome and what we believe is the likely upgrades that would be identified for us and the timelines associated with that. But again, we can run hundreds of different scenarios that kind of stress our understanding of the market and available capacity, short circuit duty issues, things that we can run with the publicly made models. But there's also a host of other things that we don't have access to that are impacted by, clusters being studied. One would be stability analysis. We have no ability to gain access to some of the proprietary models that the utilities would use to run through that scenario. And so while we can run through numerous scenarios to kind of better inform what we think is, probabilistically accurate through the study process, we have no ability to predict other interconnection customers' actions, either to enter the queue, to stay within the queue process, and ultimately to get to a point where we have definitive and concrete and certain kind of cost assignments. So, I think this is why we see in all of the clusters, as Caitlin mentioned, interconnection customers using the interconnection queue as a price and cost discovery tool, not because we like having our capital, tied up to get those results, but because it's the only way where we can get information that we can then take back to our developers and to our business to determine where we want to continue developing projects and accessing site control and kind of evaluating the permitting landscape. And so, per my testimony, my opening statement, I think the ultimate goal would be to have the transmission planners provide, a more forward-looking view to identify what a reasonable set of costs are and timelines associated with interconnection within, specific points of interconnection or maybe at the subzonal level. And there's a lot of good development that's been happening in certain ISOs and RTOs to try to take that step forward in integrating some of the long-term transmission planning where they're using scenario-based plans to identify new resource development in multiple scenarios, even down at the bus bar level. So, that information, while is helpful because we can kind of anticipate where new capacity upgrades are going to be, ready and available for some of that capacity to be allocated to our projects, it still doesn't address the question of what are our direct facility upgrades, what are maybe our local upgrades that are going to be assigned to us. And it still leads us needing to kind of take a leap of faith that we are able to do the analysis in a manner that will allow us to survive through the interconnection study process.
Thank you. One other question before we move on, which is there's been a lot of talk in the industry about large load issues. It seems to me that given the significant size of some of the load that we're expecting, that would have some effect on interconnection decision making. And I'm hoping that maybe Donnie can speak to this, which is how does a transmission provider, transmission owner, ISO, account for expected large retail loads and make that information available to other potential merchant generators?
Yeah, there's a lot of what goes into planning is forecasting. So you have to develop all of your models to be able to determine all of your different economic factors and what's going to be what's going to take place in the changing landscape over the next few years. A lot of the large industrial customers, they go out with press releases. It's almost like as soon as they're allowed to start talking about it, everybody knows about it. So I don't think this has been particularly well hidden. I think that there has been a lot of transparency as far as where to expect large loads, particularly amongst the larger players. They go and they look at what's going to work for them. A lot of it, since this is like AI driven, it's their access to data fiber that they can interconnect into, and so they can have a very strong downstream from the internet, as well as close proximity to electrical connections. Usually, typically the EHV, maybe 230 kV and up. So a lot of that is it's available on an individual basis. It's also going to be baked into any of our forward-looking projections. We're going to take that into consideration. And actually, there's a point, I think this was talked about yesterday on one of the panels, we're talking about heat maps for generators. Why don't we have a heat map for loads? Well, I know PJM does. I can't speak for everybody else. It's effectively the same tool. You just switch it from generator mode to load mode, and it'll tell you, it pretty much flips the results, So if you're congested where you're going to have generation output, it's probably a good place to put a load center, because you've got local generation that can't seem to get its way out of that load pocket. So, so I think that I would say the information is available. It's more of a newer phenomenon, if you will. Historically, we've always been looking at consumer behavior and generalized load growth, and it's been more evenly spread. And then that kind of goes into our load projections. That gets built into all of our models. We post all of that data. But the more individual, localized issues, I agree, it's probably pretty new, but the data is there.
Thank you. Martin?
Yeah, I just want to highlight two things. When you're starting to talk about these large loads, there's actually two nuances, right? One is, how do we incorporate that load into the future gen needs of the local area, right? And so in the California process, that goes through the California Energy Commission, kind of builds then their overall load forecast. But there's the second issue, which is, how do we ensure that there's local deliverability? And we do provide some heat maps, as I think you guys have, but the scale of this has gotten so large that actually we've run our first load cluster, because we had so many load applications coming in month after month that every time we ran a study to say, can we serve this load, we'd have another application come in. So we actually did the same thing we've now been doing for 15 clusters on the gen side. We actually ran a load cluster, partially because it's all localized. So I think the other piece I'll just highlight, and again, I'll speak from the California experience, is where generators want to locate and where loads, especially data centers, want to locate, they don't necessarily overlap. And so you still have this transmission issue of how do you move power from an area where it's resource rich from a generation perspective to where you have loads, because again, as you said, they're looking for where they want to connect is based on access to high-speed data networks, right? Not necessarily energy.
Thank you. Chris?
I'd like to pick up on what Martin mentioned, because I think we've been tracking that load cluster study that PG&E is mentioning, and I think it's a good opportunity for me to flag that would be amazing to have kind of nationwide. I think we really struggle. We appreciate kind of the expanded load growth that's occurring in this country, and through our engagements with load customers, they have a lot of interest in siting some of those projects near where we're developing projects. But there's no transparency. If we're talking about transparency for generation, interconnection information, there is certainly not that level of transparency for load. So I think if we're going to be thinking about improving efficiencies for generation interconnection, I think we would need to seize the opportunity to integrate some of that thinking for new large load, because there is a strong interest to have some of those large load customers pairing with generators, and so giving developers access to that information would allow kind of sensible development around where we think loads are going to be served.
Did you hear that, Joe? All right, good. I appreciate the knowing nod. Let's move on to question 2, which is about FastTrack processes. I'm going to break this question into 2 parts, asking first for responses from certain of you to part A, and I'll read that now. Of the existing FastTrack processes, such as California ISO's independent study process, which of them work well? What about those processes could be improved or emulated to achieve greater efficiencies? Let's start with you, Joe.
Sure, thanks for the question. And before I dive in, I will just note that, again, in our transmission interconnection roadmap from I2X, note solution 2.5, which goes into a whole lot more detail on FastTracks than I'll be able to in my remarks right now. Certainly, we think FastTrack options can be an important solution to enable generation and storage resources to come online more quickly and efficiently, and can certainly therefore be a tool to alleviate potential resource adequacy concerns. I also want to note that based on our discussions with ISO staff and our own research, our understanding is that existing FastTrack options remain relatively underutilized. And in fact, we've noticed that CAISO recently proposed to eliminate its independent study process. So there's certainly need for kind of improvement and expansion and better definition of these options. Now, two existing FastTrack options that we think hold particular promise in the near term are generator replacement service and surplus interconnection service. Now, I think we may have heard previously that there was an RMI study recently that found 250 gigawatts of new generation could be brought online very quickly under this kind of generator replacement and surplus interconnection service. And we've seen FERC, in fact, approve some of these proposals in several of the ISOs. I also want to note that the availability of low-cost storage, in particular, we think could increase developer interest in surplus interconnection service. Adding storage to an existing facility can help market participants manage capacity market ramp rates, capacity market performance risk and energy market risk to extend generator operating ranges, and can allow existing wind and solar resources to extend their resource adequacy value and as effective load carrying capability values decline. So maybe I'll leave it there for now. One more thing, yesterday we discussed the opportunities for energy resource interconnection service, or ERIS, which may be another option for potential fast tracking. So yeah, I'll pass it on for now.
Thank you. Donnie and then Caitlin.
Thank you. So I wanted to respond to a couple of your comments, but you know, I'll kind of do my own first. So hopefully I can squeeze it into 4 minutes here. So I would say what we're doing right now, as PJM is doing, is we would pretty much classify our entire transition and getting into the new cluster cycle as a fast track. We are in this transition period right now, but once we get through it and we get to like 2026 and we start moving forward, I mean, we're going to be cooking with gas. I mean, you know, you can really start getting through a lot of these projects very quickly. You're not going to be sitting very long. We have a lot of different criteria where you can expedite yourself through the process if you meet certain criteria to accelerate yourself through, and can shave months off of the interconnection process. Specific to a couple of the items that Joe talked about was, you know, you said replacements. I think replacement studies, that's probably akin to our CIR transfer. When we have a unit retire, we can transfer those rights to a new Q project, and also the surplus service. We have those. The problem with utilizing those is, again, you have to utilize, if you want to move faster, you have to do some degree of queue jumping. So we have a lot, while we're in this transition period right now, and I've talked about this before, and we're getting through, you know, 170,000 megawatts over the next couple of years. If we were to look and use a surplus study right now, if you designate that, you know, you're going to meet the requirements, which surplus is rather strict. You know, it's very defined as far as how you can utilize that. So you don't have any effect, so you can kind of jump ahead. But if you do have an effect on the other projects in the queue, you have to go to the back and you have to wait your turn. And right now, during this transition period, that wait is a little lengthy. But that was already you know, determined by the PJM stakeholders, that we would go through this transition process, and we would have to wait to get to them. Once we get through the transition, that wait time will not be very long, and I think we can utilize, you know, a lot of this a lot quicker. But again, I'll open it up to, you know, if we're going to allow some sort of, you know, queue jumping or something like that, which has been historically just, it's kind of held sacred. You get in line, you wait your turn, and right now there's a bit of a backlog because of the transition. You know, that can be done, but it will be at the expense of other projects. There will have to be some sort of discrimination based off of some sort of criteria, but it is potentially an option.
Thank you. Let's go to Caitlin, and then we'll go to Chris. And please, just a reminder to move your microphones closer to your mouth when you're speaking. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, I think there's been a lot of discussion over the last couple of days, and we heard from Commissioner Christie this morning reflections on some of the challenges that we're facing with reliability and load growth, and I think opportunities to make best and most efficient and fastest use of available existing interconnection capacity makes sense when we can do it in a fair and transparent manner. And we have seen some of the existing, I think Joe referenced generator replacement and surplus service options be able to enable, for example, addition of storage to existing renewable or gas facilities. A lot of that has been able to happen in MISO, for example. And where that has been able to work is where you have a simple materiality screen to identify if there are significant network upgrades needed, and if there aren't, the project can move quickly, and if there are, then you need to move through the full cluster process. But I think there are opportunities to expand upon these kinds of fast track options, both making best use of existing available interconnection capacity, and then with the kind of proactive planning and fast track approach to be able to make use of both existing identified interconnection capacity and also new proactively planned interconnection capacity that's been made available, again, where you're not triggering no significant network upgrades, or potentially only local upgrades, to be able to move those projects quickly through, because there are not network upgrades that need to be sort of studied in the cluster context.
Thank you. Chris?
I just want to build on a little bit of what Joe mentioned with regards to the use of ERIS as a concept for providing fast track. And I know this was talked about a little bit yesterday, or a lot of it yesterday. And I want to maybe just dispel a couple myths in at least some of the thinking and what we put into our testimony. I view ERIS as a means to an end for most of the projects that are seeking interconnection service that want to provide network resource capacity. In the process where we are there has been upgrades that have been identified for that network resource interconnection service that maybe would take 8 to 10 years to come online. There needs a fast track process to allow those projects to interconnect more quickly and start delivering under their ERIS kind of sub-designation. That is further enabled by a more sensible approach in how that level of service is studied through assumptions around market redispatch and operational redispatching. And so to allow effectively a plan of service set of upgrades to allow the interconnection to be achieved in a much more quickly manner. Part of that would also require enhancements around how capacity is then allocated to that resource as incremental network upgrades are placed into service. What we would need to effectuate that is actionable, kind of predetermined or many years in advance identification of the capacity that could be achieved while the project is operating under its ERIS standard. Right now, there's frameworks around limited operation studies, interim deliverability studies, but those are all based on a timeline that don't really allow interconnection customers to make action around that designation. They happen too close to when the project is commercially operated, or when those new upgrades are placed into service. And so if we're going to implement this concept of fast track to allow projects to more quickly interconnect, we also need to have enhancements to allow actionable kind of identification of that capacity to be delivered to that project during its time while it's waiting for those upgrades. Oh, and I just wanted to maybe also flag, or just kind of build on what Donnie was mentioning around surplus. I think the commission should look at potentially standardizing what is required to have surplus capacity added to existing facilities. I think that there is not a standard approach across transmission planners as to what is material and what is allowed. And I think, Donnie, you flagged correctly that at PJM it is the most restrictive that I think I'm aware of, where if we wanted to add a battery resource to an existing solar facility as it stands today, the only surefire way to get through that surplus process is to have that be DC coupled, because it presumably wouldn't impact some of the short circuit contributions from that surplus addition. I think that is kind of one extreme to others where we've added numerous megawatt capacity resources to existing operating assets, and it has been determined to not be material. So I encourage FERC to kind of take a look at maybe standardizing that approach across all markets.
Thanks, Chris. Jonathan?
Yesterday, on the third panel, the California ISO was talking about criteria for prioritizing and fast tracking, and talked about the role of PPAs. And a quick thing about that. And she said, you may not have a firm power purchase agreement, but you could get a soft commitment, kind of a soft PPA, which is a great concept. Wouldn't work in our situation, and here's why. If you're a developer who intends to sell into a utility, you could use that as a criterion. In South Dakota, we don't see demand on the utility side. So all our marketing efforts have been focused on corporate buyers out of state. And you're not going to get a PPA from them, can't even get a soft interested commitment from them until your costs are known. And that's real close to construction. So having a PPA or even a soft PPA, it could be great for a criterion, but please don't make it a requirement. Item number 2, in terms of prioritizing returns to queue from projects like ours that were on the queue were forced off, we believe they should be prioritized, whether it's fast tracking or prioritization. And I totally respect what Donnie has to say about jumping the queue. We think, and it's discrimination, but we believe it's fully justified discrimination in this case, both for tribes that can demonstrate that they were on the queue and were forced off, or like one of our tribes, guys who could never even get on the queue because there was no capacity available. If a tribe can demonstrate that, we think that's a good basis for prioritization. And then finally, Commissioner Christie mentioned state recommendations in his comments this morning, which is a great recommendation, and I think that would work in a lot of cases. It will not work in South Dakota with tribal developers. And speaking real frankly here, the relationship between the state government and the tribes is horrendous in South Dakota. We would never get either the tribes or the state to agree to that kind of agreement. Now, by the way, that can certainly change, and the previous administration, Governor Dalgard, had a great relationship with the tribe. The current administration does not. So I would recommend that if you look at something like Commissioner Christie talked about and have a provision, states will recommend, always include states and tribes can make recommendations that respects our sovereign status and makes us equal decision makers with tribes and does not subject us to tribal authority. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan, for sharing that. Joe?
Thanks, Mike. Yeah, I guess I wanted to make sort of a meta-level comment here that I think is relevant and important, that I've noticed the panel here, and even to some degree the framing of these questions, blurring the lines a little bit between fast tracks and prioritization. And in my view, I think it's important for stakeholders and the commission to kind of clearly delineate between the two. And I want to make sure that we do that going forward. So obviously things like generator replacement service and surplus interconnection service are examples of fast tracks, whereas what we talked about yesterday with CAISO's kind of prioritization method, it is quite different. And where, fast tracks, I think we would argue should be a regular and ongoing feature of the interconnection process. They wouldn't raise open access concerns. Something like prioritization maybe is more of a short-term solution that potentially could raise open access concerns. So I think we do need to just clearly delineate between the two and make sure we're not blurring that line.
Thank you. That's an important clarification. Anyone else on this? If not, we'll move on to, or Martin, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll just provide my 2 cents. One, I would say for us, it makes sense. I think California has seen a lot of success with adding energy storage to existing resources. It particularly works well for some of the more vintage ones where they actually did full interconnection, full deliverability studies, and they paid for their upgrades, right? So they were nameplate 100 megawatts. They can add energy storage without actually increasing the size of the interconnection. And generally, they charge from the resource. That's the other nuance we talked a little bit about yesterday is if you're adding energy storage, but you're going to be charging from the grid, that makes it more complicated, but to the extent you're going to be charging from your existing resource, which most of the solar facilities historically have done because of ITC considerations, then that actually really minimizes the impact. The other one I'll just note is there's also kind of this other process kind of outside of FERC for projects that are connecting at distribution voltage. We actually do get a bunch of those as well. Again, small scale, very limited, and so that's the other process where we'll look and say if there's any real transmission impact, but generally if there isn't, they can kind of proceed through.
Thanks. Caitlin?
Yeah, I just want to pick up on Joe's point of the distinction between fast track and prioritization in the context of, I think, Joe, in your comments, you also highlight that we use fast track in a bunch of different ways, and we have been talking about it also, not just kind of some of the existing fast track processes, but also how it would translate to an entry fee concept where you may see prioritization as a part of that version of a fast track because with the entry fee, you are pre-identifying an available amount of existing and pre-planned interconnection capacity. The entry fee itself might be enough of a prioritization to identify the most ready projects because you are setting the bar to queue entry much higher because it's the actual interconnection cost, which might be multiple fold higher than the deposits that you would currently pay to enter the queue. And of course, in exchange for that, you're getting this increased certainty. But to the extent that the entry fee itself doesn't make sure that supply and demand for that available capacity and pre-planned capacity matches up, then there may be additional prioritization. And that's where we think still respecting open access principles, but potentially some additional prioritization may be needed to identify the most ready projects to gain access to that form of a fast track.
Great, thank you. And Brian?
Sorry. Yeah, another part around fast track, I think of it as two ways. One is that developers have told us they really want to understand what in the structured screens for doing fast track, what the established reliability rules are, coupled with the transparency around the analysis methods used to provide the outputs. So I think that's really quite another number of developers have said this is important to us that we understand also the methods, right? And the way we think about the interconnection process as an end-to-end process, you're capturing not only the requests, but then you're also capturing and codifying the methods used to perform the analysis and the studies. So when you produce the outputs, you can produce not only the outputs of the study, but also the methods. And then the other part of what's key to streamline this process and improving the efficiency of the process is greater automation. One of the key things that we've focused on in the 4 different blocks that I talked about earlier, the study block, is to enable automation of the study process at the highest level. So we've decided with our software to be what's called modeling or power flow solver agnostic, which means that as data comes in through the interconnection process, a lot of the TPs and the TOs use different tools. They use Siemens PSSE or GE's PSLF, or they'll use Terra from PowerGem, or in the case of SPP, they're also working with Pearl Street, right? So this is a new tool. But the idea is the ability to bring the data in, automate the processes of looking at mitigations, studying the problem, looking at the mitigations, looking at the cost estimates, and then providing that information back in a fraction of the time that it used to be done. So literally collapsing that time will also have a significant impact on the interconnection process. Because in reality, going from application to a GIA agreement, which according to Joe's work, I believe was 30 months on average, that process shouldn't be longer than 12 months. And it can get there. We just need to drive for that standardization. We need to drive for automation, but we need to drive for transparency in the process. So that's all I have to add.
Oh, great. Thank you, Brian. And just noting that automation is the subject of our second panel today, starting at 12:45, and I'm looking forward to that discussion. Good job. One other point that I do want to raise, which is an important one that Joe mentioned, and you're going to see this issue highlighted when I get to 2B, but that is the difference between FastTrack and prioritization. I invite listeners and commenters to please consider providing some insight into your thoughts on the difference between FastTrack and prioritization, and the need to standardize that in the Commission's policymaking. Moving on to 2B, I'm going to start with Chris here. The question there is, for interconnection requests that have little or minimal impact on existing transmission capacity, should there be a FastTrack process or other prioritization method?
Here we go. I don't know how to now parse out the difference, but I think like the way that I would think about this is probably similar to how Caitlin was describing it, where FastTrack in the sense where if you have proactive planning, where you can establish an entry fee where you can allocate and be assigned capacity, that is a much faster way to get to certainty of what your costs and allocation and upgrade timelines would be. But I don't think that that's really kind of the definition where we'll likely land on FastTrack. And so really it comes down to the prioritization of that pre-planned capacity, and how do you then prioritize interconnection customers who might be bringing similarly ready and willing projects to kind of pay that entry fee to be allocated that interconnection service capacity. And so the prioritization under that paradigm would be reflected in kind of the TP's ability to filter and assess through perhaps some sort of scoring of readiness outside of its willingness to pay for the interconnection costs. And so I think that is where I would like us to really put a lot of thought into, because it is not an easy question to solve. Because you can quickly find yourself competing against similarly ready projects who are equally ready to make that financial commitment for this certain kind of allocation. And so I think we could venture as far as getting a requirement to securing binding offtake agreements. I think that there's a strong allergic reaction to that concept, which unless it is with absolute certainty that you're getting kind of an interconnection agreement with assigned costs and timelines, that kind of readiness I think would be very challenging. And but I think in a world where you're effectively planning and making available to interconnection customers kind of the equivalent of an interconnection agreement at the time of demonstrating readiness, I think it is reasonable to request that there is some sort of arrangement with an off-taker to kind of demonstrate that extra level of readiness. Absent that, we get down to kind of equivalent scorings of projects that are, again, similarly ready, and then you have to have some other mechanism to determine who is kind of ready to take that extra step of financial commitment. And so I think that these are hard questions that don't have easy answers, and I think historically speaking, it would be a departure from the way that we've approached kind of organizing these projects and taking them into financing. But I think it requires some of that creative thinking. But again, to the extent that we can get to a place where we are given actionable and contractable data up front, then I think those decisions would be those options and decisions would be a lot more palatable for the developers.
Thank you, Donnie. And just to let the other panelists know, I plan to call on Jonathan and Martin after this. Donnie, go ahead.
Thank you. So I've got a couple of comments on maybe the distinguishment between FastTrack and prioritization. So from my standpoint, I look at prioritization is what you typically have your order of your queue projects. You look at them front to back, first come, first serve kind of thing. That's kind of your historical way of looking at that. As we have moved to or as we're transitioning right now to the cluster study approach, it's really, that becomes a moot point moving forward. Everybody's going to be all kind of looked at the same time. It's either you're in a submission window and you submit and then you get looked at, or or you're being looked at. So you're either submitting or you're being looked at. But that's when we get to the final implementation of our tariff changes. Right now, we're in a transition period for the next couple of years where we are looking at the old historical projects, which are now going to be reevaluated. And it's a very transitory issue right now where you may want to use prioritization and look at new projects that are not already deemed eligible for this transition and prioritize them such that you will look at them sooner. I really think that kind of goes away once we fully implement our entire study cluster process. And that's going to be, well, what's the criteria? I mean, we've got, like I threw out the number 170,000 megawatts that we're looking at through this transition. Well, what makes one unit's megawatts better than another? As far as, readiness is concerned, we're implementing our new rules as far as, readiness deposits and everything, because we're going to first ready, first serve. All projects should be ready, or they shouldn't be submitting. They shouldn't be looking to be evaluated, to be honest with you. So that's not really probably where you want to go with that, because I don't think that's a distinguishing factor. I think that is probably you want to look at more reliability characteristics. What is it going to be impact on the system if you're going to use that for prioritization. Now, as far as FastTrack, that's what I look at. Well, now you've got your cluster, you've got your cycle, you're running through it. How do you potentially fast track certain ones that are in that cycle? That's kind of where I draw the line. Prioritization is kind of what makes it into which cycle, and then fast track is, well, how do you move certain ones quicker when you're within that cycle? And PJM right now for our transition cycle 1, we've effectively split that out. We have a fast lane. We're currently executing GIAs right now. A lot of those are going to be tendered over the next several months. And that process is working pretty well. Those were predefined projects that met certain criteria, pretty much low impact on the system. Let's just generalize it. Now, moving forward, we're going to get into, so that's where really in parallel with transition cycle number 1. Transition cycle number 2, that's when we start, transitioning more towards what the final state is going to be as far as our study process, our cluster study process. And you have to take a look at it. You have to go through, we have 3 different phases throughout the cluster study, and you have to do your initial, load flow analysis and everything, look to see your impacts on the system. And then we have acceleration criteria, and those are going to live on in perpetuity. You could potentially exit at decision point 1 after the first phase. There's other criteria where you could potentially exit the study process after decision point 2, after phase 2. And then the remaining projects, which are going to probably have a lot more impact on the system and need to be run again a third time, they need to stay in the queue until completion. So, and those are being implemented. Like I said, right now, the fast lane is going well. We'll see how transition cycle 2 and those acceleration criteria play out. So we'll have probably some lessons learned from that starting next year. And then those are going to be moving on with our cycle process moving on. They'll be within the processes moving forward.
Thanks, Tony. Jonathan.
Just real quick, because all of the OSPA tribes projects are either not on queue yet or have been on queue when we're forced to drop out. We're assuming that prioritization is more relevant to us. None of our tribes fit into the category of development where existing power plants are being decommissioned or anything like that. So that's not an issue for us. So as long as we have a prioritization process that can consider the unique aspects of tribal energy development, which are really unique to tribes, and we've already kind of discussed those, will be satisfied. But again, number 1 for us is tribes that have identified that they've been trying to get on the queue and prevented, or were on the queue and kicked off, really need to be prioritized for reentry.
Great, thank you. And Martin.
So I would say, one, absolutely agree with the comment Joe made and others, right? This nuance of fast track versus prioritization is an actually really important one, right? The more you put into fast track, that kind of feels like prioritization, and fast track isn't very fast. Having watched the news here in DC in the morning, there's a fast track where there's congestion. If you can solve the congestion, you don't need a fast track lane. But if you put everyone in the fast track lane, it's not very fast anymore. So I think that's the important point is if we can solve prioritization, if the cluster process starts to work as it should, that projects can move through it quickly, then this issue of do we need a fast track process kind of goes away. I would say until we do that, and I will say in California we haven't solved it, right? Then having some other avenues for either small projects that have de minimis impact or projects that are basically redeveloping existing generation, it kind of makes sense. I think I'll go back to the comments the Commissioner made at the beginning. We still do have reliability needs, so to the extent that the cluster process, the prioritization process, isn't fully developed, it hasn't cleaned out the queues, and hasn't allowed projects to move forward, having some type of fast track probably makes a little bit of sense. That, to me, is more a symptom of a broken process, right? The fact that we have fast tracks on highways is because the highway's clogged. If the highway wasn't clogged, we wouldn't put a fast track lane in it. And so I'll use the analogy to the cluster process is if we fix the cluster process, if the prioritization actually works the way it should to allow us to pick the right projects, to move them through quickly, and to get them developed quickly, then we actually don't even need a fast track lane. And I'll just highlight again kind of the question of small projects, de minimis network impact, that's often in the eye of the beholder. So we just need to make sure we're clear about what is de minimis, because we heard, I think, yesterday from folks saying, what feels like not a big impact can kind of ripple through the grid. I will say generally for us, single-digit megawatts hasn't really been an issue, especially if you're putting in a load pocket. But yeah, defining what de minimis is, because that can very much be in the eye of the beholder, right? A developer will say, this is de minimis. The grid operator may say, I don't think I agree.
Thank you. Joe.
Thanks. Yeah, first, maybe just a quick response to Martin with your analogy on the highway system, and you said, if we fix the cluster process, maybe we don't need a fast track. And I might say, to continue the analogy, it might be fixing the transmission planning process and where the transmission is those highways. But I actually wanted to move slightly away from the discussion of the nuance between fast tracks and prioritization, just to give a higher level thought about fast tracks generally, which is that I wanted to note fast tracks can also enable, I think, broader efficiencies. The whole discussion today is around efficiencies in the interconnection process, and I think largely we're thinking of economic efficiency and timelines and things like that. But fast tracks could also enable this broader government efficiency through the efficient use of government funds. And I want to give two quick examples of that. So right now, the DOE Loan Programs Office has the Energy Infrastructure and Reinvestment Financing Opportunity, and that has up to $250 billion in loan authority for projects that are replacing, retooling, or repowering power plants that have reached the end of their service. And those loans must be issued by September 30, 2026. So that's 2 years from now. Those are a real opportunity to take advantage of that generator replacement service opportunity. So wanted to highlight that one. The second one I'll highlight that is another opportunity for fast tracks to play a role is the recently announced U.S. Department of Agriculture's Empowering Rural America, or ERA program. And that has $7.3 billion in financing that was just announced for rural electric cooperatives to build clean energy for rural communities. Key point there is that those projects must reach commercial operation by September of 2031. Now, that's 7 years from now. That might sound like a long time, but for those of you that have followed the queued up report, you might realize that 7 years, if you don't already have a queue position, those projects could be cutting it close, absent some kind of fast track option. So again, I just want to be clear, these are past legislation. This is already authorized dollars that could otherwise go to waste if we don't have an opportunity for those projects to advance quickly through the queue.
Thank you. Before we move on, anything further on fast tracks and prioritization? If not, let's proceed to question 3. Caitlin, I'm going to ask you to start with this one. And I'm just going to go ahead and read this one. What types of remedial or mitigation mechanisms could address instances where inadvertent oversights or technical difficulties result in milestone failures and interconnection customers do not learn of these issues in time to file a waiver request. In such instances, where good faith and a significant consequence to not meeting the particular milestone are also present, how may transmission providers modify their tariffs to reach a balanced resolution that enhances the stability of the interconnection process, while also ensuring that only viable generating facilities remain in the queue?
Thanks. So I think broadly, adherence to milestones is critical for efficient and fair interconnection process. Delays and missed milestones have cascading effects across the process. And I think interconnection is a complex and iterative process. Issues do come up. In the vast majority of cases, proactive communication and existing deficiency cure processes should be sufficient to address those. And I know some other panelists in their comments recommended improvements to that. I certainly think there is room for improvement of the communication and transparency through the process that could help to avoid some potential missed milestones. But I think what this question is getting at is rare cases where something unforeseen happened and therefore there's not an opportunity to proactively communicate, or you're too late to go through an existing cure process unless you could go back in time and foresee something that was unforeseeable. So in those rare cases, there should be some, when it is, as the example, as the question indicates, an error made in good faith, there should at least be an opportunity to seek some sort of remedy or solution and not be forced into the drastic measure of terminating a project, potentially sending a project back to the beginning of the line, which may entirely kill the project that could have been very close to completion and potentially had a relatively minor and very easily fixable error. And in the wake of the DC Circuit 2021 Oklahoma Gas decision that found that retroactive waivers would be a violation of the filed rate doctrine, that is the situation that these rare cases, these rare projects would find themselves in. And I think there's a relatively, that throws away years of work and a lot of investment of time and resources and money that have been put into a project. I think that there's a relatively simple, straightforward, and can be limited solution of ensuring that tariffs in the context of the generator interconnection process include an opportunity for provide notice that a waiver may be sought, or that the transmission provider may provide a remedy after a deadline has been missed. In my comments, I recommend that the Commission address this through a show cause order, but there might be other ways to ensure that for those transmission providers whose tariffs don't already allow for this remedy, that be introduced. And I'll just also add that I don't think that this small, limited sort of additional flexibility would result in increased milestones being missed. There's still every incentive for interconnection customers to meet those milestones. Going through a waiver process is expensive, time-consuming, and much riskier because there's a high standard for the Commission to actually issue a waiver. And so I think that this would add some needed balance to the process for those, again, rare cases where this is needed, but not kind of lead to cascading impacts to the process overall.
Great. Thank you, Caitlin. Before we turn to Donnie, I just want to let the panelists know that I plan to ask Jonathan and Joe to respond to this as well. But Donnie.
Thank you, Mike. So I see probably two ways I can answer this question, so I'll try to go into both of them. So I think two different parts of the interconnection process where this is particularly applicable. One would be during the submission phase and all of the different decision points that PJM has throughout the interconnection process where data is required to be submitted. And PJM has review periods and cure periods for deficiencies already built in. But at the end of the day, this process is really built for speed, and it is a cluster process. All of these projects are being moved together, so we can't really take time and elongate evaluation of certain projects, give them multiple cure periods. It's pretty much, you got your submission, we've got your review, you can cure it. If you don't, you're out. We got to move on, because it's not fair to the other several hundred projects that are being run concurrently with you to sit around and try to keep working with you to get your data in place. So yeah, you're going to have to catch that next train. You're going to have to get back in line. But I could say we've got a data point here which shows a pretty high degree of success. We've already gone through this with transition cycle number 1, decision point 1, and we had a success rate of about 95% of projects that submitted. They were able to properly submit all of their data and move forward. I attribute this a lot to very open communication and a lot of training. This is the first time we're doing this. Like I said, this is a transition for PJM. This is a transition for our stakeholders and our developers as well. It's the first time that they're doing submissions that are meeting this specific requirements. So we've got a lot of training material that was developed, self-help videos that were posted, multiple presentations that were delivered multiple times in multiple forums, when everybody had the opportunity to ask questions to make sure that they had a firm grasp on it. And I think they did. I think we have a very, very high success rate there. The other area where I think this is applicable, it would be, you got your GIA already issued, you're going into the construction phase, now you've got milestones that you have to meet to avoid being withdrawn once you've gotten into that phase. The best way to address this is really early open communication. The developer would know if they're going to start forecasting issues with deliverables or what have you. And bring that back. We have dedicated construction engineers that work with all of the developers through the construction phase of interconnecting a generator. And the earlier that we can hear the concerns, work through the issues, and then there is potentially an avenue for milestone extension. Trust me, it's a fine line. We want the success of these generators. We want them connected. But we also need to make sure that only the serious ones are going to proceed. If they're not serious about building, and we're dedicating engineers in order to try to get them interconnected, we have to pull them off, we have to withdraw the project, and we have to dedicate those resources elsewhere onto projects that are more serious about building.
Thank you. Jonathan?
Well, I'm kind of a one-trick pony because I am obsessively focused on the cost of interconnection, and we conflate the cost of grid upgrade and transmission build-out with the cost of interconnection, because in our experience, the two have been so closely intertwined that they're really the same thing. And so when we talk about a question like waivers, I filter it through that perspective. We see FERC as having a very important role to play in advancing tribal energy and making it possible for our tribes to develop their energy resources by use of their waiver authority. And here's how that works. The interconnection fees that are currently tariffed, Order 2023 did a great job at identifying the issues and saying, look, we're going to take steps to really reduce these rates. A lot of these rates are unjust, unreasonable, and excessive. And that's wonderful. We love Order 2023. The way it has worked for us, we have two projects. For one, it made no impact on the interconnection costs. On the other, it increased the interconnection costs, right? And the reason is commercial readiness deposits and other stuff like that. They're calculated as a percentage of network upgrade costs. And as I started out saying, our network upgrade costs are $250 million. So when you start out with that as your reference point, everything that comes after that is unreasonable as a result. The other thing about CRDs is they were explicitly designed to stop speculative applications. And you may have noticed in my opening statement, I made the point, there are no speculative applications on reservations. A, we don't have the money to float a bunch of different applications, and two, we only got one area we can develop, and it's on our reservation. So there are plenty of good reasons to waive these kinds of fees. By the way, the cost of those fees, even under 2023, for us to get back on the queue would be $50 million, okay, which we don't have. And it would also, we'd have to spend that knowing that unless something changes, our cost allocations, our network upgrade cost allocations, are going to make our projects financially inviable. So here's the model that we see evolving. We have to get back on the queue, right? We've been waiting for 6 years already. Our wind farms would have been built but for the queue. So we have to get back on the queue, item number one. We don't have 50 million bucks. Those charges should not apply to us anyway. FERC is in the position to issue a waiver. It's in a position to issue a blanket waiver for tribes that run into this problem, because all our tribes are facing the same problem. You got that with other tribes that submitted comments in that docket. If, for whatever reason, FERC doesn't want to do that, suspend the rates pending investigation on the grounds that we assert they have discriminatory negative impact on tribal projects. But that's one critical part of the model, because it allows us to get back on the queue without facing those kinds of exorbitant prices. The other two parts of the model, DOE has funding sources available. Joe, thank you. And we're going to talk about some additional sources besides what you mentioned. This is the issue. It's cost, right? It's the cost of upgrading the network. DOE is in the position to fund that, and that is what should happen. And then the third component of this model is WAPA, the federally owned PMA that's been such a great partner with us at helping us design a solution and working with us to design that solution. So you put those three together, FERC waiver authority, DOE funding, WAPA design, and partnership, and you've got a solution to this problem. Pretty easy all the way around. It uses existing structures. Anyway, that's it. Thanks.
Thanks, Jonathan. Joe.
Yeah, thanks. I'll probably be fairly brief, as I think I mostly agree with my fellow panelists here, but just some general reflections. I mean, certainly recognize, as Caitlin pointed out, the value of these milestones in a fair process. And also, I should note the increasing kind of weight and importance of those milestones under Order 2023 with increasing costs and penalties for missing milestones. And John, raised some important equity concerns and implications with the way those are currently structured. I guess I don't have specific suggestions on tariff changes for missing milestones or resolving disputes over these milestones. But what I do want to reflect on is what I think is an opportunity to reduce the frequency of these issues. And this is, again, building really on what Donnie was mentioning earlier with proactive data transparency and communication between the transmission providers and interconnection customers. To refer to the I2X roadmap again, check out Solution 2.3, where we describe how customer communications and data sharing could be automated to facilitate this. So just one example of a strategy that might work to reduce uncertainty and oversights on both sides would be a web-based data portal that would allow for regular updates from transmission providers and transmission owners and interconnection customers, coupled with regular reporting requirements. Again, we think that could reduce the frequency of these oversights and issues. And I think that is, again, a simple solution that pretty well aligns with what some of my fellow panelists have discussed.
Thanks, Joe, and I appreciate the fact that you have a solution for that. Brian.
Joe, thank you very much. That was a softball, and I'll take it. But the reality is this is what Grid Unity we've been focused for the past 10 years on, is trying to look, in our mind, the interconnection lifecycle process is a data problem. And that data is a mixture of all kinds of data that is really important for the developers to see, the transmission providers, the non-RTO TPs, and the transmission owners all to be sharing in. And they need to know at all times where they respectively are in the process, right? Who has the baton is the way we like to talk about it internally. Who is the baton and who is responsible for providing the next set of data, right? What kind of alerts are we basically pushing out to the individuals who have the baton to let them know that, hey, you have to give us this information in the next 5 days or 3 days or 2 days in order to make sure that you meet whatever the requirements are of the rules and the regulations of the process. So that kind of transparency is critical across all parties. The other key thing is the communications. To a little bit to your question before, but also what Caitlin was bringing up, proactive communications between the parties can be systematic. And as people move through their information request needs and the responses, you know exactly which party is making the request. You know when they made it, right? You know who on the receiving end has to deliver upon it, because the beauty of FERC Order 2023 was to set forth a more standardized process across the country, right? And we've found that when we've looked at the process and that lack of communication is actually, you have so many stakeholders involved in the process, the developer, the TP, and the TO. There's all kinds of cracks that things fall into, right? And it doesn't have to be that way when you have an end-to-end process, a portal, as Joe's putting it, where all parties are in effect in real time sharing information along the way, and it is critical, and we view it as literally our role to make sure that that standardized portal is something that can be easily and rapidly adopted across the country by all the RTOs, all the TOs, and facilitate this process in a way that hasn't been possible in the past. So I'll leave it there.
Great. Thank you, Brian. Anything else before I move on to the final question? Martin?
I'll just add two quick things. One is absolutely agree with what kind of we started with, which is really this issue of gaps and inadvertent missing deadlines and information. Inadvertent missing information and deadlines. There's something there. One is, as everyone here has said, communication is key, having that communication early. Absolutely agree that automated communication, right, automated alerts, all of that being built in rather than being manual helps solve a lot of that problem. And there's an existing cure period for most of these anyway. The only caution I'd say is on the other half of waivers is the way the question is phrased is, inadvertent mistakes. And I think there's going to have to be, when you create waivers and you create these sort of side doors for people to come back into the process, someone has to judge whether that was inadvertent or advertent. And so we just have to be careful as we look at those, how do we make sure that we don't create opportunities for gaming? Because once you start saying, well, there's a couple of these side doors in unique circumstances, a lot of folks say, well, let me look at some unique circumstances. And so someone has to judge whether that was trying to game the system versus actually making a mistake and simply trying to recover from it.
Thanks, Martin. Donnie.
Thanks. Yeah, real quick, I really appreciate those comments. Those are great comments, Martin. And to further add on that, data submissions are incredibly important, and they need to be right. And your study's only going to be good as your input data. And it can also be used as a proxy for how ready is your project. How well have you defined your parameters of this project and submitted them and made sure that they are correct. If there was an oversight, maybe the attention wasn't given to it that it should have been given, and that project's not as ready as we originally thought it was. So I think that that's also a pretty good weed out criteria to use, that any omission, whether it's quote unquote inadvertent or not, is a good criteria to use for finding which projects are actually ready to proceed.
Appreciate the point. Let's move on to number 4. And before we get started here, I do plan on calling on each of you for this because I think it's an important catch-all. It was certainly a broadly worded question, and that is, what other opportunities exist to increase the efficiency of the existing generator interconnection procedures and agreements? And we will give each of you 4 minutes, and to the extent you provided a large number of recommendations, please start with your highest priority recommendations. Let's start with Donnie, then we'll go to Caitlin and Martin.
All right, thank you. Yeah, there's a few items here that I've already submitted in my testimony, and then I've actually had a couple of points here that I probably want to touch on as well, so I'll try to hit on everything. One of the things is, first and foremost, that's my first bullet point in my testimony, is enhancing project eligibility criteria. One of the things is, we want to cut down on speculation, and I think everybody wants to cut down on speculation. It's not good for the developers. It's not good for the RTOs who have to do the analysis on that. There is a bit of a fine line here, though, because I've heard the word certainty thrown out quite a bit. And yeah, if I'm on the market side, I would love certainty. But I like to phrase it in a different term. It's risk. It's the opposite of certainty. And risk is required. A healthy amount of risk is required for a fully functioning market. So we have competitive bids and competitive projects. So you don't want to just go 100% certainty, because then you've lost your market. It's not PJM or any other RTO's responsibility to mitigate any other developer's risk. That's going to determine what's going to be the best and most viable project moving forward. In order to, I think, address this and provide more certainty for both the developer and for the RTO, is having enhanced eligibility criteria, such that they're demonstrating that they've done their due diligence in certain areas and they're ready to move forward. There is recurring development milestones during the study process. I think that would be good, because you have more milestones that you need to hit. It kind of shows more incremental progress throughout the process. Simplification of the GIA process. This is something that they just let me out of the control room 6 months ago. I spent nearly 20 years in system operations, and one of the first things that I noticed was, well, why does it take so long to get a GIA out the door? A lot of it has to do with the negotiations, and I really think that if we could either do the negotiations either earlier or simplify the entire process. I think that would be beneficial to, again, all parties. Have less things be negotiable that make their way into a GIA. Again, I've talked about this, the construction obstacles. There's a number that's been thrown out a lot. 38,000 megawatts of generation that has signed interconnection service agreements at PJM that have not yet come to full commercial operation. And there's a variety of reasons for that. And honestly, some of those agreements just might be kind of new, so it's kind of unfair to say, hey, well, you should have come online. You just got your GIA 6 months ago. But we're going to be looking at that a little bit further at our Markets and Reliability Committee meeting, and bringing out some data, and we encourage a very strong dialogue back and forth, because we need to really know, well, what are the obstacles being faced in construction, because I guess it's mutually beneficial to everybody for those generation projects to come online and become fully operational. One of the things that I did want to hit on was automation. I know that's going to be in the next panel. It's a word of caution. So like I said, I have not personally run interconnection studies, but I came out of the control room where I ran thousands upon thousands of reliability studies, and they're not particularly that much different. And I can tell you that a healthy use of automation is great, and overuse it doesn't work. I could easily load up my case, hit a button, and there you go. I'm done in 20 seconds, and there's your results. You need to have an engineering element to it. You need to have the oversight and the engineering judgment that goes into the scrutiny, and that does take time. So I think right now we're certainly implementing on the interconnection side a lot of new technology, a lot of automation, things to streamline things that can be streamlined. But if you over automate, you're going to end up having problems, and you have poor solution quality. And I like to think of PJM planning as kind of the bouncers at the door. I was working in operations for a long time. I always looked at planning, well, you're going to have all of those submissions that are out there. You're going to determine what's actually going to be of high quality. That's what's going to get built, and that's what's going to make its way to operations for us to operate the system reliably.
Thank you. Just a note on that, I hope that the next panel on automation is able to address what you called poor solution quality. That'll be interesting. I also want to point out that your fourth item regarding construction obstacles, and that's the subject of our last panel of the day that starts at 2:45. Caitlin.
Thanks. I love this question. It's in 2 days of workshops, you did a really good job of capturing a lot of the opportunities. So I had to search to think of things that were not otherwise included on different panels. I managed to come up with 3 in my pre-filed comments. I think they have been touched upon. I want to really quickly just a note on Donnie's comment on risk. I think there's lots of risks for project developers. What we're seeking to do is make one of them slightly more manageable as developers seek to enter the market. So fully understood that there are lots of risks. I think we heard yesterday this is the biggest risk for many projects and one that is very difficult to manage and ultimately inefficient for customers as it gets priced into the projects that are connecting to the grid. But to get to the question, the 3 things that I highlighted in my comments, and they'll still be the ones that I talk about here, are increased use of grid enhancing technologies and alternative transmission technologies. This was talked about a little bit yesterday. I think the benefits of these technologies is clear. They can reduce the cost and the timeline to get projects through the interconnection process and ultimately connected reliably to the grid. Order 1920 and Order 2023 both make important progress on grid enhancing technologies and alternative transmission technologies by requiring their consideration. But there still might be reasons that even if these technologies do provide net benefits and are reasonable available solutions, that they might not be selected and deployed in the interconnection process that include just lack of familiarity, lack of modeling capability or familiarity with and set up for the models to adequately evaluate the use of these technologies, as well as just more familiarity and comfort with the existing network, sort of traditional network upgrade solutions to reliability violations. So I think additional both kind of learning, sharing of best practices and guidance on modeling standards would be helpful to accelerate that learning and ensure that evaluation and consideration does ultimately lead to selection and deployment where there is a net benefit and where those solutions do make sense. I think there have been some interesting case studies and deployments of some of the newer technologies that we can learn from and try to spread those learnings and kind of accelerate the pace of consideration and use of those technologies. The second is continuing to increase the consistency, transparency, and replicability of the assumptions, modeling, and methodologies, both kind of regionally. I think we heard some good discussion of this yesterday in the context of ERIS and how varied the assumptions and the inputs into that process and how it's applied. So I think that's an opportunity in that context and sort of more broadly to look at how different regions and region to local scopes are taking the process, using different inputs and assumptions, and where could we both make that a little bit more consistent, but also increase transparency and replicability. And then the final, this is a recommendation from Unlocking America's Energy, which I don't think has been mentioned yet, is the idea of an independent interconnection study monitor. The goal of this would be, the interconnection process is very complex. There's lots of pieces. There's lots of actors, lots of decisions and judgment in that process. And so the idea of an independent interconnection study monitor would be to sort of have access to all of the information, data, assumptions, decisions, and be able to evaluate the reasonableness of those decisions and outcomes, not to kind of follow individual projects through the process, because the goal here is efficiency. But I think that could be helpful both to evaluate the existing process and then also to potentially identify opportunities for further reforms and improvements. And also co-sign many of the other reform opportunities that have been discussed on other panels and that will be discussed this afternoon.
Thank you, Caitlin. I'm going to ask Martin to go next, but then I'm going to ask Jonathan and Brian to chime in.
All right, thank you, Mike. I'll highlight a few. So one that I think we highlighted in our written comments is really around just cutting back the back and forth. So that's, having better quality submissions from day one. There's a role for the utilities and the RTOs to play in terms of educating folks on, hey, what's really critical? How do you fill out these applications? We've done that with customer load, for example, because we ran into the same thing. So that's definitely an opportunity, and to the extent that we can cut out a couple months of back and forth, that just helps the process move along. But I'll go back to what we talked about yesterday afternoon. Until we get to a prioritized list that starts to become more real, it's hard to do the other things, right? I said at the beginning of my comments, and I think Kaiso mentioned this yesterday, is Cluster 14 took an extra year to do the analysis just because of the sheer size. And so to the extent you continue to have these sheer sizes, it's hard to move more quickly. And I'll just echo this comment on certainty. I think I've heard consistently from developers, and I'll say California is where I mostly work, is they're looking for certainty. I will say I cannot give certainty, and I'm confident Kaiso cannot give certainty to 500 gigawatts that are currently in the queue, especially given that there isn't enough load to support all of them, or even half of them, or even a quarter of them. And so that's why I come back to, until we can actually get the queues to a scale that is tenable, it's only then that we can start to move down this process of, yes, we'd like to get the queues to a size where, and it was well said yesterday by Danielle of, the queues need to be big enough to drive some competition on the back end in terms of PPAs, the procurement process, et cetera. So it can't be one for one, but we need to get to a scale that all the other things that we've talked about are kind of second order steps that we can really drive better efficiency. But until we get these queues, and I'll speak specifically to California, until we can get those queues to a reasonable size, all the other things we're sort of cutting at the edges of trying to improve the process on a marginal basis. And just two things I'll add to that. The consequence, and I know the panel on construction is in the afternoon, but just recognize that to the extent people have signed LGIAs, right, and they're sort of moving through that process, at some point, utilities are going to start placing orders, right? And I know that probably part of the conversation this afternoon is going to be like equipment delays, et cetera. It's not just the froth in the interconnection process. That froth eventually makes its way downstream to those vendors who are like, well, how many of these orders that I've received, they're for equipment that's 3 years out, how much of it is real, right? And so that froth is not just sort of clogging up the interconnection process, it's sort of slowly making its way down through the entire development process. And at the end of the day, the goal is not to get through the interconnection process. The goal is to actually bring projects online, delivering energy in a reliable way. And so, this is step one of like 10 steps to actually get something online. But there's a lot of work that we can do here because otherwise it continues to ripple down. And the last thing I'd say is one of the things that California's had some success with, and it's kind of outside of this, is policy projects, which is something that we've had some success with in the past, where when you know that there's a resource zone that has abundant resources, but no single project is large enough to really access it and to make the economics work, that's an opportunity. We did that about a decade ago with the Tehachapi project. That was a policy project that came out of Kaiso. It was a known area with very good wind resources. None of the individual projects could make the economics work. So a policy project was built to actually access all of that. And currently in the Kaiso process, we're looking at the same thing for offshore wind in Northern California, where that's coming again through a policy process. Because again, no single project is big enough to justify the cost of that scale of development, but there's a recognition that the resources are there, they're not anywhere else.
Thanks, Martin. Jonathan.
Well, let me just reiterate our model that we have developed through kind of painful trial and error over the last few years. It has three different parts. The first is triage, stop the harm that is currently being done to tribal energy by waiving unreasonable fees that are applied to the tribe. So I won't repeat that. Just a thing on that. A tribe that recently submitted a waiver request said, look, when we file these waiver requests, we have to go out and hire a lawyer. We have to do it. Are you going to make us do this every time we need a waiver of the same fee? So we like the concept of blanket waivers. We really like the idea of sua sponte waivers. The commission using its own authority, saying, we understand there's a problem, we're going to issue these waivers under our own authority. That allows everybody to get back on the queue. It stops the endless delay that we've had so far in moving our projects. The second one, I cannot say enough how great our experience has been working with WAPA and Basin Electric. These are the guys, they're not RTOs and, in another part of the country. They're the ones who provide service to our tribes. They know what we need, they know our networks, and they've been great partners in sitting down, developing and designing this transmission path that would eliminate the EHV desert in western South Dakota, and would allow all our tribes to develop their wind and solar projects. By the way, this is also consistent with the I2X Roadmap Solution 2.10. Great quote there. Including projected tribal clean power projects and Power Marketing Administration's transmission plans would enable tribal projects to interconnect these transmission networks with reduced queue delays and interconnection costs. And that is what we're doing. Final thing is, who's going to pay for all this? Because this is expensive stuff. Joe, thank you for mentioning a couple of projects, programs run by DOE. One is a GRIP grant, Grid Resilience and Innovative Partnerships. Last year, DOE awarded a $464 million GRIP grant to SPP and MISO for their JTIQ project. This year, they issued a $700 million GRIP grant to the Northern Plains Connect project. Hey, good for them. We submitted an application for the joint OSPA tribal WAPA Basin project, and it got rejected. I don't know what that's about. We're talking to DOE about that. But there's another tranche of GRIP funding coming up before the end of the year, and of course we're going to be applying for that. But there's one other thing I want everybody to think about, and that is the Tribal Energy Loan Guarantee Program run out of the DOE Loan Programs Office. For 7 years, they had $2 billion in lending authority and never used it. Not a single loan was issued out of that program, and it was a disgrace. And again, this is dedicated to tribal energy projects. So what happened in 2021, DOE said, we're going to put these projects to work. We're not going to do this anymore. Congress said, hey, that's great. We're going to give you a 10 times increase in your lending authority. You now have $20 billion. DOE Loan Programs Office been sitting on $20 billion in lending authority specifically designated for tribal interconnection projects. You know how many loans they've issued? None. They issued one commitment for $74 million for a solar microgrid for a big casino. That's it. So our position is LPO has demonstrated that it cannot administer this program. We're going to ask Congress to repurpose that fund to another DOE office that'll really put that money to work. And to put it in perspective, there's only about 5 tribal development companies in the country. And there are not that many tribes with enough land area to develop their own wind farms. So a fraction of that $20 billion could pay for all our problems, could give us EHV, interconnectivity. It would allow us to develop all our wind and solar potential. But anyway, that's the 3-part solution: FERC waivers, WAPA and Basin design assistance, DOE funding, hopefully through the $20 billion TELGP fund. So thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm next going to ask Brian, and I'll finish up then with Chris and Joe.
Thank you very much. Few things that we put forth in our submission and that people can download and read is the aggregation of data and being able to provide that data out to the stakeholders. So it's a combination of really bringing together the planning data and the interconnection data and providing it in a meaningful way out to the parties. So, you know, labs like Joe's group don't have to spend 1,700 hours trying to just bring this kind of data together. It's there, it's accessible, it should be able to be easily provided out to all stakeholders. And this goes from transmission congestion historical data, available transmission capacity data, system upgrade estimates versus the actuals, study time estimates versus actuals, construction time estimates versus actuals, curtailment percentages, and others. These are really important to help the various parties make decisions and make informed decisions, which will, in effect, have, by doing that, it will have an impact on the queue itself. You know, not as many applications that are sometimes called speculative applications will be submitted by providing that data up front. The other part is making sure there's a system of record for the end-to-end process that is critical. Part of the reason why we believe that's really important and critical to the industry is there's a lot of times you get community resistance to projects in different parts of the country, that if we had better information that could be shared in a more timely manner, all right, and also used as a way to educate the communities on the value of this new load going in their territory, this new generation going into their, you know, backyard, as you might want to call it. That's critical to provide early on, so people don't, so there isn't this great resistance, which further creates grist in the machine. It slows everything down. So that ability to provide that information. Some of the things that have been mentioned also in our mind about informing the applicant or the different parties, we view that as real-time information in being used upstream, what we call shifting things left, where you're informing people once they make an application submission how well they have performed, right? Are they above normal? Are they at 98th percentile in providing the information? So you know that they have done their homework and you're alerting them way up front. You don't have to wait for dialogue to occur. This literally can be done through machine learning processes. It's quite easy. And then the other key thing is making sure, because we know this, we're going to go through more regulatory change to help streamline and improve the process. Making sure that in the interim, we're providing out, in effect, what we think of as monthly delay alerts. So the different parties out there can see all across North America, you know, where transmission providers could provide these delay alerts that would inform the market of generation and capacity, state, and forecast impacts. So this is really important to do. It's not something we've normally done in the past, but it's easily enough to do now today, right? And I would end by saying I really appreciate the ability to contribute, and I look forward to my company and being able to provide any more information and answer any other questions in the future.
Thanks, Brian.
Thank you.
Chris.
I just want to first circle back to the concept of certainty. And make no mistake, I'm not asking for certainty on upgrade costs for something that is 10 times the peak load. I think the whole idea of providing certainty is including the need to integrate long-term transmission planning with generation interconnection. You know, and in fact, I think the CAISO has acknowledged this through their proposed plan to limit how much they're going to be studying. And I think that is the first step for, you know, them to provide what would be classified as certainty, because, you know, they are not going to be studying something that is outside of kind of the realm of what could be provided from certainty. So I just want to make that point. I also wanted to kind of come back and just talk about and just agree with what has previously been said around standardization of, you know, model data and the way that we can kind of quickly validate, you know, the model submissions. There's a wide range of kind of discrepancy in the data validation that is taken with certain interconnection requests reviews. We've received deficiencies because there's been an error in like the 5th or 6th decimal in a dynamic model. That delays validation by multiple weeks, and I would strongly make the point that that is not material to the study itself. And so if we can standardize kind of what is needed in that model validation, maybe standardizing kind of the way that those models are managed and provided as an industry, that would be one way to kind of minimize the range of model quality that needs to kind of go through our application process. Once we get to an interconnection agreement, we spend a lot of time going through modification requests. There is no interconnection request that obtains an interconnection agreement that has the exact make and model of the equipment that went into the interconnection request, just given the timeline that it takes from queue submittal to execution of IA. And so there is a lot of work to put in those modification requests, and the administrative burden that that has on scarce resources within those transmission providers or utilities, that's not a very good use of their time. So if we could kind of create a standardization around how we actually get through, reasonable modification requests, so we're not, using critical bandwidth, would be a great success in kind of streamlining some of that process in kind of post-IA and administrative work. Yeah, and I just wanted to maybe echo what Caitlin said around kind of the developer's risk. I agree, like we are not asking for a riskless process. Indeed, we go at risk quite considerably as we develop a project. We spend a lot of money developing the site, accessing site control, securing equipment supply agreements, really taking the effort forward to get to a point where we can reasonably go into the interconnection study process. And so what we're really asking for is some considerations around how we can kind of meet the need of the system at the time where we enter the interconnection queue with a degree of certainty around costs that we need to provide or to pay for to kind of obtain our interconnection position. So with that, I say thank you.
Great, thank you. And lastly, unleashing the solution Kraken, Joe Rand.
Yeah, indeed. It's fun to have the last word on this question, but the list of available solutions kept getting narrower and narrower, but luckily I had 35 to my avail here. So yeah, let me just mention a few that I think haven't really been brought up previously today or in the workshop. Actually, the first one I'll mention is not even in the roadmap because it's more about transmission, and that is reconductoring. And I think that relates to what Caitlin was saying about grid enhancing technologies. But there's a real opportunity for reconductoring in this country. There was a recent Grid Lab and UC Berkeley study that demonstrated that through reconductoring and advanced conductors, we could double the existing line capacity through existing rights of way without needing to do more siting and permitting or tower building, so at much lower cost. So certainly that could help unlock some of this problem. So that's the first one I'll mention. The second one I'll mention that I haven't heard brought up previously is workforce. Now, I know that we heard from Danielle at CAISO yesterday that it doesn't really matter how many staff you have working on a problem if the studies are ultimately going to be meaningless. But I think in many other regions and contexts and scenarios, there is a workforce issue. And I would also argue that probably, Danielle wouldn't be opposed to having more great qualified staff available to hire at CAISO. So we do have...
He says no, by the way.
Nice. Yeah, in the roadmap, we have 4 or 5 different solutions focused on workforce. And just to mention a couple of things in a little bit more detail, there's a short-term opportunity to upskill the existing interconnection workforce through continuing education. Another short-term opportunity to improve compensation and benefits and the advertising and hiring process for that workforce. And then more of a medium to long-term solution is thinking about growing the workforce through outreach, apprenticeships, and curriculum development. So a lot to do there that I think could have an impact in the short to medium term. And then the last one I'll mention kind of relates to some things we've been talking about with regard to kind of standardization and transparency of model data. But we also think there's an opportunity to explore the ability for transmission providers basically to let interconnection customers self-fund and run their own interconnection studies, subject, of course, to the transmission provider's oversight and rules and requirements. And this might look somewhat similar to what we see in the Australian energy market operator with their connection simulations tool, so something to consider there as well. Again, there are 35 solutions in the roadmap. Check it out. But these were the top 3 that I haven't really heard discussed previously in this workshop.
Thanks, Joe. Really appreciate it. And I don't mean to make light of it. The roadmap is really a phenomenal resource. Donnie?
And Joe, I'm not trying to steal your last word, so if you want to jump back in, I'm sure Mike will recognize you. But I did go first, so I had a lot to hear. Just wanted to respond really quickly. So, first, reconductoring and advanced conductors, 100%. I think we can 100% get behind that. That is something that we're currently doing right now to increase transmission capability in already congested areas. We've seen very great success with that. One of the things that did not make my list was GETS. And it didn't make my list because I put my operator hat back on. And I think it's very important. I believe that the representative from New York ISO did a really good job in the first panel distinguishing, GETS is a very overarching term, so it probably means something different to everybody. And where, what I found, I was actually kind of surprised at what some of the things were considered GETS, advanced conductors, SVCs, things like that, switchable series and series capacitors and reactors, things like that. To me, that's kind of almost normal technology. I don't even think that's that's kind of new. There are some of the new ones out there which they have a hard time fitting into operations. I'll be perfectly honest with you. So I think that there are certainly some grid enhancing technologies. It depends on which ones you break them out, and you can kind of say which ones have a place and which ones don't. We use ambient adjusted ratings we have for my entire career at PJM, and we just put dynamic line ratings in place over the last several years. But that's not really a planning tool. That's kind of squeezing the most out of what you have available to you in real time. So I still have a really hard time kind of marrying that up to using that as a planning solution. But there are definitely some technologies out there that are useful. I think that they can provide a lot of value. I reserve saying GETS as a whole because I think that includes a lot of other technologies which simply are incompatible with system operations.
Oh, great. Thank you. Before we wrap up, I did have one question that I want to ask. This came up in a few comments, and it relates to standardizing studies. There's definitely some efficiencies potentially there by standardizing studies nationally or even regionally, but a question is, how realistic is that? Does anybody want to? I can ask, Donnie or Martin. Martin, I'm sorry, I missed your.
Yeah, I'll make my comment really brief.
Okay, thank you.
I want to clarify, right? I don't think Chris is asking for certainty on 500 gigawatts. My only point was, for anybody to get any certainty, we have to have our interconnection queues have to be at a scale that the studies are meaningful. And then we can have a conversation about who wears what risk. But at this point, there's really, at that scale, there's nothing to really talk about.
Yeah, I interpret that as, the queue is on fire. We have to put the fire out first before we talk about minor solutions. I hear you. Anyone want to answer the question about whether the study standardization is realistic? Donnie?
Yeah, I'll jump in. You threw my name out there as somebody who might jump in. So that's a tough one because I understand there's developers are looking to play in all of the different markets across the United States. And we have different RTOs and ISOs that are built differently. They have different market rules. They have different operational, the general operational rules are generally the same. But their market participation rules are generally different. They're nuanced. So the interconnection process is going to be slightly different no matter where you go. I think that it's going to be very challenging to standardize the entire process. I think PJM is very unique, as every other RTO is very unique. There are already a lot of similarities as far as what's the data is required from RTO to RTO, and those overlaps kind of naturally occur. However, I think that there are going to be probably some differences, and those differences are really going to be RTO specific. So I'm not incredibly optimistic about doing a kind of a top-down approach nationally. I think we need to allow for the nuances that best fit the system and allow the RTOs and ISOs to develop their best criteria.
Great. Caitlin?
Yeah, I just wanted to respond because I did mention this as part of my final response. And I want to clarify, we don't expect that you would get rid of regional variation. But I think, for example, Tyler Norris yesterday gave some great examples of how ERIS is just understood and applied completely differently in different regions. And so there are clearly opportunities to get toward better alignment and consistency, recognizing that you're not going to get all the way necessarily to a standardized process given regional variations.
Great. Thank you, everyone. If there are no other questions or comments, we'll wrap this up. I do want to thank each of you again for making the effort to be here and for sharing your comments in advance and providing really a very thoughtful discussion. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Donnie. Thank you, Jonathan. Jonathan, on your points about tribal interconnection, I want to identify that there is a pending petition for rulemaking in docket number RM24-9 that raises a number of issues that you raised here. So thank you. Brian, thank you. Caitlin, Joe, and Martin. With that, let's take a break until 12:45 when we return at 12:45 sharp to begin our next panel on automation. Thank you, everyone.
Hi, welcome. My name is Lisa Sosna, and I'm from the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation. Welcome back from lunch, and welcome to the second panel of our second day. So our discussion here is going to focus on the possibilities of greater efficiency from automation and the use of advanced computing, such as artificial intelligence in interconnection processes. Our goal with this discussion is to better understand the state of automation and interconnection today, the barriers to greater adoption, and the promise it holds to address some of the challenges we've been discussing throughout the workshop, in particular, the time it takes to go from a request to an interconnection agreement. And I want to recognize that we're joined today by Commissioner Rosner. Thanks for joining us. And
Thanks for having me.
if you have any questions as we go through the panel, please feel free to ask.
Great, thank you.
And I'll introduce our panelists now in alphabetical order as they're seated. Thanks so much to our panelists for joining us today. Thanks for the materials that you've submitted into the record. We've really enjoyed reading through them. They're part of our briefing book. And we encourage the public as well to take a look at all those materials that are posted on eLibrary. So first we have Clayton Barrows, a senior researcher and manager of the Grid Operations Planning Group at the National Renewable Energy Laboratory. David Bromberg, co-founder and CEO of Pearl Street Technologies. Cody Dahl, senior manager of transmission business management at NextEra Energy Resources. Andrew Martin, co-founder and transmission lead at Nera Energy. Anton Patak, director of transmission and interconnection at EDF Renewables. And Jennifer Sviarchuk, manager of director interconnection at Southwest Power Pool. So thanks again to all of our panelists. I'll remind our panelists to please unmute your microphone before you speak and mute it again when you're done. And if you'd like to make a comment, just tip your name card on the side so I know to call on you. You have 4 minutes for each of your comments. After that, my colleague will raise a yellow card and we'll know it's time to move on to another panelist or topic just so everybody has a chance to speak. And now for the questions. So no large language models were consulted in the drafting of these questions. Our first question, though, I'll invite everyone to answer in order, and then for the following questions, it'll be more of a discussion. And again, raise your card if you'd like to speak. So first, please describe the different steps in the generator interconnection process that may be automated and your experience automating these steps. How can automation reduce errors, improve study repeatability and transparency, or address workforce needs? And we'll start with Clayton Barrows.
Thanks, Lisa. And thanks to the Commission for hosting this workshop and inviting me to be on the panel. I really appreciate it. It's very timely and valuable. So I'm Clayton Barrows. At NREL, I focus on developing methods and software for improving the technical and economic efficiency of electric systems generally. And as a researcher, I can't claim, as a technical researcher focused on this area, I can't claim to represent the full breadth of NREL research, even in this particular area. So I'll limit my responses to the topics that I'm most familiar with. So at NREL, we're working on a number of solutions to help automate power flow studies and identify interconnection transmission upgrade solutions. In addition to accelerating those particular steps of the interconnection process, I believe automation can yield benefits in 3 principal areas. First, identification of solutions that might not have been apparent to the engineers that traditionally conduct the interconnection studies. Second, evaluation of significantly more conditions to improve the robustness of results. And then third, improving the transparency and quality of solutions and the mitigation options that might arise from them. So beyond the solution identification through computation, I think that automation can also improve the transparency, accuracy, and repeatability of the studies. And there's 3 areas that I think that stand out as opportunities to make improvements through automation. The standard evaluation platforms can provide applicants with rapid feedback, and that rapid feedback I think is really important for the applicants and the process at large. And it can provide a common understanding of the base case models and data and the compatibility of the interconnection application data, and then the results of the automated simulations can be rapidly available to make modifications. And then the next area that I've thought about has been the automated simulation platforms could allow proprietary system data to remain protected while providing access to simulation interfaces that allow applicants to submit data representing their interconnection results and execute simulations. We've seen examples of this in Australia and some emerging examples elsewhere. Finally, by expanding the scopes of the methods and tools used for interconnection studies, we could allow for automated search or optimization techniques to help evaluate against significantly larger set of conditions and find more economic and more reliable interconnection study solutions. And so there's these three areas I think are opportunities that we can really improve the process through automation. The most immediate opportunities are within this simulation platform integration. And so we see this happening with automated evaluation of power flow studies and IEEE 2800 confirmation. And these are relatively straightforward to develop. But we've also been thinking about innovative approaches to think about how we can communicate the performance requirements to the developers before they submit their application itself. This type of approach would shorten the process. And it's important to note that this type of automation not only accelerates the studies themselves, but with standardization and transparency, the automation can also accelerate aspects of the process, like other aspects like prioritization, business negotiations, and cost allocations. So thank you, and I look forward to the rest of this conversation.
Good afternoon. Thanks to the Commission for hosting this workshop, and thank you for having me. I've had the pleasure of meeting many of you over the years, but for anyone not familiar with Pearl Street, we develop software for transmission planning, but with a primary focus on accelerating utility scale interconnection. So we work with transmission providers to deliver software to help automate aspects of the interconnection study process. And we also work with developers to help better manage risk and uncertainty in the interconnection process from their perspective. And just a quick disclaimer, this question asked about automating the generator interconnection process. I just want to be clear that I'm approaching this from the standpoint of automating the system impact study, which is our area of expertise, and not other aspects of the interconnection process. So even within the studies, there's a whole lot of sub-steps involved, ranging from taking in the data to building up the power flow models, running the power flow study, identifying the constraints, proposing network upgrades, estimating their costs, running the cost allocation, and then putting all of this in a report that's digestible by interconnection customers. So that's a pretty long list, but even that is a simplification. It is a very complex process. But all of these steps have been automated already to some extent. This isn't a thought experiment, it has been done. End-to-end automation, like going from the power flow model building all the way through report creation, that's something that's been used in the developer community for a while now for running prospecting studies and shadow studies, basically to help make data-driven and informed decisions around putting projects into the queue and then moving them forward. So that's a success story for indicative results provided by automation. Transmission providers are also beginning to wade in the waters of automation as well. I think you'll hear more about this today, especially from Jennifer, but we've been working with Southwest Power Pool for a number of years to automate the power flow model building, which historically has been a very time-consuming and engineering judgment-heavy process. So that's now weeks and months down to literally minutes in software. And we recently entered into a partnership with MISO to automate the entirety of the phase 1 interconnection study in their DPP process. So that's going, again, just from taking the request data to building the models and then running the analysis and finding the upgrades and spitting out the results. So full end-to-end automation. Now, automation is not perfect. Even in this answer, I've kind of focused primarily on the steady state study. so power flow, but there are other study types that are applied in interconnection and in transmission planning more broadly that are more difficult to automate, just more detailed. And power flow itself is just an abstraction. So what you have in a power flow model, it may not have all the physical constraints and other considerations that you might need in order to propose kind of like a final transmission plan or network upgrade plan. But we view automation as a way to get to actionable results fast, and then free up bandwidth for engineers at the transmission providers to go that last mile and apply thoughtful transmission planning beyond what the automation can already give you, or even just to get reasonable starting results very quickly, which they can then inject their own engineering judgment, insight for upgrades or whatever it may be, and then rerun the study end to end to see how that impacts the results and what comes out. So you can have this very rapid iteration. Automation does not have to be like the end-all be-all, there's one solution. It just helps transmission providers do their job faster. On the question of transparency, it helps developers be better informed because automation by definition implies replicability. So any developer or other stakeholder in the process that has access to the same tools, the same inputs, they can produce the same results, and everybody is on the same page. Everybody's on a level playing field. That's all I have for the first question. Thank you again.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to participate on the panel and give NextEra's perspective on the topic of automation. David stole a lot of my thunder, but I want to echo a lot of the comments he made. A lot of the steps in the interconnection process can be automated, from the applications, steady state analysis, mitigation development, cost allocation, particularly up front in the process where things are going to change as the process goes on, and from phase to phase and things of that nature. And we feel like too much time is spent on those early phases where not a lot, sticks. As a result of this, we've had conversations about automation with some software developers such as Pearl Street and SPP on how this could help their process, and we're involved with some of those conversations with them as well as AWS. And I guess we see Pearl Street and SPP's partnership as a success story in the things that automation can do, particularly up front with model building and things that, cutting down on the time. And in general, our opinion is that automation is probably the most obvious form to reduce these long timelines for doing interconnection studies. And, SPP and Pearl Street work together. I'm also happy to see that MISO is going to be automating their phase one process as well with automated analysis, mitigation, cost allocation for their upcoming cluster in February 2025, and I'd like to give them kudos as well for doing so. We have a lot of experience of developing our own software tools to do a lot of these things. As David said, a lot of this is not reinventing the wheel. It is time intensive, resource intensive, and perhaps in some cases, depending on how far you go, can be capital intensive. But we've developed internal automation for submitting our applications, replicating the studies, trying to make best decisions for our portfolio and things of that nature based off of replicating the processes and coming up with cost allocation, cost mitigations. There are also cost estimation guides and things of that nature available that you can utilize in the automation process. And internally at NextEra Energy Resources, we rely heavily on analytics and automation. Also, with respect to the data entry, greater automation and standardization of tools, we feel can ensure that all the data is correct and validated, up front, and eliminating a lot of the time that is used for maybe minute technical parameter differences that lead to long lags in study. So, and also we feel like for the transmission owners involved with an RTO process or even their TP process, their time is,
better used to later on in the process, or coming up with more nuanced things, or reviewing what the automation provides from a resource metric. And in general, we feel like automation is where most of the time improvement opportunities are. I know yesterday there was some talk about in one of the panels about megawatt caps proposed and things like that, and we feel like that is a square peg in a round hole. David Mindeman mentioned that, just by nature, not every project is going to get built. Not everyone can win an RFP, right? Competition is good in every business, including this one, and for consumers and for everyone, and so I think and we also have some older cycles that are not necessarily large in size that have been waiting for GIAs for 5, 6, 7 years, that are not these multiple time peak load clusters. They're smaller. We feel like doing that would just exacerbate the issue, and that great improvements can be made to automation investment from a resource and cost perspective to aid in the overall timeline for getting this changing fleet online. Thank you.
First, thank you to the Commission for organizing this workshop, and I appreciate the opportunity to be a part of the conversation. I'm Andrew Martin. I head the transmission planning team at NERA, and I've spent the past decade working as a transmission planning engineer. I've worked as a planner at the NISO, and I've led close to 1,000 interconnection studies across various ISOs in the US through different capacities over the past 10 years. NERA is a software company founded on the premise that much of today's transmission planning workload should be automated. More than 80 of the largest developers in the country are using our software to get study results on the order of hours instead of weeks or months. David covered the kind of overview of the interconnection process well, but just to kind of summarize again in some simple steps, first, a set of initial assumptions are established. That includes, what generators are in the cluster that need to be studied. Models are then built using those assumptions. Those models are then run through PowerFlow software like Terra, and more on Terra in a second. Results are then reviewed by engineers, solutions are developed, and costs are allocated to applicant projects. Running these steps, or running a study, requires orchestrating the flow of data from one step to the next, and there's often hundreds or even sometimes thousands of iterations between these steps. Sometimes you identify an error in your initial assumptions, and that forces you to go back to the model building step. Additionally, if you're developing solutions, you also need to go back to the model building step and run that through the entire process. This means most of a transmission planner's time is spent manually handling that data from one step to the next. And that is work that code can ideally handle. This process, is pretty prone to human error without robust end-to-end automation facilitating it. And it makes for results that are challenging to replicate. NERA has automated all of these steps on top of industry standard PowerFlow solvers like Terra. You can think of a solver as really it's just a calculator, an advanced calculator that transmission planning engineers ping with data and get back results. Existing solvers like Terra work very well for their specific purposes, like building models and running the PowerFlow analysis. And we believe that rebuilding the solver is not the most efficient path to interconnection study process improvements. Solvers such as Terra have been fine-tuned over the past 20 plus years, and reinventing them does not address the core problems that we're up against today. ISOs and software companies should think of existing solvers as infrastructure to build on top of. And NERA does this by layering automation on top of these solvers, like Terra. And as a result, we've been able to dramatically improve the speed at which we could run interconnection studies nationwide. For some examples of the benefits that this can deliver, we've been able to reduce study timelines from months down to hours, enabling our customers to view results for their projects immediately rather than, again, waiting months. In turn, this has increased the repeatability of the process for us. We've helped both ISOs and developers identify over $100 million in cost allocation errors in these critical decision windows where every detail matters. We've also demonstrated how this can fill the labor shortage gap. For example, 3 engineers on our team can facilitate analysis for several hundred projects at a time. And doing this manually within the same time frame for a traditional team would require 30 engineers and might not even be possible within the given time frame. In summary, automation should facilitate all steps of the study process. It will by no means replace engineers, and these processes won't be fully automated in totality, but automation should facilitate the process. And we have room to, I think, over 10x the speed and volume of these engineering workflows while improving consistency and accuracy. Thank you.
Yeah, just a little background on EDF Renewables. We're a developer, owner, and operator of renewable assets, both in most of the markets across the country as well as worldwide. It's great to be here. It's a very pertinent topic and an honor to speak to you today. It's a little funny because when I think of automation for me, it means if I put my favorite record with his Earth, Wind, and Fire's Greatest Hits, Volume 1, on the turntable, and I press the button, it plays the record, and then it picks the needle up and it goes back to the beginning. That's enough automation for me, but it's too late to commute now, so I'm here. I think the automation, I think it's evident now that there's a lot of steps in the process that can definitely be shortened with automation, including but not limited to application review, building the model, verifying the model, getting the cases to solve, addressing non-convergence issues, developing mitigations, building a post-upgrade model, and running all sorts of analyses. I think one of the themes I want to bring up here is that as the costs to get into the queue and to maintain positions have risen significantly, I've been involved in submitting applications into MISO since they were formed. It's a different world now than it used to be. The costs to get in are significant. The risks to proceed through the process before you have cost certainty are very significant. And I think, there's always going to be some amount of uncertainty, some amount of risk, but that it has to be somewhat manageable. And I think in a lot of cases, it's become completely unmanageable. There's a lot of changes that could be made, as well as, in the study processes themselves that are outlined in the manuals that are not necessarily requiring tariff changes. A lot of these items are fairly low-hanging fruit. Some will be a little bit more contentious, but there's a lot of opportunity here. In addition to some of the more technical parts of the study that can be automated, we've heard mentioned before of agreement drafting. There's a lot of just kind of legal processes that might be able to be automated, as well as kind of like post-interconnection agreement, like modification requests, which at least for us, they're kind of like a given for any project that we'll ever want to interconnect. I feel like there's also some limitations in parts of the process that could be automated, but are going to be a little more challenging to get to, such as, what is the limiting element that's driving the need for any given upgrade? So, for example, you know, if a line has a certain rating, is that the terminal equipment at the ends? Is it because of the conductor itself, or is it clearance issues? A lot of that information is held by the transmission owners. And until that information kind of flows a little bit more readily between the TOs and the RTOs, that's going to be a tough part of the process to make go quicker, even though I think there's a lot of value in doing so. In relation to facility studies that are completed, I think a lot of times we do a little bit of over-engineering, kind of a little bit too early in the process too. So I think while we all want, you know, as accurate results as possible, I think we acknowledge the fact that in the earlier stages of the study process, we don't need to, you know, dot all our I's and cross all our T's. There's a lot of situations, especially for, you know, for example, projects proposing to tap a line, where you go through a facility study to come up with like a, let's say, a ring bus 230 kV interconnection and price that out. That's been done probably by that same TO in the past, probably multiple times. And so I think, you know, having some other way of approaching that where you don't need to really do more work than is really required would be pretty valuable. And lastly, I just kind of want to underscore a point that I think, you know, if we're looking at automation to shrink the timeline in a certain process, we should look at, you know, is the process a good process to start out with, or are we basically using it to, you know, if it used to take a long time to get very questionable, uncertain, and unactionable results, are we using automation to just get those results sooner when, you know, if we take an early stage, like a phase 1 study result, and we look at it, I mean, we can't act on that information because there's so many uncertainties and cycles ahead of us, network upgrade assumptions, viability of the projects that are in 1, 2, or maybe more cycles that have not yet finished their study process. You know, if we're just, you know, getting that information sooner, it still is of very limited value, and we should look at also trying to get us, you know, better quality information so that we have something to act on as well. Thanks.
Hello, and thank you for the opportunity, this panel, to talk about automation and the various work that SPP has done so far. It's a really good topic, and I'm happy to be here. SPP has applied automation to our current backlog studies, and we're making our way through those clusters. By next summer, every request will have a phase 1 and a phase 2 answer, and many more requests will have reached GIA. A lot of that is due to the automation that we put in place. We just implemented automation of online applications. So data coming into the study process will be validated. That data coming in a better way will make for better models, better constraints, better solutions, better reports overall. What we don't know is if any request would not meet the specification to get through that online application. Does that indicate that they weren't ready to be part of the study process? So that's something that we'll be monitoring. Once we're in study, as David mentioned, to do our power flow dispatch and model solve, we've implemented a tool called Sugar, and it really did speed up the time significantly. It allowed us to meet aggressive study timelines. Right now at SPP, a phase 1 is 60 days and a phase 2 is 120 days. We'd definitely be interested in automation that does a similar model build and dispatch for stability dynamics. Those models are complex, they're sensitive, so I'm not aware of a current automation solution that exists for that today. Our consultants use Terra, and that's to run the ACCC constraint analysis and apply a transmission distribution factor to requests. That's going to show the constraints that require mitigation. And so we think that the next best area besides stability would be for the solutions. Are we choosing the right option for the region? Even if there isn't an automated solution for that, if we can automate other steps in the process, that's where our engineers and analysts would like to spend the most time so that we're assigning the correct network upgrades to begin with. From there, we do facility study, we do GIA, so we're confident that having the information from the application up front in a digital form, that's going to help us to provide that same data across facility studies, across GIAs. You know, it really is important to have that data and reduce the need for data entry and moving data back and forth. In addition to these, you know, these are parts and pieces of the existing GI study process, and we found a lot of benefit using automation, as discussed. We're very interested in applying a systems solution as well. So parts and pieces help us do the studies faster, especially looking forward to consolidated planning process. That would be an excellent opportunity to make a large-scale change and apply process automation of inputs, of outputs, of reports, and the different data that we would want to share. And we think that that's very akin to an integrated marketplace solution. So SPP went live with our integrated marketplace in 2014. You know, that was a 3-year effort. There was substantial investment to that automation, but it benefited the entire region. And so we think that when you bring generation and load together with transmission planning, the potential for existing and new automation as well as AI for predictive tools is something that we're very interested in exploring.
Thank you so much for those responses. That's actually a great lead into our next question. So, recognizing that artificial intelligence is a general term for a broad range of tools, you know, from statistical modeling to advanced deep learning, generative AI, please help us understand what role do you see for AI in interconnection? And are you using AI tools today as part of or separate from your work on automation? And first, for this discussion, I'll call on Clayton, and then Jennifer, if you'd like to speak after that, please raise your name card. Thank you.
So I'll start by saying that as a national lab, we don't do interconnection studies. So just to clarify. So we don't apply AI to any part of this, but we do a lot of work on understanding how AI methods can be applied or developed for addressing various aspects of this problem. And so we've been talking a lot about the power flow problem or modeling electricity in a network and things like that. And AI has shown to be not great in a lot of applications for those problems. And that's traditionally because some of the most mature AI approaches are neural network-based approaches. And those approaches, while they're really good at gaining insights into complex problems, like how to write an English paper, for example, they're not great at learning the structure of a well-defined and highly structured problem. And so when you apply them to the power flow equations, sometimes they don't respect Kirchhoff's law. There are some emerging approaches that have been around a long time, but thanks to some advances in computing and data availability, we've come a long way. So neurosymbolic AI kind of marries that neural network-based approach with symbolic-based approaches, and you can gain some new insights, and it might be really well suited to energy planning or transmission planning problems. And so those are emerging, but they're just emerging now, and we've got some examples on a 3-bus network. So we're getting there. But I think that Jennifer noted some examples where there's lots of, like, outside of the power flow problems, there's lots of opportunities to apply AI in the legal proceedings process, in the submission process, in the data generation process, and things like that. So I want to give my colleagues an opportunity to address this.
Yeah, I tend to agree with Clayton. There are points in the process that can be automated with AI. You know, we don't want to confuse those two terms. So for AI, where you're applying machine learning at points in the process, that might be where AI can read site control and give it a score. This is good site control. This is not so good site control. And that could help staff, you could spend up to 15 hours just reviewing site control, depending, if it's a wind farm and lots of data that you need to collect for that. What SPP is more interested in for AI and machine learning would be for transmission solutions, and that's not just for generator interconnection, that's more broadly. Looking at predictive tools to say this is where the best transmission should be built to enable future load and forecasting. Those are some of the things that we're looking at as a predictive tool rather than to make points of the process faster.
Thank you. And I see a few name cards raised. David, I saw you raise yours first.
Thank you. I can't attend a panel without giving at least one hot take. So the definition of AI that you read, I'll just read it again. I have it in my notes. AI is a broad term for a spectrum of tools ranging from simple data validation to more sophisticated machine learning and statistical modeling to advanced deep learning and generative AI. This definition, I have to admit, it gives me a little bit of heartburn. And this is, if whoever from the commission is in the room that wrote this, I'm sorry, you're great. It is intimidating sitting across from all of the staff. It feels like my PhD committee all over again. But I mean, I don't think we need to ride the hype wave of AI in order to reap the benefits of automation. I think, as Jennifer pointed out, those two terms are often conflated, but they're not necessarily the same thing. Like AI maybe is a form of automation, but it's not the only form. And there's a lot of room for improvement in the interconnection process and also within transmission planning as well, that doesn't lean on what most people think of as AI today, namely like generative AI, neural networks, as Clayton pointed out, large language models, all that. So like inference-based technologies is how me, a pseudo layperson, might think of it. According to the definition in the question, yeah, we use AI, right? But our AI is a physics-based optimization engine that can automate certain problems in the interconnection process in ways that traditional tools maybe are less good at doing. Does that make us like an AI company? I don't think so. And for automating interconnection, it's not just things like that. I mean, like Andrew pointed out earlier as well, it's also just introduction of what I would call modern computational software engineering. So orchestrating data flow, leveraging distributed computing, things like that. None of that is AI. All of it can help drastically reduce study timelines. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, Andrew.
Thanks. Agree with a lot of the comments with respect to, I think the type of AI that's captured the imagination of a lot of folks as of recent, things like large language models like ChatGPT from OpenAI or Cloud from Anthropic. These types of tools are not there yet to provide an impact in this industry. We first have some steps to take to get there. And certainly, as David said, there are types of AI that have been employed for quite a while now on the computational side of things, things that are baked into Pearl Street's Sugar software as well as PowerGem's Terra. Goes back to those calculators I was talking about that transmission planners continuously ping. Could characterize that as AI. I think that you can think about this in kind of like a layered approach, where you have those solvers as like a base level, and those are pretty solidified at this point. And the next level beyond that is wrapping those solvers in process automation. And once we get there, which we have a long ways to go, we can then think about some pretty exciting technology that's being developed now. So a common thing or a trend in software engineering is having a co-pilot. Basically think about it as like an intern that helps you code. You can ask it questions and it gives you some code that you can copy and paste. You can't rely on it 100%, but it can certainly speed up your workflows. Something like that could certainly be in the future for transmission planning. So a transmission planning kind of co-pilot, if you will. But again, first we need to, really get a really good foundation of process automation so that such a tool could leverage that. So imagine a world where you ask your transmission planning co-pilot to study 1,000 different scenarios for solution development. You need to have a core, foundation of process automation for such a tool to leverage to get there. That's far off in the future. Again, I think the focus for the next couple of years is going to be really kind of nuts and bolts software and data engineering for process automation.
Thank you. And to round out this question, we'll have Cody and then Anton.
Ditto. No, yeah, I agree mostly with what David and Andrew stated. In general, there are a lot of improvements that can be made in the actual, what I would consider automation, but not necessarily AI. We're still a ways away. And I think all of us up on this stage utilize a lot of automation to try, to replicate the DPP studies very quickly for many scenarios and mitigation, cost allocation. That is automation, and it does exist. I think everybody relies heavily on automation, but do not use much AI at this time. We can't tell AI to do even steady state analysis, let alone the transit stability, or if you have a weak grid area, like an electromagnetic transient study, something really complex. AI does, however, seem to do a very good job at pattern identification for large data sets. And we've explored potential uses such as parameter verification, like upfront with applications, or even like in stability models and things like that, where there's a lot of time spent troubleshooting, where you have a large amount of data available and it knows relatively, what a range should be and then identified patterns and things like that. But to actually perform the study itself, we're not quite there. A colleague of mine actually sent me a popular dialogue he had with a popular chat AI engine where he's arguing with it about how many R's are in the word strawberry, right? Like, it insists there's 2. He's arguing it's 3. So, are we not quite there? Chat AI is a little bit stubborn too. I think for something this nuanced, there'll be, I think we'll be there eventually, and it'll open up a lot, but, we're still a ways off.
I agree with everything everyone said, so I won't repeat all that stuff. I do think there's a significant potential benefit in site control, especially as these cycles have been getting quite large, and a lot of the projects are very, some of them are fairly large as well, and there can be, hundreds of documents submitted for one particular project. So I think we've seen a struggle there to kind of get through that initial screening, and I've seen it both in MISO and PJM. I'm sure it exists elsewhere. But I did want to touch on one potential other avenue for, and I'll probably just call it automation, not AI, but the heat maps that are provided, pre-screening tools. It's great in concept, but I think they're of pretty limited practical use because they're based on, they're only as good as the assumptions that go into them. And still, I would kind of need a crystal ball to be able to predict all the changes that would have to happen for prior queued projects, and maybe 1, 2, or 3 cycles in front of when I'm going to get in the queue to forecast their decisions. That's very tough. But if you had a heat map that was maybe a little bit more flexible, I'll call it a heat map with a thermostat, you could kind of adjust prior queued projects to some level that might be a little bit more reasonable based on, we know that it's a small percentage of these projects that actually proceed, and that percentage kind of increases as you get later in the study process. But some way to run your own your own kind of suite of sensitivities that you might want to look at as you're looking at new points of interconnection, or even after you're in the study process and looking at, what might happen. Having just a manual process that we undertake in-house, it might it might be more valuable if the heat maps that are provided could be kind of expanded to do some of those additional sensitivities, so that you could look at other possible future scenarios without, and this could be available to everybody. I think it would do, potential some advantage there. Thanks.
Thank you. David, I see your name card is up. I am going to move to the next question, but I'll let you start us off on that question. So our next question explores the current level of automation today, any impediments to further automation, and the role for the commission. So I'm going to break it into two parts. And the first part is just looking across the industry today, how common is automation and different steps? And David, would you like to start us off? Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Yeah, I mean, I think it's worth pointing out, going back to when I gave the laundry list of steps in an interconnection study process, which I'm assuming all of you completely remember. So when there's a pop quiz, you'll be able to name them all. A lot of those steps, or maybe not a lot, at least some of them, they've actually been automated for a really long time. I mean, when you think about automating an interconnection study, I think it's only natural for your default assumption to be automating running a power flow study, a contingency analysis. But stuff like that has been done for years and years and years. I mean, scripting and automation and batch processing of contingency analysis in tools like Tara and PSSE and all that, like people have been doing that in interconnection and transmission planning for a long time. This is probably going to sound like tautological or maybe a little dumb, but like the steps of the process that are not commonly automated are the ones that have traditionally been unautomatable, right? Stuff that requires substantial engineering judgment and input from the user, where it's more of like a back and forth or an interplay between a person or a team of people and software. So the power flow model building that's been mentioned a couple times today, that's an example of that. Historically, that has been something that is fairly manual. When you're integrating 50 gigawatts of generation into a footprint that has 50-ish gigawatts of peak load, just thinking about SPP, that's a challenging problem to do in existing transmission planning software. It just wasn't necessarily designed to handle things like that. So that's kind of where we, in particular, where Pearl Street in particular developed its foundation. It's in helping automate those problems, which are traditionally just much more manual. There was a comment, I think, yesterday from Arash from Invenergy that we need to get better and faster at building models. I just want to point out that the future is now. Like, the capabilities are here. People are doing this. There's room for improvement. We can do more, but we're not starting at zero. I think last thing I'll point out on how common is automation, it's worth noting that no transmission provider has really automated the entire study process. So all those steps I mentioned earlier, we've developed end-to-end automation for developers. I mentioned that earlier. NERA has as well, and there's other companies that kind of offer similar software to help developers just understand what's going on in interconnection a little better. But no transmission provider has taken that leap yet. We are excited to be working with MISO on starting to take that leap with automating the phase 1 studies. That is true end-to-end automation, taking in that digitized data, building the models, running the analysis, upgrades, cost allocation, et cetera. And we're excited to see what that does with study timelines. I mean, it's going to shrink them by at least an order of magnitude, hopefully more.
Thank you. Andrew?
Thanks. Agree with a lot of the comments that David just made. Maybe I can try to highlight where we might differ. So yeah, across the industry, transmission planning engineers at ISOs have historically done a lot of different automation. This usually comes in the form of bespoke scripts that drive things like Tara or Microsoft Excel macros that help with the cost allocation. David's laughing. It is unfortunately a little laughable. And the reason for this is, most transmission planning engineers are self-taught when it comes to writing software, which means that, they're not the greatest software engineers, and that's, you know, no shame on them. That was definitely me. It is still me. I'm, you know, very reliant on the software engineers at NERA to do a lot of this automation. However, you know, as impressive as it is in a lot of cases where transmission planning engineers are able to write scripts, it's not nearly as effective as having a software organization with classically trained software engineers and product managers basically building the tools that transmission planners need. And transmission planners that need to be a key stakeholder in the development of such software. They need to be reviewing the code and not just trusting software engineers to implement transmission planning logic. Right? Like, we need the SMEs building this automation with the software engineers. But with that said, you know, it's unrealistic for the industry to expect ISOs to become software companies. Building out software engineering departments is a very challenging task, even for software startups. And that's not a fair expectation for us to ask of ISOs. You know, they already have a lot on their plate, and you know, we should enable them to just stay focused on applying their transmission planning expertise. And I think it's the role of software companies like NERA to partner with ISOs to solve that part of the equation. At NERA, we've built software teams, our software team, by, you know, recruiting folks from companies like Meta and Palantir, and we pair them with world-class transmission planners who can also write and review code. And those two professions, you know, work closely day in, day out, screen sharing, looking over each other's shoulders to build our software. And again, it's up to companies like NERA to build these teams to help ISOs with automation. Thanks.
Thank you. And Cody?
Hi, yes. In my experience, it seems like automation varies greatly by TP. Some are definitely more sophisticated than others, and a lot of it comes down to, you know, the level of financial and resource commitment, and also, as Andrew mentioned, you know, they might not necessarily have the software expertise on staff or have, you know, purchased available software to do so. And so from sophisticated to extremely archaic, you see, and very manually intensive processes, you see along the lines. One thing I have noticed is fairly common is that in areas where there are a lot of local planning criteria requirements that are outside of what the TO runs for their own processes, there is a lot of delays, and it's very manually and creates a lot of issues that we've seen, as even if, yes, a lot of times the RTOs are ready, but they're waiting for the LPC from another party, and it's mostly manual and creates long delays in the process. Thank you.
Thank you. And that really leads into our next part of the question, which is, what do you think are the main challenges to broader adoption of automation today? And do the Commission's existing regulatory frameworks and/or existing industry practices present any impediments? And what role can the Commission play in supporting adoption of automation? And Clayton, I see your name tags raised. Would you like to start us off on this?
Yeah, that was really the side of it that I was interested in. So I think there's kind of two areas. I think we've touched a little bit on the lack of software expertise in the industry, and I think those are interesting aspects. And I think when we get into the problems themselves and the interconnection studies themselves, I think there's really two areas. One that's commonly brought up, and I think we'd like to think about, is the computational tractability of the problems themselves. And I think there's lots of PhD students that focus on trying to improve power flow solutions, and I think that's great. And as a researcher, I really like that, and we do need to make some advancements, and that can allow us to grow the scope of interconnection studies, make them more robust, make them get us better solutions. But I also want to highlight the data protection and the incoherence of data that's used in a lot of these studies, and I think that is one area where the Commission can probably make some improvements. As the designator of the CEII classification, the commission kind of plays a key role in protecting the data that sometimes limits data exchange between tools or steps in the process or actors in the process. And I think that there are opportunities to reform that process and make it more clear what should be CEII and what should not be CEII, and how something that is in a data set that is CEII can be un-CEII'd, so things like that, so that we can do a better job of exchanging this data and coordinating in this process that I think is really important.
Thanks, that's helpful. David, I'll call on you next. I'm just going to make a note. If you hear any feedback with your mic, try pulling it a little closer to you. Thanks.
That was a really good point, Clayton. I actually thought that, my AI thing was going to be a hot take, but telling FERC to, make changes to CEII, bold. Yeah, I mean, for this comment, I'll just be brief. I just wanted to point out that working at a transmission provider, at an ISO, especially running interconnection, it is a really hard job. It is a thankless job, and I'm sure many of us in this room have been on like the stakeholder calls where I don't actually work at the ISO. I'm just like a guy listening in, and even after it, I feel like I need a beer because of how like brutal and eviscerating it can be. And I think it just speaks to the pressure that's on transmission providers to make progress in interconnection. I mean, that's why we're all here as well. And kind of a big impediment that I see to adopting, automation, but not just automation, it's really the struggle between investing for the long term versus not losing momentum in the short term. There is a lot of pressure to get these studies done and move projects through the queue. And if you're asking or expecting transmission providers to devote some of their focus, bandwidth, resources, money, whatever, into exploring automation solutions that don't help right now, it can be challenging. And I empathize with that a lot, having worked with transmission providers now for a number of years. I don't often like to point out problems without solutions. I'm not saying I have a great solution to this problem, but if we could provide some way, some resources, whatever, to help transmission providers make these longer term investments that help a year from now, 2 years from now, whatever, while not losing momentum in the short term, that would be, a pretty big improvement, I think. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll turn to Anton next.
Thanks. A couple of things I just wanted to point out. It's been mentioned before, but having the facility rating information from the TOs available to the ISOs kind of readily available, and to take out that manual part of the process, I think would be very helpful in coming up with mitigations in a very timely manner. That's not done today, and it can really take a lot of time from, running the model, even with today's tools, and coming up with a list of overloads might be fairly quick, but getting mitigations for all that takes some time. And again, there's, how much detail at what point in the process do you need to go through? I mean, I think some improvements can still be made, to get that information sooner, not maybe fully developed solution, but at least close enough. And then, further down in the process, once you know the final mix of projects, final mix of network upgrades, to put some detail, a person's eyes on all these solutions and make sure they make sense. Also, I think, to address some of the impediments in terms of processes that exist, if you have areas that do not have a robust transmission planning effort and your interconnection process is starting to look like a transmission planning exercise, that's a very inefficient way to, what happens is you find very large upgrades, often extra high voltage lines that cover several hundred miles, and you're assigning those costs to the study participants. Of course, no one will fund that, and that solution kind of goes in the garbage can, and you do it again after a bunch of projects drop out. So that's an inefficiency in the process. I think there are things we can do to, I think when we hear about, we've got these queue sizes that are just so big, and I'll probably fall in the middle somewhere. I don't hate cap proposals or proposals to limit the size, but I think there's also things we can do to accept, I think a lot of times we accept the fact that, our business manuals say, okay, if you're in this case normally, we'll turn all the steady generation on, which will often exceed the peak load in that area. We ship the energy hundreds of miles away. We turn off all existing generators. I mean, it's diverging from reality quite a bit. And this solution, while it's a huge engineering feat and accomplishment to come up with this solution, it's only used to figure out what cost do we assign to generators based on a completely unrealistic scenario, and to tell them what to post to proceed to the next step in the study process. And then we take that solution and we walk over the garbage can, we throw it away, and we do it all over again, right? And this is an inefficient process. Even if all that stuff was sped up and done a lot quicker, it's still not giving you an accurate signal of what you need to do to proceed. So I think, if there's a way to, while looking at each project on its own with the rest of the queue cycle, dispatched at a much lower level to reflect, what level of projects do we expect to proceed from phase one, to completion. I mean, I think, and I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, but there's ways I think we can do that where we don't require these like really unrealistic scenarios to be studied and solved for only as a intermediate step to assign costs, whereas the final solution that we end up with is going to look a lot closer to a realistic set of assumptions.
Thank you. And next we'll have Jennifer and then Andrew.
Yes, thank you. So broader adoption of automation, we face several significant challenges. It is, like David said, very difficult to change the tires while you're driving down the road. So we're performing these studies in a backlog environment. We're told to speed up. We're told that we need the answer. We're told the answer isn't what we wanted it to be. And at the same time, that automation can help. That that would free up staff to work on those other questions and make the solutions have more sense, provide different evaluations. We heard a lot yesterday about multiple scenarios that could be run, that simply isn't practical in our current study process and timelines that we're operating under. Also, resource constraints faced by nonprofit organizations like SPP. If we're going to do something that we're taking staff time away from other areas, that money is going to hit our admin fee, and that's ultimately passed on to ratepayers. And so our stakeholder body has to be behind what it is that we're doing. And this is in the comments that were submitted. What we think that the FERC could do, possibly advocate and facilitate some DOE funding specifically aimed at developing publicly available automation solutions for RTOs and ISOs, incentivize automation investments, standardize data inputs, allow time for change management protocols. So perhaps looking to the future, if we're looking at study processes that are an annual basis, that there's some period of time set aside to make much needed improvements based on lessons learned from the previous study would be very helpful. And then facilitate resource allocation so that we can get this important work done.
First off, I share the sentiment of Jennifer and David on this topic. The ISOs are in a position right now where, they're consistently trying to put out fires or, contain fires and kind of doing that while adopting new technology is certainly a lot at once. I have a slightly different take on it. I think that a lot of that responsibility should kind of fall on companies like NERA to provide value early on in the process. I I think that, ISOs, a handful of ISOs are in a position to be outsourcing a lot of this work, and I think it's probably, one of the most expensive ways to approach a problem, and, not to, lay blame anywhere. Like, this is the state of the world we're in, and that's the only solution available in many cases. However, I think, we're talking about process automation, and what's great about process automation is, it helps you do more with less, which, should, in most cases, result in lowering the cost of completing studies and doing so in a more rapid manner. With that said, should FERC kind of consider any policy around funding mechanisms, we'd recommend, enforcing that go through like an RFP process. Historically, launching a product within an ISO is challenging and relationship-based, as most businesses. But I would, kind of look at this more akin to government contracts that have RFP processes. And with that, you can, establish a framework and have companies compete within that framework and develop metrics on, what is the value that they're seeking, and make these companies like NERA prove that value before, winning the contract. Thanks.
Thank you. So our next question is on variability. How can automation reduce variability between studies done by a given transmission provider or between studies of different transmission providers? And so I'm going to call on David to kick this one off. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, in the excuse me, in the question, there was an aspect on data inputs. I just thought I would start there. This is a bit of a subtlety, perhaps, but I would argue the base inputs, at least within a given transmission provider, are fairly well standardized, especially with the rise of digital intake forms for submitting interconnection requests, where you can provide guardrails on how interconnection customers describe their projects. But where variability and errors start to creep in is when you take those fairly well standardized inputs, like the foundational power flow models and contingency files and other auxiliary files and all that, and then start to muck about in them. So just as an example that I like to give sometimes, I mentioned a contingency file. If you're not familiar with that term, it's just a list of events that grid operators simulate as part of their reliability study, like what happens if a line gets outaged. So if you have a line segment, A to B, and it gets tapped by a new interconnection request, like right in the middle, line A to B doesn't exist anymore. Now it's AC and CB. So any reference to the line AB in your contingency file has to be updated. Now, this is actually an easy one to deal with and automate. It's a simplified example, but it's stuff like that where, all right, we now have to make a modified input file to actually run our interconnection study that may require a person going in and making a change. And it's not just contingency files, it's other auxiliary files, it's creating the power flow models, solving them, all of that. And that's where variability and errors can creep in, and they have crept in. So yeah, the more that you can automate that process, to be clear, that doesn't even all have to be fancy new technology. I mean, we're talking about literally just scripts, Python scripts, things like that. The more secure you are against variability. Did you ask the second part of this question about Okay, yeah. So really quick on that. Variability of studies between transmission providers, I really don't think this is a consequence of automation or lack of automation or anything like that. The processes are just different. I mean, that's a fact of life. I think that was talked about this morning. MISO's process shares some similarities with SPP's process and shares some similarities with PJM's process, et cetera. They're not exactly the same. That's neither right nor wrong. It just is. Standardization would certainly help make it easier to automate stuff, because then you don't have to build unique logic going from transmission provider to transmission provider. But certainly, I mean, I think transmission providers have the right to decide what study process is best for their system. And, you know, it's just up to companies like us to work with them to help automate their process, whatever it may be. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we'll have Cody and then Andrew.
Thank you. I want to make a few points. So in general, I feel like a more automated process will lead to better outcomes that are consistent among multiple queues and regions and ensure that projects are being treated comparably and fairly in the process. And, you know, things are different, but automation can be created or already has been created to correlate with that TP's processes or systems, most likely. But I'll just focus on, you know, as David said, different TPs have different rules, they may use different tools, et cetera. But even like in inter-TPs, sometimes we notice that from early on to later in the process that things can change, like somebody leaves, so the next guy who's running the study has a different set of con files that they used instead, and you maybe never had any upgrades and you thought your project was great, or you know, maybe the source and sink and the subsystem have some variable that changed or something of that nature, and all of a sudden, you know, you're swimming along and then all of a sudden you're, you know, end of process or maybe even a restudy and you're hit with something and you look into it and there's a difference in what was used and the outcome of the study. And that necessarily isn't a violation of their tariff or their BPM even. They still are doing those are high level of what's outlined, but a data delta creates different flows in the system and can create additional transmission costs out of the blue, basically. So, you know, automation definitely helps with consistency. And last, I talked about this in the last comment, but LPCs by nature are variable local planning criteria from what TP's processes are, and usually are entirely different, have entirely different rules, entirely different assumptions, outputs, inputs, et cetera, and lead to long delays. Thank you.
So automation will inherently reduce variability because it's really a forcing function to standardize. You can't standardize, or I'm sorry, you can't automate a process without first standardizing the inputs and outputs. And for any given ISO, you know, that's going to be the case. And that standardization should be relatively straightforward to complete when you're talking about a single organization. And only with those pieces standardized can teams build automation required to facilitate the rest of the process. And again, that just in turn means that automation helps reduce variability because standardization is a requirement for automation. Between transmission providers, I agree with David. It would be nice if there was standardization, but I don't think, you know, that'll ever become a reality. I mean, and for good reason. Each ISO in the U.S. has a unique set of problems that stems from their unique grid topologies and market structures. And the interconnection processes they developed reflect that, and they're designed around these unique attributes. And finding a one-size-fits-all solution across ISOs is likely very impractical. So yeah, I mean, again, agree with David there. I mean, it's up to us as software providers to meet the ISOs where they're at in their process to help them standardize and automate their individual processes.
Thank you. Anton?
I just want to focus quick on the variability between studies in a given transmission provider area. I think, you know, the potential for improvement on schedules with automation, if that can bring the processing time for a cycle or a phase within a cycle down to a fairly short time, the secondary effect is that you'll have less overlap with subsequently queued clusters. And I think where we get into having significant variability between studies is because we've got so many cycles piled up on top of each other. And in some areas, you've got, you know, multiple different cycles, you know, just right ahead of one another in the interconnection process. And so not only are you worried about what do the other projects in your own cycle decide to do that are contributing on similar constraints for your project. But you're also worried about prior queued projects, their network upgrades, and I think, in some areas, I saw a slide recently on, if SPP were to queue up, maybe you can verify this, if SPP were to queue up another cycle, there'd be about $30 billion of network upgrades assumed in the model that are considered low likelihood to proceed. And I think that is kind of the level of uncertainty that we've reached in some parts of the country, and I think that makes it really hard to look at your study results and have any faith that they're representative of what you'll ultimately be facing.
Thank you. Jennifer, do you want to give a quick response?
Just a quick response to that in particular, thank you. Yeah, I do wonder how much of what we're seeing today is a symptom of a backlog and overlap versus, what needs an automation solution. And so I do want to encourage us to think about after backlog and where we're going, rather than, over-engineer this particular process.
Thank you. And David?
Yeah, just real quick, I wanted to point out that it's not always about inputs or process, but I mentioned this earlier, just creating the report that interconnection customers then receive, that at times is also not automated, creating that report, and it's another entry point for errors. And we've seen this, not naming names, but recently, like in recent history, a study report was posted that had $3 extra billion of network upgrades in there that were just copy-paste errors. And it was hard to notice because the study had like $20 billion in network upgrades total, right? So 3 billion somehow is like a rounding error almost. But like, if you have different people, sometimes different consulting firms, if it's outsourced, compiling just the outputs of the study into an Excel file or like a Word document, it is another point of entry for issues that everybody has to deal with.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. Then our last question, what role can automation play? So we've talked about a lot of different issues over the past 2 days, and this question was originally focused on load forecasts and growing load, but there are some of the other topics we've talked about, like consideration of GET solutions or improving the coordination of interconnection and transmission planning. So I'd just like to hear your thoughts on the role of automation in some of these issues. And Clayton, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. So I think that there's, in whether it's addressing load forecast changes or the coordination of generation and transmission planning, or a lot of these issues, the opportunity for automation is not so much the individual steps themselves, but it's this knock-on effect. And Anton and everybody's mentioned it here. And so I think it's important to think about how the entire process can be accelerated and many of the issues resolved with automation, and whether it's growing the role of any individual step to not just highlight issues that might arise, but to also identify the mitigations, or if it's in the process of developing base case upgrades and identifying what affects those base case upgrades or base case adjustments, what effects those make on the rest of the solution. So I kind of think of this as like a continuous integration process, which is a software term, but it's basically with automation, we can get immediate responses to the effects of any changes throughout the entire process, whether it's that integrating new projects or changing the base case assumptions or changing the evaluation criteria. With automation, you can get immediate feedback from all of that. And so the end point here is a process that's much, much faster and much and has a lot more ability to scale outward and consider a lot more conditions. And so I think there's a ton of opportunity here, and there's a long way to go. So.
Thank you. And I missed the order you put your name cards up. This is a manual error, and so we will just go in order, starting with David and then Cody.
I think maybe restating Clayton's point, a key benefit of automation is just that it enables rapid iteration. If any part of your process, whether that's developing a base case model, which was what was in the question, or something else, if anything is overly burdensome and time consuming, it's a problem if you want to make a change and run something else. Like today, and this was talked about yesterday, an interconnection study and a lot of transmission planning studies comprise like just a handful of peak hours for the power flow. And, you know, there's the thought there is that, well, we're going to look at the grid under the most stressed conditions, and if it's fine there, it'll be fine, you know, in the other hours. Not necessarily true these days, but it's so much work already just dealing with a few, you know, a handful of base cases. And just to kind of put this in context, and this is more of a thought experiment to be clear, but, you know, if you took an hour, or if a transmission planner took an hour to create a single snapshot model representing a peak hour, and you just kind of assume it takes an hour to create any power flow model, then if you wanted to build a year's worth of snapshots, it's an hour per hour, so it's literally a year's worth of work to build a year's worth of hourly snapshot models for power flow analysis. If you can automate that such that you can, you know, automate the model building and solving and all that, and then parallelize it on distributed computing, you could do that same amount of work in under an hour. So a year's worth of models in under an hour. I'm not suggesting we do this. I'm just pointing out things like automation kind of transform our limitations from engineering bandwidth and time, like wall time on the clock, to compute and data management. And you know, the year's worth of hourly snapshot power flow models, that's kind of probably overkill for today's transmission planning process. An interconnection process, although it may marry somewhat nicely with the concepts around like 8760 economic studies that were discussed a little bit yesterday. But I mean, more to the point, you know, we talked about scenario planning a lot. If it's really fast to like build a scenario, run an analysis for that scenario, like Clayton said, then it's just lather, rinse, repeat. Anything you want to look at, changing load forecast, different generators interconnecting, whatever, you can do it. It becomes viable.
In a past life, I was a model development engineer for MISO. So know quite a bit about this topic. And David mentioned earlier, too, that after some of the interconnection meetings that staff probably needs to get a beer. I was in interconnections after model development. That's a pretty popular topic, after a pretty popular activity after a meeting. Rough one. But, you know, in general, you know, model automation greatly improves the ability to update the models. There's a lot of tools that have existed for a long time that have gotten better with time for storing your modeling data. You can write query statements. It's a skill to solve fresh models. But once you have that skill, you can solve models really fast, and you can develop them really fast. I mean, you know, Siemens has stored data and model on demand for 15 years, 20 years. I mean, I remember being in meetings in the mid-2000s when we first bought it and things like that. And you know, Sugar helps with you know, dispatching hard models, things of that nature. And it's not consistent. And some folks use consistent modeling sets between all their planning functions. They have their models stored in these tools that have existed, and they have mature processes for them, and some don't. And the ones that don't, you know, they usually use some archaic form of updating with like macros, or some power engineer has written some really archaic Python script in his computer to add a zillion change files to a model that's 4 or 5 years old. When you do that, you see way more errors in the model. I mean, that's not really automated. You are manually adding a ton of changes to an old case, and not only is it error prone, usually not as much information is updated when you do that. When you maintain a data set that is constantly updated when new information is available, you're planning for a more recent, you know, assumption of the future. If you're just constantly updating some really old model, I mean, your model could be obsolete 4 years ago, let alone today when you're doing the study. So, in general, we see that folks that have more advanced model development processes and automated those through software systems that are readily available have less errors and less things like fudge decimal points and parameters and things like that. I mean, you're manually updating it, you have a decimal point off on the impedance. Like, that's a very simple error to make. I would argue that anytime you manually update a large model set, you're going to do that. And that, that's a factor of 10 on, let's say, a large voltage transmission facility. That impacts the outcome of the studies and creates inconsistencies. Thank you.
Just to kind of frame the question again, kind of break it into two components. One is automated model building for rapidly changing load forecasts, and the other component of the question would be coordination between generation interconnection studies and the transmission planning studies that are typically done to address those load forecasts. So on the load forecast side, that falls into a bucket I would call like reliability planning. And like Cody, I too was building models at NISO for exactly this purpose, using solvers like Terra. And we would automate Terra to do this type of model building analysis. And I know David was describing a hypothetical example that isn't necessarily needed, where you can kind of use automation to create 8,760 kind of snapshots of models to represent every hour of a given year. That's entirely possible with kind of today's software and APIs that allow you to drive it with code. And simply we're not doing that today because in today's planning paradigm, planners are needing to drive decisions based on a specific load forecast that they're trying to solve for over the next 5 to 10 years, right? It's that hypothetical peak summer hour that most transmission investments are driven by. Perhaps in the future we can move to more of a scenario based world, and in that world it's important to underscore that model building alone is not going to be it's not going to move the needle much on expediting those processes. Really, we need end-to-end solutions. So going from those initial assumptions of, hey, what are all the scenarios you want to study in terms of load forecasts, et cetera, and being able to have a process for assessing those, running them through the calculators like Terra that I described, and getting everything all the way to a digestible set of results. Now, on the coordination between what I described as reliability planning and generation interconnection studies, I think one of the core challenges to that is just getting generation interconnection on a similar timeline and a timeline that's more consistent. Reliability planning is traditionally a very structured annual process, and generation interconnection studies needs to get to that level, I think, before one can be an input to the other, or vice versa. Yeah, I think that's I think that kind of summarizes some of the points I wanted to make. Thank you.
I'll expand on that a little bit. I was going to mention, aligning with transmission planning cycles. I think it's very important. So I kind of want to frame a target time frame here for interconnection studies as being like a year. I think less than that is gravy. Some people might want it, but I think let's, if we can really shoot for that time frame, we can align with transmission planning cycles. We're not going to be way out of date when it comes to load forecasts. We're going to, it's just going to be, it's going to be, we can queue up new cycles on an annual basis with limited cycle overlap. It's also very important. I think if a process is 1 year long versus, in some cases it's 3, 4, 5 years currently, I mean, I know people don't want to hear this, but it means that we have to enter in more projects than we're really certain of, because we can't be sure what projects, we can't de-risk projects when we enter the queue 6 to 10 years before we can get the project online. There's certain things that we just cannot do that early, like can't permit a project. Our permit will time out, we'll have to re-permit. I mean, we can't acquire equipment. There's lots of things that are just not possible to do when the process takes that long just to get to an interconnection agreement. And then, I mean, it's not atypical these days. We're seeing 4-year timeframes to build out the facilities to allow us to connect. And that's kind of if everything goes well, right? So anyway, I think, we could shoot for that time frame. It'll have a lot of great, outcomes. It'll benefit, I think it'll benefit everybody. We can also, as developers, do more due diligence prior to getting in, because that process won't take so long. And I think pre-queue screening will be also more accurate and give us better information, on which to base our decision on, whether or not to get in at certain project locations or another. So.
Thank you. And I want to thank all of our panelists again for your questions. There were a lot of hot takes, but I can tell they were generatively, thoughtfully answered. Thank you. Before we end, I want to pass the mic to Commissioner Rosner, if you have some questions.
Thank you. Thank you, panel. This has been incredibly interesting and useful to me, and thank you also, team, for pulling this panel as well as the others together. A couple observations and then a question or two. I mean, first, I was struck by the optimistic and tone that everyone has on the agreement of the promise of automation and at some point perhaps AI as well. I really heard that there's a huge opportunity, especially on the end-to-end use of these technologies that I understand some of the developers are employing today, and it's starting to make its way into the transmission provider realm as well. And so I'm really interested in that. That sounds exciting. These are things that I think are really important. And I just, from the short amount of time I've been here, I just want to underscore a couple reasons from my perspective about why it's important. I've met with folks who, want to build new things that use electricity, and those things are all really important for the country's goals, manufacturing, new uses of technology, and also new types of load. And then also met from folks who run businesses like some of the folks on this panel who whose business is to generate power and build power plants, and they're having, struggling. And then, just yesterday, I met with a group of state regulators who, brought an urgent message that, we're at a moment where supply and demand are really tight and going in the wrong direction, and that's resulting in double-digit increases in the rates that the consumers whose interests they represent have to pay. And one of the things they raised was moving the queues faster, like anything you can do. We know that the Commission's been incredibly active in the past few years in that department. And one of the things I heard here, and the question I wanted to ask was, it sounds like the big challenge for transmission providers is a lack of resources and funding. And my question is, what's stopping you, either those on the panel or those listening who might have file a comment later, what's stopping you from asking the Commission for those resources? Because with the understanding that this is going to save everyone money in the long run, it seems like it makes a lot of sense to me. So that's my question. And Clayton, I just also wanted to say, CEII, figuring out how to share that, I'm there for that, doing the boring good too, so we should take that offline. But that's my question, is like, what's stopping people from asking? Because it seems really reasonable.
I suppose I can start. I know Jennifer and David kind of already broached this topic. For us, NERA is a young company, and to date, we've primarily been focused on developers, right? They're extremely incentivized to work with companies like ours to, get results as fast as they can. And what's particularly interesting is working with developers and seeing how they work, seeing how they conduct these studies to not only replicate like phase 1 results, but looking all the way to phase 3. What are those results going to look like at the point of signing a GIA? This has all kind of led to us building systems that replicate ISO processes, and we're starting to round a corner with ISOs, and using what we've built as kind of a launch pad to go ahead and provide value to ISOs. And we kind of feel right now that we do have a window to provide impact in today's policy framework or landscape. But I can't speak for the challenges of ISOs in finding budget for these solutions. I think, as I mentioned before, we think that these solutions overall should actually reduce the cost of studies. A common solution today is to outsource a lot of this work, which as you can imagine, consultants may not be incentivized to kind of reduce those costs. So to the extent that we can help ISOs kind of bring this back in-house and be more efficient with their studies, I think today's setup kind of provides for that opportunity. But again, I can't speak for ISOs, and I don't know the challenges around investing in these types of solutions. So I don't want to be the only voice on this topic.
So I'd like to say for the past few years, we've been in problem-solving mode and let's get the queues moving where they need to be moving. And we have implemented automation, being very conscious of the resources to not overbuild or overspend in the automation area. I take your question as an invitation to perhaps take that back and really give some thought about what would be the resources that we specifically ask the Commission for. And in the meantime, like you said, we've got a real focus on affordability. And so it's very difficult to decide, are we going to be okay? Is this a put your heads down and keep going situation? Or is this something that, we've done some improvements, but we need to do a lot more? So really just getting that information together to put a recommendation and request together.
And I'll just say that as a national lab, we get the majority of our funding from Department of Energy to do research. And I know that there is an active dialogue between the FERC and Department of Energy, and I appreciate that. And I have several projects that are funded through those, as a result of that dialogue. And I'll encourage FERC to continue to have that dialogue, specifically with the Office of Electricity, and basically communicate the concerns you're hearing in forums like this and in your other activities to encourage the funding of research projects that address topics like this, where we can accelerate the solution of problems that are facing the queue and other issues facing the industry. So.
Well, thank you again to all of our panelists. We really appreciated the discussion today. Thanks for the comments that you've submitted. We hope you'll submit future comments once that becomes available. And let's see, we are now at break, and we will return for our last and final panel of this workshop at 2:45. Thank you again.
Thank you. Please take your seats so we can get started. Please take your seats. Thank you.
Bye, thanks.
So the way this has been working.
Good afternoon. My name is Rebecca Wides. I work in the Office of Energy Policy and Innovation, and I'll be moderating this, the very last panel of our workshop on efficiencies in the post-generator interconnection agreement construction phase. I think it's quite fitting that our last panel is on the end of the process. I do want to thank all of our panelists for making their way here. And for those of you who have studied or memorized the agenda, we do have 2 updates to our panel, which I'll explain as I go through introductions. First, we have Lionel Chailleux, Senior Vice President, Market Development, North America, Hitachi Energy. Next to him, Matthew Crosby, Senior Director of Grid Integration at Cypress Creek Renewables. Next, we do not have Neil Miller from CAISO. He has COVID. So Danielle has kindly stepped in to represent CAISO's experience and perspective. Thank you so much. Next, we have Jing Shi, Managing Director of Renewable Integration at Duke Energy. And we do have a bonus panelist, Andy Whitmire, Director of Resource Utilization at MISO. For those of you who were here yesterday, you may have heard Andy's colleague, Aubrey, referring to the post-GIA period as, these are my words, not his, the next frontier in terms of challenges that we collectively need to wrap our arms around. And we appreciate Andy joining us to expand on MISO's views and experiences. And rounding out the panel, we have Carrie Zaleski, Vice President of Transmission and Electricity Markets from American Clean Power Association. Let's get rolling. This panel focuses on the time period after the execution of a generator interconnection agreement, GIA, or its filing unexecuted, as we always say here at FERC, through the commercial operation date, or COD. We have an initial question to provide context, exploring how panelists view the post-GIA construction period and what challenges loom largest from their perspective. From there, we dive into topics including opportunities for greater efficiency, transparency, and accountability in cost and time estimates for interconnection facilities and network upgrades, as well as discussing other problems that contribute to delays, such as supply chain issues, which might benefit from organized cooperation among stakeholders. We will proceed by asking the panelists questions. One last reminder, please unmute your microphone to speak and mute it when you're finished. If you would like to make a particular comment, please place your name card on its side, and I will do my best to call on you. We ask that panelists keep their responses to under 4 minutes, and if we run out of time, we'll move back to 3 minutes. After 4 minutes, Maya will hold up a yellow card to signal that it's time to move on to the next panelist or topic. And for our initial question, we're going to go straight down the row, as so many panels have before. I'm going to read the question, and we'll start with Lionel. What are the primary cost and timing concerns arising during the period between execution of a GIA and COD? To the extent that cost increases or delays for interconnection facilities and network upgrades are becoming more frequent, what do you think are the primary drivers of this change? All right, Lionel.
Very good. No, thank you for the opportunity. I represent Hitachi Energy. We're an O&M of equipment to connect, for example, wind farms, solar farms to the grid. We are the world's largest manufacturer of transformers, and we want to thank you for the opportunity to participate. It's great to add an O&M, I think, to the equation today and of yesterday as well. So first, very obvious, right? Each project timing is critical. That's for us the best way to have certainty on planning for our factories, planning for our workforce, planning for our supply chain, and today that equation is extremely complicated worldwide. Planning for our people in our factories, people in the field, right, when it's time to erect and commission the assets. We're talking transformers, breakers, power electronic solutions, for example. If you look at it from a transformer standpoint, the demand is so high and really high in North America. We use all our factories in North America, but also some outside, for example, South America, Europe. And we think that flexibility, to keep addressing the North American market with our fleet of factories is critical, right, to, again, address the demand. Two, the supply chain's part of it. Again, we're talking suppliers, critical suppliers around the world. We really need, from our standpoint, to contribute to on time for each project, to keep that flexibility. That's a quick first intro on my end. I think I'll be able to contribute more to the others. So.
Matthew, go ahead.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to comment on this important question. My name is Matthew Crosby, Senior Director of Grid Integration at Cypress Creek. Cypress Creek is a utility-scale solar and storage developer and independent power producer. As we said in our comments, we continue to face considerable investment risk that's posed by schedule and cost increases that can occur after signing generator interconnection agreements, for which the IPP is ultimately responsible. We see increasing attention, and obviously the comments today and yesterday support this, to projects with signed GIAs that have not yet achieved commercial operation for various reasons. While such concerns we feel are valid for some projects, Cypress makes every effort to carefully assess and manage compliance with all interconnection agreement milestones and manage project execution to deliver power to our customers at the contracted commercial delivery date and price. Our observation is that utility resource and capital constraints, as well as some less efficient utility practices, can also contribute to increasing lead times, with some utilities completing upgrades faster than others. This was a fact that was validated in the recent Brattle and Grid Strategies report, Unlocking America's Energy. So from our comments, I'll summarize 3 drivers that contribute to some of these costs and delays. First, while Cypress Creek regularly procures project and interconnection facility equipment, including long lead time facilities equipment such as high voltage breakers and grid step-up transformers ahead of project financial closings, in our knowledge, TO's transmission owners typically procure project-specific equipment only after an IC has posted security for the transmission owner to draw upon, although there are some exceptions to this. As such, the construction milestone in most IAs is effectively linked to the timing of the IC's payment, which stretches lead times as opposed to those that could be achieved with more proactive procurement. In our comments, we highlight that some TOs allow interconnect customers to procure equipment on their behalf if the IC procured equipment can be delivered faster. However, equipment specification the TO requires may not always be transparent, limiting the value of this practice. Secondly, in our comments, we identify cost estimates for similar scopes of work that can vary widely, indicating a need for more transparency into cost estimation practices and cost drivers. From PJM public interconnection data, we find cost estimates for similar 138 kV 3-ring breaker bus switch yards and breaker and a half switch yards that can vary between $7.3 and $28 million. Of course, there are several drivers of cost variance, including substation size, configuration, and expandability, but we think that more transparency is needed into how costs are derived, and more information needs to be available around what we see as a major cost driver, the price of labor. And we can get into some of the views that we've put together in terms of how competition contributes to that cost. Finally, we've observed that transmission owners can schedule interconnection-related facility and network upgrade construction on a serial basis that is sometimes siloed from the planned maintenance upgrades that they typically make on their system. And both of those windows of time are not available during summer months, which typically involve transmission moratoria. And so we think that more opportunistic scheduling, so not siloing the interconnection-related upgrades from planned maintenance, but more opportunistic scheduling that would combine planned maintenance with interconnection upgrades, could save on crew mobilization costs and reduce project construction schedules. So I'll have more to say on that, and thank you again.
Danielle, go ahead.
Thanks. Good morning, everyone. So this is a frequent topic of discussion at CAISO. Interconnection is, as many people here know, just one of many pathways that project developers have to progress through before they achieve COD. In the CAISO system, procurement, construction, deliverability, allocations are all very interrelated and need to align before the project can achieve COD. So in an effort to focus on transparency first before really, since we don't yet have a full picture of what some of these challenges are, we coordinate with the California Public Utilities Commission on a semi-annual transmission development forum, which is an opportunity for transmission owners to provide updates on active transmission projects. The forum addresses network projects either approved through the CAISO's transmission plan or triggered through the resource interconnection process. So transmission owners provide presentations. This is a public stakeholder call, and they discuss any material changes since the last upgrade, with the opportunity for questions as well as written comments from stakeholders. The most common reasons for delays that we've heard anecdotally, and not all of this comes through the discussion at the Transmission Development Forum, but it appears to be exacerbated by the growing number of transmission projects that have been approved and the growing number of projects in the interconnection queue. This puts a strain on engineering and construction as well as capital resources, and also creates additional competition for major equipment that results in delays or shortages. And we also hear challenges of prioritization with other projects, other capital maintenance projects such as wildfire hardening in California that impact both the design and the construction of the projects, also impact the workforce too. So many of these factors are driving out the initial plan dates for network upgrades, and that, as I said, is just kind of exacerbated by the large volume of projects moving through the queue and the national and global competition for some of these resources as well.
Good afternoon. My name is Jing Shi. I'm the Managing Director for Duke Energy's Renewable Integration. It's a pleasure to be here to join this panel discussion and share some of the practices that Duke has implemented. Wanted to provide a little bit of backdrop for my response to this question. Duke Energy filed comments.
Excuse me, Jing, could you, if your mic isn't on, please move it closer to your mouth? Thank you.
Okay. It is on. Sorry about that. So Duke Energy filed comments from the Carolinas utilities, DEC and DEP. Some backdrop for the service territory. North Carolina has been a leader in interconnecting solar QFs in the last decades. both DEC and DEP has experienced a decades-long renewable interconnection requests. DEC and DEP has transitioned to the cluster process in 2021. Currently, each utility enrolls 2 clusters a year, a standard annual cluster study followed by a resource solicitation cluster. Within each cluster, there is a blend of state jurisdictional PPAs and FERC jurisdictional large generators. So as the high volumes of interconnection generation requests coming into the queue with the increased average size, DEC and DEP are experiencing longer lead time compared to past years with respect to the customer's requested in-service day compared to what's achievable. There are 3 primary drivers or concerns, I should say. Number 1 is the network upgrades caused by large generators in the cluster. In the cluster process, all network upgrades has to be shared and allocated across the cluster projects in the same region, causing that network upgrades. For example, in the 2022 cluster, there were 6 solar projects sharing network upgrades with a very large pump storage generator interconnection request. Although the line loading impact is largely caused by the pump storage generator request, but the solar projects are sharing some smaller percentage of that network upgrades. So we could not achieve COD for the full interconnection service for these solar projects until all network upgrades are completed for the, the largely caused by this pump storage generator interconnection requests. So to respond to issues like that, and Duke Energy is trying to look to implement provisional interconnection services to allow ready projects the option to interconnect provisionally prior to the network upgrades being completed. The second primary concern is annual outage limitations. So in the Carolinas jurisdiction service territory, we have 2 peaks, winter peak and summer peak. So transmission line outage can only be taken out of service during the shoulder season, spring and fall, in order to maintain NERC reliability standards and maintain the single contingency operations. And transmission outages are needed for many reasons. They are needed for routine maintenance. They are needed for NERC preventive maintenance. They are needed for asset management programs or utility capital investment projects. And they're also needed for storm restoration. Carolinas happens to be in the lucky region that are exposed to both hurricanes and winter ice storms. So when it comes to storm outage restoration, that becomes the first priority. Of course, with the new load growth, there's new point of delivery to serve the retail and wholesale customers has to be met. And transmission outage needed for interconnection are in addition to all the above outage that's necessary to maintain the grid. So Duke already scheduled as many outages as possible on an annual basis. So when there are increased volume of cluster projects coming into the queue, and some of which are requesting similar CODs, the annual outage coordination becomes a constraint. The third primary concern is siting consequences. Because of the high penetration in the last decades, the new generators are sited further away from existing transmission infrastructures, which will require larger generator interconnection facilities and larger network upgrades. At some point in the future, it's going to require greenfield transmission build. So to, kind of develop a solution, a strategy to address the number 2 and number 3 issues, Duke is continuing to use the multi-value transmission planning process to identify proactive transmission expansion projects. And of course, that's subject to the local transmission planning approval process and cost recovery mechanisms. With that, I'll just leave for the rest of the panel to discuss other efficiency opportunities.
Good afternoon. My name is Andy Widmeyer. Again, I appreciate FERC calling an audible to allow MISO to join the panel today. This is something that's very important to us. Aubrey mentioned yesterday that we have 56 gigawatts of generation that have assigned GIA and not online yet, and over 260 gigawatts across the RTOs and ISOs. Why it's so important to us is because the RA issues that we're about ready to experience, the shortfalls that we've been projecting over the last couple of years, we had a shortfall in our 23-24 planning auction. It's this generation that's going to fix that. It's not the stuff in our queues now, right? The stuff in our queues now are 5, 6, 8 years away. We talked about the last couple of days. It's this generation that's got already the GIA now online that's going to address our RA issues. And all the load growth that we're projecting, load can come online in 18 months, right, for a big data center. So it's going to be these generators that are needed to fix that load, that initial load growth that we're going to be seeing, and our potential shortfalls. So Mike's just had a survey of that 56 gigawatts. We conducted it in 23, and we conducted it in August of 24. Of that 56 gigawatts, 26 are showing that they're delayed. They're already signaling delays. And the other 20 or 30 are delayed. They just don't know it yet. Of those that responded to the survey, in 23, the big issues were regulatory at 38% and gen equipment at 30, supply chains at 35%. That's changed in our 2024 survey. It's now TO supply chain issues as being 40% of the cause. Regulatory is down to 18, and PPAs are now up to 11%. So those are all some of the main drivers that's causing these resources to come online. Most of the delays, it was about 650 days in 2023. It's now up to 778 days is the average delay for these resources to come online. And those delays are really driven by projects that signed GIAs pre-pandemic, although the majority of the projects in the queue that have a GIA signed post-pandemic. So that just goes to show that these delays are going to continue to occur. And so what can we do as an industry to be able to help support that? I appreciate the opportunity to speak.
Good afternoon. I am the last speaker on the last panel of the last day. So I consider all of us the ultra marathoners of interconnection warriors. So thank you for being here. Thank you to the Commission for hosting this conversation and really trying to get to the root of the problem for all of the issues we face in the interconnection queues. Again, my name is Carrie Zaleski. I am the Vice President of Markets and Transmission at the American Clean Power Association, or ACP. ACP represents 800 members with diverse clean energy technologies, wind, solar. Closer? Better? Is this better? Face the back of the room? Sorry. Like this? Like this. Like this. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Good. Okay. American Clean Power, we have diverse technologies, wind, solar, storage, transmission, and also diverse business models as well. And this is the perspective that I will be bringing to my remarks. So since I have the benefit of being last on the last day, and I've been here for both days for all panels and really appreciated the conversation, I've learned a lot. But there are a couple of observations. First, FERC did an excellent job of bringing together diverse perspectives. We have ISOs, RTOs, TOs, utilities, IC interconnection customers or ICs, developers, think tanks, OEMs, PUCs, a tribal nation, national labs, and innovative software companies. And all of us agree on at least a couple things. So first, we all agree that the interconnection queue has become a significant bottleneck. Second, we agree the stakes are high with rising demand, ongoing retirements, upward pressure on costs, elevated risk potential being both a potential risk at both normal and extreme weather conditions. Third, public tolerance for power outages have never been lower, and if interconnection issues aren't addressed, could lead to severe reliability and an affordability crisis. forth. These challenges are not insurmountable. There have been lots of really good ideas and solutions and suggestions that have gone through both days that I really appreciate. And fifth, this diverse group is all dedicated to fixing the problem as indicated by our engagement in both the pre-file testimony and also comments here today. So to answer the question of what is the impact of timing and costs, I lay out 4 general buckets of reasons for delays. First, unpredictable and extreme costs. We've heard examples as much as 300% increase in the post-GIA construction phase. Second, unpredictable and long delays without much details of when the delay will come or for how long it will be. Third, cascading self-perpetuating issues from delays and cost increases, both from pre and post GIA. I'll talk a little bit about this later. And then fourth is siting and supply chain and labor shortages, which we've already heard from the other panelists. And this may be a little bit harder for FERC to do much about, so I'm going to try to really focus on those first 3. And I'll note for all of these, it's the cost, the high cost and the long delays that are troublesome, but the worst part is the uncertainty and the little or lack thereof communication between the TO and the IC. Also, another observation is the more protracted the interconnection timeline, the more severe the consequence, potentially leading to the inability to actually build the project. So I wanted to put a little bit more detail. We already talked about the lack of information in the public domain as to why. This was always a mystery to me. I wondered about this a lot when I was a state regulator, and in coming into this job, I was very interested to learn more about, the reason why it's so hard after you have a GIA and the IC has put so much money and time into the project, and obviously ultimately want to build it. Why aren't these getting built? So in talking to people in the industry and some of our members, there's been a couple of really good examples that I think will paint a pretty good picture. One is a change in technology. So picture the original plans include wind turbines of 2.75 megawatt capacity, and there's an advancement in technology where now the turbine OEMs are producing 3.4 megawatts, which is the difference of just 3 years. Because of this change, the IC will have to reconfigure the project. And in reconfiguring the project, the IC will have to demonstrate that the change doesn't have an impact on the transmission grid, because if it does, it gets kicked out and goes to the beginning of the queue. And also, you may have to recertify your environmental impacts because of the longer delay, and there may be new things discovered, like maybe there is a dangerous species that is now found on the site, for example, which can completely stall or even halt your project. Another issue is shelf life of agreements with OEMs. So these agreements between the IC and the OEM have shelf lives. And obviously, as I talked about the technology changing, they may need to go back and renegotiate if they're not purchased by a certain time, if they're not actually using the product by a certain time. Another example of an issue. We've heard of a developer with a signed GIA that needed a 500 kilowatt circuit breaker, and they were told they now have to wait 6 years during the post-GIA. So this obviously is a real problem. Expiring permits. There are multiple permits that ICs have to juggle. Land and use permits, environmental permits, federal and state permits at FERC, PUC, RTOs, wildlife permits, building and construction permits, health and safety like noise and shadow flicker, and these expire at different times, and they have to manage the length of time to match up with the need of these different permits. 2 more quick things. Another one is the expiration or reduction of incentives. Obviously, these ICs are oftentimes taking advantage of RECs or ITCs. These have expiration dates if the shovel isn't in the ground, and so they no longer can avail themselves to this opportunity. And then lender uncertainty for a variety of reasons. Obviously, money keeps getting more expensive. But with the uncertainty, there may be need for renegotiation if the length of the time of the project persists. Thanks.
Thank you, everyone. I think these responses really highlight how much everyone at the table seeks greater clarity and more information from the other parties at the table. And so I think it's a perfect lead-in to our second question, which has to do with productive ways to increase transparency around construction plans and the progress of interconnection facilities and network upgrades. We put in our comments or our questions a few examples that we were aware of, such as CAISO's quarterly forum to track the status of network upgrades, SPP's quarterly transmission project tracking report, or California's relatively new metrics for tracking distribution level interconnection timeframes. The question for you all is, what construction metrics for interconnection facilities and/or network upgrades would be most informative? How much documentation is reasonable and not unduly burdensome? And I think this time we'll start in the middle with Danielle and Jing. And then for the rest of you, please just put up your 10.
So for construction metrics and the value of them, this is where we turn back to the Transmission Development Forum. In particular, the Transmission Development Forum tracks schedule plans and schedule delays, which is kind of the most critical piece for understanding the impact of a particular project's delay and assessing whether any interim mitigations are necessary. So this forum is voluntary. It's, as I mentioned earlier, it's twice a year. And we've had 10 sessions so far. During these forums, we have PTOs present only information on projects that have had scheduled changes. So all of the projects are tracked over the course of the Transmission Development Forum from forum to forum, but we only hear presentations when there has been a scheduled delay. And this provides developers with an opportunity to ask questions directly to the PTO, which helps with some of the communication that Carrie mentioned as being difficult and an issue. This provides a forum for that communication between developers and the TOs around specific projects so that developers can start to assess what that will mean for their own schedule changes. In the last Transmission Development Forum, we assessed or tracked 96 projects that were driven by the generator interconnection process and 146 transmission projects that had been approved in the TPP. That doesn't include the 3 most recently approved transmission projects, but this just gives you a sense of the scale of the number of projects that we're tracking and the number of projects that need to continue to move forward on their planned schedule in order to avoid these sort of cascading impacts to resource development. So I think schedule changes are very critical. We do not track cost changes or cost data as part of our Transmission Development Forum, but this at least provides us an opportunity to get a sense of what this is going to mean for the schedule, and that gets directly to the reliability issues as well that Andy raised.
For Duke Energy, as a utility transmission provider, we do recognize the transparency is important, not only for external interconnection customers, but also for the multiple stakeholder groups within the transmission providers inside, to be able to manage the high volume of interconnection and monitor the trend. So for Duke Energy, we implemented 2 sets of metrics. One is the project-specific construction metrics, and also the program-level construction metrics. For project-specific construction metrics, examples are expected project completion date, cost estimates at completion of the project, current actual project-to-date spend, and milestone dates for project activities, including targeted, which are memorialized in the GIA, and the actual realized, such as project kickoff, engineering complete, engineering design complete, construction start, or the planned in-service date. And for Duke Energy, DEC and DEP assigns an interconnection account manager and a construction project manager to each interconnection request to finalize the GIA milestone dates and to coordinate the work during construction. And the interconnection account manager issues a monthly construction progress report to the interconnection customers to share some of the metrics I mentioned earlier. And the interconnection account managers also facilitates a monthly construction progress meeting with the interconnection customers. Those are the project-specific metrics to provide, data to the interconnection customers. If there are material changes to the construction scope, including cost milestones, and then the interconnection agreements is amended to memorialize for documentation purpose for full transparency. At the program level, like I mentioned, there are so many stakeholders in this interconnection process, including the interconnection teams, the study engineers, the transmission construction groups, and some engineers, manage the commissioning process. So for Duke Energy, we track number of facilities connected each year, megawatts connected by year, in-service timing trend, and causes for the delays of schedule, and causes for the withdrawals or suspensions. Because there's a higher volume in the queue, as the account managers interface with the interconnection customers, we try to collect as much information as possible. So in 2022, as a result of multiple rapid improvement events, Duke Energy, within the transmission, focused organization, created an internal forum called Interconnection Assessment Board, IAB. This IAB is the board members or senior executives with interconnection and transmission construction accountabilities, including business business units, functional leaders. And this board meets bi-monthly. And again, this is an internal group, but still provide a forum for us to discuss interconnection-related issues, analyze the trends, both internal issues as well as market conditions, in order to address where strategy and actions are needed. So the benefit of this governance structure is to provide leadership alignment and support. Two is to reinforce accountabilities on internal work groups. Third is to direct agreed upon priorities, because there are just so many issues to be addressed, and which issue do you address first? Lastly is to help ensure the completion of the identified actions and the work necessary to support interconnection.
What CAISO and Duke are doing sound very promising. I'm very excited to hear more about the change that transpires out of these actions. That's really exciting, and truly it's why it's really lovely to have forums like this to learn what other areas of the country are doing. So when we're thinking about transparency and the information that we need, I think of it for the purpose of three reasons. First is to help to understand the root of the delay, why it's happening, to see if there's trends. Also for ICs to be able to manage their financial risks, to make business decisions on the information that will be in the public and hopefully ultimately drive down costs for everyone. But also to learn what's working well. So maybe we'll have data points from CAISO and Duke to hear more about the successes in a couple of years to see how it's working out. And just to paint a full picture of the kind of disclosures that we think make sense. Of course, the basics, the description of the network upgrade, location and route information and relevant substations, delta of costs and timing. I know CAISO said they look more at the timing than the costs. Categorical reasons for delays. So I love that there's more information. It sounds like there's detailed information in CAISO and Duke, and that's very helpful, obviously, for the individual IC. But for the tracking purposes, it's also important to have this categorical approach. That data point that Joe Rand from Berkeley National Lab talked about, thousands of hours of consultants to get this information in a usable way, is daunting and scary. And then also just cross-reference between the network upgrade and the GIA to determine if this is a one-off specific site problem or indicative of a broader systematic issue. So those are, I think, the four main categories that I'd mention.
Yeah, thank you. I wanted to just first cite one of the observations from the Unlocking America's Energy report, and that is while overall, as LBNO showed, while network upgrade and lead time timelines are increasing across the board, there are some transmission owners that show faster processes. And so I think it's really worth understanding what's driving those practices, be it project management, prioritization practices. I think it's very telling what Duke was just mentioning around its prioritization of storm maintenance issues. And I think CAISO's experience with wildfire repair, relief, mitigation is very much valid. But I think it would be very interesting to know, are there other ways that there are potentially optimization opportunities, again, not just to silo these types of projects that are necessary for maintenance, for NERC reliability and other issues, but can you, while you're mobilizing crews, also take care of interconnection-related upgrades that have been identified in studies? Because oftentimes we'll hear, we can't schedule your interconnection upgrade until after XYZ is done, and that can push construction timelines out considerably. I think the data point around affected systems is also a really interesting data point. We have a project with a signed IA that initially had a 2025 COD. That was with the host system utility. In the facility study, they identified an affected upgrade that was known when we signed the IA agreement as a potential risk in terms of the timeline of the contract. However, we didn't quite think it would take the affected system operator over a year to start the engineering study to actually look at what was required to get out there and scope and build that asset. And to Carrie's point, the key issue for us is the uncertainty around that. We have a very difficult time signing PPAs with potential off-takers because we have no way to bound when those engineering studies are going to be done and when the actual schedule of work can be completed. So one of the, I think, key data points that would be interesting is how many project delays are due to the affected system study timeline that's differing from the host system study timeline. Third, as I mentioned, I think there's a dearth of data around the extent of the impact of limited outage windows. As I mentioned, there's clear outage restrictions that are posted publicly for various system operators. As an example, although non-jurisdictional, ERCOT has a transmission outage moratorium from May 15th to September 15th. PJM, I believe, is June to September, but then also in the winter months as well. So you're having a very narrow set of opportunities to actually schedule that work when you also factor in the planned maintenance. In one utility, this is non-jurisdictional, we now have been given a set of 45 days out of the entire year to be able to interconnect those projects. First half of May and December, and as we all know, the holidays can impact that as well. So we're seeing, I think, a narrowing set of windows in which we can actually come online when utilities have crews available to connect those. And as others have mentioned, if there's a storm outage and there's a need for utilities, it's all hands on deck. They're not going to interconnect your project while they have to take care of that. I think finally, cost increases would be very, very valuable to have as a data point. We don't have a story of 300% cost increase after signing the IA, but we do have a project with an 83% increase after the IA when the transmission owner looked at the upgrade facilities, saw that the upgrade facilities were in need of replacement that they thought could actually support the actual project. And that 83% increase is obviously a impact to the PPA that we've signed because that impacts the cost of the project and the price that we have to charge for the energy to be able to cover the costs and achieve our financial returns. There are some things that are going to happen post-IA, like inflation. We should definitely understand those risks and wear them. But if it's a scope change and it's a result of a practice the utility didn't properly study, before signing the IEA, we feel like that is something that should be a shared risk.
Well, very good. I just want to add, definitely any efforts of any ISO RTO to help us, as an O&M, see more into the future. All that is extremely helpful, and we need more transparency, more access, even with some scenarios, right? Obviously, the further you look, the less certain it is, but we can deal with scenarios, as far as investing in additional factories, for example. But so we, as a company, for example, we're now really working hard to connect better with RTOs and ISOs to close that loop tighter. It's about making sure they understand and we have a common understanding, again, what's coming, but two, what's happening today in the industry in terms of lead time, what are we able to do today and tomorrow, but also the latest technological solution, right? Making sure, for example, the entire chain, the entire ecosystem knows what an HVDC can do today, right? The technology is absolutely amazing, and it can just do everything, right? So from integrating more generation to the grid, it's just a fantastic asset that brings so much flexibility, on the reliability side. That's another reason why, you see so many HVDCs worldwide and a boom on that. If you think of the holistic and integrated planning, so we're all looking, quarter, year, ideally, and I know it's one of the biggest challenge maybe for the US, right, is in a perfect world as an OEM, if we would have a certain level of visibility and certainty 20 years, 25 years, right, then we can really plan from an industrial standpoint, what it is. So just to give a parenthesis, right, in wind offshore, a very interesting market starting in North America, but quite mature in Europe. The pipeline is 130 gigawatt in Europe, very stable, with a very stable regulatory and simple environment. And so the entire supply chain is organized, to go at it and indeed deliver on time, gigantic substation, right, to connect massively this wind offshore. If you flip the equation here, right, it's just the beginning, but still, we have 3,000 utilities, and the options and the alternatives, are so vast. So how can we work, and maybe FERC, it's one big challenge, right? How can we map what's the grid is going to look like, 20 years down the road? And then we can work on the back end, again, to make the right investment. And focusing even more on the demand side, right? And when we think demand, I think it's fair to say somehow the industry was a bit caught by surprise by how fast and how big the data centers need power, energy. And machine learning and AI sites are also increasing and accelerating that demand, right? I think, how do we model that better at the ISO level? But then what does that mean again for OEM, right? So I think it's a big challenge, but without that longer term visibility, I think, on the supply side from an O&M standpoint, we'll still run behind. That's my way to look at it. Maybe a last data point. Today, in any of our factory in North America, if you think of expanding the capacity, it takes, give or take, at best 2 years to expand maybe 20% more, output of that factory, people, supply chain. A green 2 years, 3 years. A greenfield one is 5 to 7 years. And again, you don't have yet the full output, right, of this factory. So it adds to the challenge of running behind, but more visibility, more collaboration with ISOs, and I'm excited to have more ISOs on the table. I'll make sure we try to find a way to have these dialogues more frequently. Really will help us to plan better for the long run and hopefully surf the wave instead of running behind. So.
Yeah, MISO thinks that adding transparency to not just the generation that's waiting to come online, but the transmission that those units are also waiting on, to improve ways to provide that transparency. So from the generation side, MISO is working to develop a COD tracker tool. The tool is developed. It's just not available on our website yet, but you can see a screenshot of it, so you could see when these resources are expected to come online based on the CODs that they're providing us. Part of the problem is, though, it's voluntary as far as providing updates to those CODs. So MISO has to have its own projection as when we think these units are actually going to come online based on previous success rates of generation. But that tool will be available before the end of the year, and folks will be able to go in and search by state and search by field type to see when these resources are going to be coming online. We took the idea from SPP. They have a really great tool driven by Power BI on their website, and so we're just trying to replicate that for the MISO footprint. Then from a transmission side, MISO launched last year our MTEP portal. And that's also available for anyone to go and access on our website. And so there you can go in and see all the approved projects that are part of MISO's MTEP. MTEP is the MISO Transmission Expansion Plan. So it's all of the approved projects that get approved every year, whether that be our multi-value projects through LRTP or GIPs, the Generator Interconnection projects, out of the queue. So you can sort by TO, you can sort by type of upgrade, and be able to see updated schedules. Now, the reporting of the schedules is requirement for the TOs, so those do get updated on a regular basis when the TO has updated construction plans. So generators will be able to see when facilities not just are necessary for them to come online, but potentially upgrades that they're contingent upon. That we think that'll be a growing concern in the future as we are building more and more large upgrade projects, backbone projects through LRTP. Those can take 5 to 10 years to come online. So the generation that's being reliant on that on those lines are going to come online well before that transmission is actually available. And so MISO does have a conditional process to be able to allow those resources to come online and produce generation conditionally until all the upgrades are in place, until they get their full service. And so that's we want the generation to come online as soon as they can, right? We don't want it to have to just wait for the transmission projects to come online, unless of course it's the actual interconnection facility itself, right, or the POI upgrades. But those are all different ways that MISO is trying to improve the transparency to stakeholders and the general public to be able to see the progress we're making both on generation and transmission.
Thanks, and I don't want to double dip here, but Andy just triggered something for me. So I also wanted to just raise that there's a group of agencies within California, and the governor's office is also involved, that's been stood up to track energy development. It's called the TED Task Force. And it's a forum also for generation developers to go to raise any issues that they may have with bringing projects online. So this is not specific to transmission or interconnection delays, but often the TED Task Force hears delays associated with transmission and interconnection projects. And in addition to permitting and other types of delays and challenges. But as an outcome of some of those discussions, the ISO is working on trying to get more information and actually analysis of how many generation projects might be behind one particular transmission project or interconnection network upgrade. And that is very difficult information to pull together. So we've been asked by industry and by individual developers, well, if this line is delayed, how many megawatts of new clean generation are behind it, or how many megawatts of, what does that mean for resource adequacy or reliability? And it's extremely difficult to get that. We're close, and we're hoping to put some information out shortly. But it does seem to be a valuable metric to consider when you're looking at broader trends of development, both on the generation side and on the transmission and interconnection side. So I just wanted to raise that.
Thanks, everyone. Since we have a bit of time allotted for this question, I did want to ask 2 quick follow-ups. First, for Andy and Danielle, I was wondering if you had any comments about the desire for standardized categorization of delays, especially, Kaisa, since you've been doing this for a while. Have your categories evolved over time, or how did you come up with categories in the first place?
It's a good question. I don't know if any more TOs are in the room, but I think the categories that we use right now are quite broad. So, it's prioritization is a category, or permitting delays. So there are only a handful of the categories that are used right now. I like the idea of kind of standardizing them. It is difficult to sort of put projects into a box, whether it's a transmission project or an interconnection project. So I think it does have to be relatively broad in order to sort of capture whatever might be happening. I don't know if they've evolved over time. I think the issues, we've been doing this for a couple of years now. I think the issues are largely the same as they were before. When a transmission owner says prioritization is the issue, there are often a lot of follow-up questions of like, well, why was it reprioritized and what was prioritized in its place? Similar to permitting issues, it's a question of, is it something that someone can do to fix an issue, or is this, like, how long is this going to last? So I think that the categories have been relatively standard, but again, relatively broad and few, open to, looking at if there are other good types of categories we should be looking at.
All right, do you mind if I jump in?
Yep.
Andy? Yeah, I think that's a really interesting point, not just about, so the value, I think, of the data is obviously how do we arrive at solutions to this, and do so quickly because we have this near-term resource adequacy concern. And then, of course, as a project developer, we have many projects that are, at financial risk if we can't do something about these delays. So I think it's not just the categorization of the delays, it's what is the recourse when there is that delay to the developer. Right now, we have a very concrete list of interconnection milestones related to permitting, construction, related to site work, et cetera, that we must meet in order to achieve the interconnection agreement and to avoid breach of that. Very rarely do we see those actually emerge for the transmission owner, right? There are some instances actually in ERCOT, if they don't achieve the PIS date listed in the IA, there are liquidated damages that they can have assessed to them. But in other markets, we don't see that. Whereas our PPAs have liquidated damages if we have those delays. And so I think it's important the Commission not just look at what's driving the delays, but what actionable steps can we take so that developers can have resource when those delays occur.
From a generation perspective, I think you do need to have broad categories. One, we have broad categories because our responses to our surveys are voluntary for generators right now. And so we want to make it easy for them to be able to just click a box in a form and tell us what the main reason for their delay. So for us, we do TO supply chain, generator supply chain, financial concerns, PPA, interconnection customer issues, regulatory issues, other, right? So those are the kind of the buckets that we use, and that helps us for the tracking. If you get too far into the details, then it can be difficult to match them up. From a regulatory issue, I'm glad to see those have gone down from our 23 to 24 survey. I do think that there are things that states can do to help regulatory issues. Things that we've seen anecdotally is that a lot of these wind and solar farms are generally in rural areas, and so you end up seeing the local governments change their permitting requirements, and that ends up impacting the ability for those. I applaud states like Illinois and Michigan who have set standards that say, the local utility boards, or local municipalities can't set rules less than the state requirements. I think those are great things to be able to help fix some of the regulatory issues. But you're right, it comes down to what's the solutioning to these issues, and less about the buckets or how we categorize them, but how do we address them.
I wanted to echo Andy's observation, and Duke Energy has been starting to tracking the reasons for the delays in the last two years. We have very similar categories that we track. Permitting issue, financing, difficulty to finance, cost inflation, which is kind of, a new phenomenon since the COVID. And the other issue is the PPA. Some PPAs get terminated because they want other offtake options. So when the PPA is terminated, it causes delay in the interconnection process until they have more certainty to secure another taker opportunities. So those are the issues it's hard for the transmission providers to address. But, and I agree with you all, it's like, what's the solution for risk mitigation for the developer side?
All right, thanks everyone. I'd like to move on to question 3. And this is getting into new approaches to sourcing equipment for interconnection facilities and network upgrades that could be more efficient. For example, what safeguards would be needed for engineering procurement and construction work of such facilities to begin earlier? Are there efficiencies that may be achieved by standardizing engineering, procurement, or construction of interconnection facilities in particular? And would pooling procurement of equipment provide manufacturers with the certainty needed to increase their manufacturing capacity, thereby reducing lead times? So it's kind of a buffet of sub-questions for you all to choose from, but the overarching question is new approaches to sourcing equipment. And if possible, I'd like to start with Hitachi and then Duke.
Oh, very good, thank you. So if you think of standardization, we actually talked about it before the panel started. It's not easy from an engineering standpoint, and even inside a big utility and the different operating companies, right? You always have somewhere a stubborn engineer, who want to do it this way, right? But if you think about it, again, back to forecast and system planning, ultimately, if we have a number, say, okay, 10 years down the road, there's going to be, I'm just saying a number, 100 new 550 kV substation. That means we can estimate the number of breakers. This is already, looking at it from a forecast and volume standpoint. This has to be exactly the same breakers? No, right? You still have some options, and we need some options because on the low voltage side, things are always different. But standardization also should not prevent, keeping innovating, right? That's the biggest trap. Every day we work on reducing the CO2 footprint of any solution we put on the grid, right? Every day we work on reducing cost and reducing lead time, increasing performances, because the challenges on the grid are ever changing, right? You put a lot of converters, inverters on the grid, you put a lot of transient, so we have to keep innovating there. But if you zoom out, from our perspective, again, there's an interesting example in Europe. If you standardize not necessarily the equipment, but you standardize the need, and TenneT, right, a gigantic utility in Europe, for example, for their wind offshore program, massive one, they standardized 2 gigawatt, 525 kV HVDC links. And so the entire industry, all the players, know it's coming, the pipeline is extremely visible for the next 20 years, and everybody is organizing their factories, the engineering team, towards that. So standardize, now back to the US, you think of a STATCOM or synchronous condenser application for the grid, a fax, a power electronic solution. You standardize it across different utilities, it's already a huge value for us because, again, engineering, standardization, and then supply chain side. And the smallest thing in this solution can be customized, and that's the nature of the beast. But the major, I want to say more noble parts of the parts, I'm talking power electronics, valves, the transformers, this is where we could really gain a lot of efficiency and with that standardization right underneath. That's one angle, and we think somehow a regulatory framework, could help facilitate that, could decrease the constraint there. If you look at new business models, again, how with such a global, extremely intense and hot market, right, particularly in North America and in Europe, that has forced to work differently between OEMs, and utilities, for example, and any player actually today, because the world is electrifying, right, is being electrified. So we have today what we call capacity reservation agreement, right? You have framework, supply agreement, frame agreement, whatever way we call it, but it's basically the new way of working. And if you think project per project, it cannot work anymore. Again, the time it takes to invest, to train people, to build new factories. And so we really work programs with these customers. And I talked about TenneT, that we have that program with them, but two other examples maybe for people to think about. One is a utility in UK, SSE. We have with them a program now on HVDC for the years to come. We don't know exactly yet their project, but we know there will be 5 projects. And so we reserve capacity, in our factories with them in an agreement. Another example closer to us, Grid United, the US developing same huge transmission HVDC lines. They're going after a couple of lines. And with them, we agreed same on the framework, right? We lock our engineering capacity because that's another bottleneck. For any of these extremely complex systems, you need heavy engineering with few experts in the world who can really do it. We lock capacity in our factories of valves, of transformers. And so that new models, it's the way, again, because of the demand, but also the challenges to output more, for so many more projects. So we really think, these are global best practices, and how can FERC and the entire ecosystem in the US, could facilitate this. There's a lot of question attached to it, no question, but we really think that from our perspective, that's also a way for us to accelerate.
I'd be happy to share some of the new approaches for equipment procurement since we transitioned from the serial to the cluster process. So there are a few things Duke has been included in the long lead material procurement strategy. First is Duke took time at the onset to vet the suppliers and pre-approve them with the supply chain organization. This expedites the list of pre-approved suppliers that can be used at any time in the study process and to also support other transmission construction. Second is this, really is enabled by the cluster process. With the cluster projects, you kind of can foresee a little bit demand curve coming together with the volume. So Duke analyzed the cluster data to see how many cluster projects enter into the queue and how many actually get to that GIA stage. So at the end of the phase 1 study, Duke's cluster study is a 2-phase process, by the way. So at the end of the phase 1 study, after a majority of the cluster projects withdraw, there's a little bit more certainty. Duke look at the number of projects and pre-order in advance materials for these projects, especially for the equipment that are longer than 12 months of lead time. For example, high voltage breakers. These materials are designated to the cluster projects to ensure that they're being used for these projects only. Lastly, Duke also reserves manufacturing slots for certain equipment. This is to ensure that materials are produced in the future to Duke's standard design. Also ensures that Duke gets in the line for equipment production among the limited suppliers for certain equipment. Of course, these actions have to be iterative. So Duke conducts an annual review of this demand forecast, which provides an opportunity to adjust if, happens to be more projects than projected before withdraw from the initial cluster, then there's a reallocation of these materials to subsequent clusters. Because Duke has 2 clusters coming into the queue, the volume is such that the overstocking risk is relatively low. So we essentially create a pool for ourselves for the cluster by cluster. And the benefits of that is to mitigate the risk of post-GIA long lead material risk. You kind of move that step ahead during the study phase rather than reactive to the project once construction planning starts. It has been effective so far, but we'll see. Our first cluster just got into GIA, so we are looking forward to check and adjust this approach.
I was going to raise this, but I'll just skip it down. Yeah, I just want to commend Duke for its advanced procurement efforts and its transparency. It strikes me that your comments about future supply is really dependent on that sort of forward view. And I think our view is that other utilities would benefit from similar practices. As I said, many times we'll run into cases where the procurement cycle doesn't start until after the interconnection customer has posted the security, which effectively gates whatever the lead time is for that piece of equipment. And in our experience, if the utility is not doing that, we get around that risk by, again, looking at all of our more advanced and mature projects that have the least amount of risk, looking at how many projects could use standardized grid step-up transformers, high voltage breakers, and then having a plan to allocate those in between these projects. So it's another bid for increased standardization across these different pieces of equipment so that we can have that flexibility and be able to manage that risk. And it's good to see utilities doing that in advance. To the sort of counterpoint that utilities want cost recovery to avoid having to impact other customers if there's a withdrawal, I would say the panels today and yesterday all indicate that we have very rarely underbuilt the transmission system. I think the demand for increased load and generation supply will mean that those assets are very unlikely to be underutilized in the near term.
So I'll just add on to your comment, and we start small. We start with the highly in demand of multi-phase breakers, which are commonly used in any of those upgrade projects and transmission projects, in addition to the interconnection projects. So it is the utility's responsibility to minimize the risk from a cost standpoint, so that we feel like that's a compromise and balance. If we start small to see if that's effective, then we can expand to other commonly utilized standard equipment.
I think it'd be. I also commend Duke for doing that. In a multi-state RTO like MISO, multi-TO like MISO, each TO has their own standards, right? So they all have their own own standards as to what type of breaker equipment and fault rating and many of that. I would like to see them be able to have their own backup supply for these. It is a big cost concern though, right? A lot of them, they want to minimize the risk to the customers and to their own balance sheets, and so they're not procuring them until that security is posted as part of signing a facility construction agreement or a facility service agreement. So it's definitely a paradigm shift for those TOs to have to do that and to take that risk upon to help with the speed of getting these resources online because of the supply chain issues that are plaguing the industry. So hopefully conversations like this will get them more comfortable. The assurances that generation will come. Can the ICs and the TOs work together with some kind of MOU, right? To be able to say, hey, I'm gonna come, right? Once I get my GIA, I can't sign the FSA and FCA until I have a GIA, but I'm gonna come online. Can they work out some kind of MOU to be able to purchase these ahead of time? I think those are all possibilities that I'd like to see TOs and ICs be able to work together and hopefully build up that supply chain.
I want to add one more thing, and then I'll move on. I think there's two systems that we have to think about here in terms of long lead time equipment. There's the project collector sub, which basically steps up the voltage and collects everything from the inverters, and then the high side utility sub. And I think what Duke is talking about is procurement mainly for the high side facilities, as well as some of their other upgrades on the network side. On the customer side, the customer-owned facilities, we do see some utilities giving a perception, that they don't really care what the customer actually procures for their system, and then we'll later learn that there were very specific requirements for what we were supposed to install, and so that can result in a change order that can, with supply constraints, be very damaging to the project schedule. In ideal world, we would see a much more standardized set of items that the utility publishes covering basic interconnection information like voltage class, winding configuration of the proposed grid step-up transformer, and then we can incorporate that into our single line diagrams from the initial interconnection request. It's verified, there's no risk associated with that in terms of the change order that I just described, which can really impact projects.
And I don't have too much to add here. I think what Duke is doing is great. I have heard in limited circumstances in California sometimes that there is a limited pool of vendors that the PTOs will use for certain purchases of major equipment. And so if you have only one vendor for something that you're going to need, and that vendor has supply chain impacts, that can create backlogs then for additional projects behind it. So we have had developers come forward and suggest, whether they might be able, if they have access to that particular piece of equipment, if they might be able to lend that or offer that to the project. We've run into challenges with that. I think it's something that the transmission owners are exploring, but I like Andy's idea of a MOU or some sort of agreement or standardization or something that we could sort of do on a larger scale to try to break through that issue as well.
Okay, thank you so much. Next up is question 4, our last question. This focuses back on each organization and thinking about, are there efficiencies that might be gained by enhancing internal transmission owner or RTO ISO procedures, increasing staffing, or opening up facility studies or even facility construction work to contractors. How can the interconnection study process be better aligned with interconnection customer-initiated processes, such as permitting for the generator facility and generator equipment procurement? So some of these have been touched on already, but I think focusing on them for a moment makes sense. And perhaps we could start with Cypress Creek.
Yeah, I'd like to focus on two elements of this based on our experience in the field. One that is an efficiency opportunity that was referenced in our comments as it relates to different cost estimates that we see. So in many places, the transmission owner will publish a list of approved vendors that it requires to be able to construct equipment on its system. And that list is actually applicable even if the interconnection customer excuse me, selects the option to build. And so that list is very robust in some places, and in other places we see it as few as 4 approved vendor lists. And as you can imagine, simple supply and demand economics would dictate that if you have a limited supply of contractors that can actually do the work that you're required to use, that's going to have an impact on cost. So that's one very clear process efficiency, and it relates to RTO practices, but it's mainly what the transmission owner publishes in terms of its approved vendor list. The second thing I think is just looking at the challenge of interconnecting enough resources to meet our growing reliability challenges, dealing with increased threats from climate change and the amount of prioritization that requires, dealing with just limited sets of crews in general that are qualified to do the work. It's our observation that if you're looking at it from a top-down perspective, it would be much more effective to proactively design the system all the way from the network upgrade down to the interconnection facility level. And so Order 1920 clearly allows transmission providers to estimate both supply and demand on planning for the backbone of the system. It makes a lot of sense to us to extend that all the way down to the open bays that should be constructed, anticipating all of the new hyperscale loads, anticipating all of the new generation requests that are coming on. If you proactively design the system, you reduce the amount of needs to actually go out and fold in new facilities or energize new substations, and therefore reduce the amount of crews that are necessary to actually go out and build that. So we think that's an obvious way that we could see efficiencies to avoid the need for those scarce resources.
Yeah, and I'll tie this back to what we talked a little bit about yesterday and what came up this morning in the meetings. But because the ISO has employed a cluster study process for several years, we have been able to meet our study timeframes in the past, and we do employ consulting labor as well as transmission owners to complete those studies. The one exception is Cluster 14, when we just had too many interconnection studies to be able to manageably get through within the timeframes that we had to meet. So we sought a 1-year extension for those. And that brought us to Cluster 15, which then exceeded Cluster 14 by a factor of almost 2. And that's when we realized that significant transformational reform was really necessary, not just to add labor and workforce, but recognizing that even if we had one engineer on every individual study, the studies would have no meaning, because there's really just an infinite amount of different scenarios that they'd have to be looking at for that volume of capacity in the queue. There are, contrary to what the panel discussion was this morning, there are workforce issues, though, I think outside of the study process. We've touched on those a little bit today. There's a national competition for labor for engineers to do this work for some of the replacement projects, for building new projects, and that is something that I think, it's hard to figure out exactly how to break through that problem, but I think it's sort of a national policy issue, certainly state policy issue as well. So I hope that's something that does continue to get some attention. And then we're, in addition to sort of modifying our process for filtering out projects that move into the study process, we're also starting a new track in our interconnection process enhancements initiative, which is looking at how we allocate deliverability to projects. And coming out of cluster 14, what we saw was there were just so many projects that we studied that the study results indicated very long lead times, in some cases 10 years, and very high interconnection costs. And we know we can't have that scenario again. So we're looking at opportunities to prioritize within the clusters and try to find opportunities to get resources interconnected within cluster 14 or within the cluster that can come in under the existing headroom in the system and sort of prioritize projects in that way. And then we're also looking at how we allocate deliverability moving forward, recognizing all of these different linkages between the construction timelines and interconnection processes and commercial offtake as well. We haven't really talked as much about that element of it today, but that's a strong factor that the ISO looks at when we're allocating deliverability, and so we want projects to have a power purchase agreement in place as a means to awarding them deliverability. That's what's going to help get some of those interconnection network upgrades moving as well. So all of these pieces have become very interrelated, and we're trying to sort of take a step back, look at all of these different elements of project development and interconnection and try to resequence them in a way that makes sense and just recognizes this volume that we have to deal with, and what I think is probably the new normal for the level of competition and need out there.
Repeating some of the things, but then going into a little bit more detail. Definitely supportive of automation and then staffing, of course, just because I have the opportunity, I'll always say, hire more engineers, pay them better, retain them. Big proponent of that. I think in a prior question, there was a reference to a California PUC model where I think the PUC tracks on the distribution side the delta between the timing and the costs, and if they're not matched up, then there's almost like I don't know if it's a requirement to hire more to solve the problem, but something along those lines. That's a really innovative approach. And then another, there's a lot of conversation about TOs prioritizing, and with very good reason, makes perfect sense. But oftentimes in the prioritization, that staff is pulled away to do the prioritization. And so if there's an ability to have dedicated staff at the TO to address these problems, turning to the option to build, Matthew laid out really wonderfully the competition issue, but just a couple more points on that. There is a couple of things in the option to build. I know Order 2023 addressed some of this. Within a cluster, there has to be unanimous agreement in the cluster, and there's some concern that it might not work as intended. Also, there might be some reluctance from transmission owners to share network upgrade equipment design specifications. So just a flag to maybe watch and understand if this practice is performing as it should. And then a point on storage. So there's, with regard to storage, there's a lot of altering of the plans when switching. So in the post-GIA, switching between alternative current and direct current. And this is triggering a lot of availability studies. So just encouraging the commission to clarify in tariffs which specific energy storage configuration changes can be accommodated post-GIA without triggering additional studies.
All right, I'm gonna add some comments. So for Duke Energy, we actually have been doing some organization realignment within the transmission organization in order to support the high volume of not only interconnection, but also other transmission work to support economic development, carbon neutralization plan goals, in North Carolina. So there are three organizations I wanted to highlight. One is the Transmission Project Management Organization. That organization is focusing on all transmission construction projects. So what's new is within the transmission project management team, we created a sub-team to focus on interconnection, facilities, and network upgrades projects. And those sub-teams are closely connected with the interconnection process. We actually have internal monthly forum to inform them of the pace of the interconnection queue, including the clusters, the withdrawals, the projected, GIAs and all that information. So that sub-team is actually increasing their staff, including using contractor resources to help manage the increasing volume of interconnection coming into the cluster process. The second new organization is called Transmission Material Planning. We formed a new team in recognition that material procurement is a high-risk critical path for transmission construction. So this team would focus on the demand forecast and strategy. What I mentioned earlier, long lead material ordering is, the scope of this team's work. They closely working with the interconnection queue management team to project out, the demand and make an adjustment. And of course, their work's not just focusing on interconnection projects, but also other construction, transmission construction projects. And this team also drives consistency in the regional work practice for the different utilities. Duke Energy actually has 6 operating companies. So they look at the work practice and develops metrics to follow up on the effectiveness of the strategy. The third area is a new team called outage coordination. So in response to Matthew's earlier comments is like, what can you do if outage is becoming the constraint? When the line is down, can you optimize multiple purpose outages at the same time? And that's quite complicated. So we need to put, experts, resources dedicated for that. That is to recognize that for Duke Energy's 2 utilities in the Carolinas, we recognize this outage limits is becoming the driver for the long duration construction to achieve CODs. And so this team was established and staffed to focus on long-range outage plan. And the outage requirements and availability are considered in the initial project plan and incorporated into the facility study phase, trying to achieve a little more efficiency between facility study prior to GIA. So what we're trying to do is to estimate the achievable in-service date at the facility study phase, so you don't have to spend so much time negotiate and re-estimate cost to get to the GIA. And of course, the interconnection account managers, project managers working with these outage coordination groups to consider outage impacts to achieve the CODs. All these organizations is to focus on long-range planning ahead of executing the GIA, so we don't have to wait until the construction planning to trigger a realization, oh my gosh, the materials actually takes 3 years to get, or well, whoops, outages constraints, now you have to schedule it out 6 years further away. So it's working right now, but again, like I said, each cluster may have its own characteristics, and we have to closely monitor through the tracking and metrics, what are the new characteristics of each cluster. If that changes the dynamics, and these resource group will have a strategic focus and planning focus to adjust these approaches. Thank you.
At the risk of sounding like I'm heaping praise on Duke again, we don't like everything you guys do, to be clear. That level of coordination, we don't see it at utilities. Having worked inside a utility, I think others inside utilities, they often are pretty siloed between the generator interconnection team and the transmission planning team. And so as you're looking at these post-GIA issues, I think breaking down those silos and just looking at what utilities' current practices are as they're, again, evaluating these opportunistic interconnection-related upgrades while you're doing planned maintenance makes a ton of sense for us. And then, again, as an interconnection customer, if we're told, hey, this is when we can have the next available window to you, we don't have a way to look into what are the other planned maintenance opportunities that we could join, and we really don't have any recourse to try to have a conversation about that. I also just wanted to go back to my earlier comment and land the plane about lack of competition. We see raising costs in certain markets. The solution to that, is obviously something that we could have an entire panel about. It involves workforce limitations, but we think that the tariff currently provides that the ability to add an approved vendor should be efficient and should never be closed to an interconnection customer. That's not always the case. And we also think that the Commission can help promote competition by looking at some utilities that don't require the approved vendor to actually build the option to build substation, but instead allows you to use the same contractor that you're using for your project site, achieve economies of scale for both facilities, and ensure their level of standards are met by reviewing 30, 60, 90% engineering designs. And that's something that is in practice today in some markets, and it achieves the same level of coordination and standards.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just to start off with the staffing. Certainly, every time I come to events like this, I see a lot of ex-MISO people in the room, and so we certainly get impacted by the staffing concerns. But it's okay because it's making better, smarter ICs. So, so it's okay. We've actually had success hiring a lot of new engineers right out of college and training them up. Starting them off on material modification studies, surplus requests, replacement requests, where they're just more single and then moving over to the more cluster studies. So something that folks could think about and the traditional providers. We've also, delays are real, right? We talked about all day yesterday and today. We talked about how both the delays in the queue and the delays in post-GIA and supply chain, they're obviously real issues. And so, I think the TOs and the manufacturers can really work on fixing the problem. MISO is trying to help fix some of the symptoms. So a couple of things that we're working on to help that is to improve just the queue process itself. Is in the GI negotiation, when you have a COD date, tariff specifies what your COD has to be. The TOs have ability to change those dates after the GIA is signed to be more realistic dates. We're going to try and change our tariff to allow them to do that negotiation prior to negotiating the GIA. Right now, we have to negotiate the GIA and then reopen the GIA and renegotiate new dates. It would be a lot more efficient if we did it during the first GIA process. So that's something that MISO plans on pursuing to update its tariff. Second, waivers, right? I mean, once you have the COD, MISO's GIA has a 3-year grace period that if you're not online by 3 years after that COD, you have to be terminated. So, we're looking at, blanket potentially waivers. Obviously, a lot of the units that are in the queue now that are experiencing these delays post-GIA, they're going on getting individual waivers. We're looking at a potential blanket waiver for one of our queue cycles that has been delayed in the queue to be able to give them a couple more years given this issue. So those are kind of the improvements that we're looking at taking over the next 4 to 5 months that FERC will be seeing in the future to help address some of those symptoms.
Thanks, everyone. I will admit that these were primarily leading questions where we asked pretty specifically for folks to focus on a topic. So I did want to give everyone an opportunity to share any final thoughts on how this period could be more efficient, if there's something we didn't ask you specifically but you think is important to highlight.
I'll just say at a really high level, to kind of wrap up at least my comments, transparency is a first step in all of this. I think there's a lot of work to be done to sort of identify the specific problems, and then from there, figure out who's accountable for them. Accountability is not clear on a lot of these issues. You know, when you're talking about workforce and supply chain and, you know, in multi-state ISOs and RTOs and just there's a lot of different scopes and scales involved that makes it really challenging to ascribe any kind of accountability yet. But I think it's clear that there are solutions out there, probably in spades. I mean, you know, it's great to hear some of the work that others are doing across the country. And I think we just need to be really thoughtful and continue to have these discussions with one another about what they are. I think, you know, probably every individual problem requires its own individual solution in this case, so there's definitely lots of work to do here, but it's encouraging to hear that there's already a lot of work that's being done just on a voluntary basis too.
So I'll add my takeaway recommendations. So we all realize that interconnection challenges are multifaceted. It may take a long time for us to solve all those issues, through continued collaboration and discussions and solutioning. But there are perhaps low-hanging fruits, like, you know, some of the internal processes that we can actually gain efficiency immediately. To do that, it would require getting leadership support at the transmission providers or, you know, whatever organization, because it takes a lot of cross-functional team to help push that through. And I echo Daniel's comments that data transparency is needed. Even, you know, for Duke to realize where to tackle those issues, it requires us to do certain level of tracking in order to analyze where you could actually make some of the short-term gain. So, you know, data tracking requires certain level of due diligence. You're going to need to have some systems to track, workflow management system to track milestone dates, track cost estimates, and we had lots of discussions today about data systems. And, you know, I haven't commented on that, but we did file comments in our written comments that, you know, for Duke, we have been looking to implement applications to track cost data, to track workflow milestones, to track handoffs. A lot of process analysis is required in order to figure out where the gap is before we can do root cause analysis and to address those short-term gains. So I appreciate the opportunity to participate in this panel discussions. Again, I learned a lot in the last 2 days through virtual and personal participation, so thank you.
I've also learned a ton over the last 2 days, so thank you all. I know there's a lot of work that goes into these, and we really appreciate it. There's been a lot of discussion around interconnection customers and risk over the last 2 days. We obviously are a business deploying capital at risk, and we understand those risks up and until the point, you know, when we receive final cost estimates. I think one thing that wasn't explicitly discussed in the questions is what is the level of acceptable risk after you close financing for the project in terms of cost shifts that can occur. Is it 20%? Is it 25%? In other markets, I believe in California, and I believe New York has a binding interconnection agreement. I believe California has a cost envelope above that. Massachusetts, the states are in our comments. You'll be able to look at state jurisdictional processes that have these cost envelopes or cost caps in place. If we can understand what the potential risk is up to that point when we're seeking to close financing, either for, you know, tax equity or to initiate construction financing, initiate construction, you know, that will give us much more certainty as we think about this. The other piece too is just taking a look, I think, very clearly at what the data show around delays that are caused by affected system. FERC was pretty clear in 2023 that the standard by which affected system studies should be conducted is on an energy-only basis. And so if those processes are not yet up to par, or are, I know I'm not allowed to talk about compliance filings, but I do think that that is something that merits consideration. And if it is not the intent of what FERC offered, do interconnection customers have recourse to join the system at the contracted COD date of the host system and just have less injection on the affected system. There's probably quite a few projects that have been delayed because of the affected system upgrades that have to be made. So I think both cost caps and really digging into drivers of delays, especially around affected system study, would be valuable.
And just picking up on that point, that with the idea of cost caps, and ensuring that there is a shrinking variance band the longer and the further we get into the project, because obviously there's a lot, we know a lot more the further that we get along. That's a really important point that Matthew raised. So if I'm going to do my final takeaway, I will circle back to transparency and information. I know I spent a lot of my comments talking about the categories and pushing out these categories so that we all can learn more of what's working, what's not working. But I also want to put a plug out for communication with the individual IC and the TO. Matthew talked about a 45-day window. Sometimes when there's you're boring into soil and there's some additional issues that come up with new types of problems, that kind of information given to the IC is really valuable so that they can either react or change their business plan or the way that they're trying to build out, or also maybe collaborate on a solution. So both the information on a categorical basis, but also direct information in a timely way to the IC would be very beneficial. I'm not sure, we talked a lot about how we track it and then what's the solution. I'm not sure if it's a carrot or a stick, but I think that, these types of forums, and I think FERC can obviously put on that conversation and make sure that we really think through the solution. And I just want to remind an observation that, we're all up here for the same reason. We all want resources to be connected quickly and efficiently. So I'm confident that with the same goal in mind, that FERC can get to a really good solution. So I just want to thank you for giving me a chance to be here. I appreciated the conversation.
If I may, thank you as well. Transparency and access to the information. If I look at it, again, from an O&M perspective, we did not used to be at all in any of these equations, right? We were almost an afterthought historically, right? Capacity for any OEM to supply whatever was needed, breakers, you name it, was just a given, right? And so the world has changed again, and this is an impressive switch. I think of all our utility customers, our ISOs as well, the amount of transformation going on and how you have to revolutionize your own organization, your own processes in a, I want to say, brutal and accelerated way, because there's no choice, right? Energy transition is, we all need to accelerate it seriously. Where I'm getting at, so we used to have dialogues with developers, right, like Cypress Creek. We used to have discussion with utilities, but not strategic ones, right? It was just, okay, supply that, right? And so we entered into a really now collaboration, stronger dialogue, and we need more and more to have dialogues with the transmission planning teams of the utilities, and yes, have dialogues, with ISOs and RTOs as well. We need that increased visibility looking further, because we need to make the right investment and accelerate there, right? So decrease the level of risk, we can take there. The very last comment, again, is back to the demand, right? The very basic demand, behind the meter, and with data centers, but with electrification of transportation and electrification of everything. I really think, we have to flip the equation and relook at it, on the US side, to really help us project better plans. And again, we can build industrial plans with a couple of scenarios, right? But today we know it's happening, right? But how fast and how aggressively should we? I think that's a daunting question for all of us, right?
I have no closing, comments other than to say thank you, FERC, for putting on an excellent workshop, starting with the questions that you proposed to all of us, and then to the selection of the panelists. We just appreciate the opportunity. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all so much, and I'm going to turn it back over to Mike.
Hi. More thanks. Echoing what Carrie said at the outset, thank you everyone for the roughly 50 of you that managed to make it through day 2. Really appreciate that, and I'm sure that Danielle appreciates it too, having a very large support group for interconnection. So thank you also to the team. I'm going to name them. A lot of them you haven't seen. Some of them you have. Our moderators, Rebecca Whitus, Tristan Kessler, Lewis Taylor, Lisa Sosna. Team members that you may not have heard from, but certainly may have seen: Kelly Trun, Emily Chen, Ian Reichart, Jason Fierstein, Ariel Schwartz, Adam Pan, Maya Lohanica with the yellow card. Thank you, Maya. And Maria Amadeo. As a reminder, the Commission will accept comments in docket AD24-9 on the issues discussed during the workshop. Watch for that notice issued in the near future. From staff's perspective, from my perspective, I would invite anyone here or watching in the comfort of their office, wherever you're watching, to consider including among your comments thoughts about what the Commission should do on this and other particular issues from raised in other panels. As a reminder also, a record of the workshop will be available on the Commission's YouTube channel, and a transcript of the workshop will be available in the Commission's e-library. With that, this ends our staff-led interconnection workshop on generator interconnection innovations and efficiencies. We thank you. Have a good rest of the day.